I pledge allegiance to the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Generally, you said feminism is
neutral. Here's what actually happened.
The foundation of all knowledge.
I'm really mad that
what difference does it make, right? What
Stop. Stop.
The deregulation of the industry is obviously going to cause more of that industry.
And to lubricate the trust connection between people until they have enough.
Yet we could still look at biological reality in determining who's a female, even if there are.
Why don't you denounce feminism the same way you're denouncing capitalism? If you don't...
For something to be objective, it needs to be verifiable. And you can't verify...
If I make a claim as a political pundit, it is true that I definitely could be wrong. You're promoting, right?
Ideology is the main thing in politics, right? This is my ideology.
So 2015, anyone go back and watch the footage? The first GOP debate.
Cool, Robert. Oh, Dad? With a crowbar, you said?
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato, here bringing to you live another Moderator Monday. This evening, I have with me Wick TV, Soy Pill, Who's Crunching, Admiral Gibbs, and the Misfit Patriot, all here to discuss the question, should Americans support Palestine having their own state? Wick, if you'd like to begin with your opening statement, please.
Certainly. The region of Palestine and Israel has been under almost constant conflict since even before the foundation of Israel back in the 1940s. Okay, America does not officially recognize the state of Palestine. However, I think that it should, and I'm going to give you an argument as to why. One of the reasons why so much horror has been enabled by Hamas and other terrorist organizations is because of the quasi-stateless nature of many of the Palestinians. They are, again, uniquely susceptible to persuasion by bad actors because they lack a state of their own. And this creates a sense of desperation where they have no one really to turn to, no one really to go for. Sure, they have had quasi-representative governments, the PLO, Hamas, but these have tended to be very poor representations for the people. Now, I want to make it clear that I do not support a Palestinian state under all circumstances. I think that work needs to be done to make sure that the proper Palestinian state is one that is going to bring more peace into the region. However, I think without a state, that peace is impossible in the region. I am here to advocate tonight for a two-state solution, and I think that is the best way forward and the only way forward that leads to lasting peace, not only for the Palestinian people, but for Israelis as a whole. And this benefits Americans because peace in the region, stability in the region, again, helps our interests. We no longer have to fund Israel's defense by giving them billions of dollars to help with the Iron Dome and things like that. If peace can come into the region more than it is now, right? If we can have normalization in the region between Israel and the states around it, including a future state of Palestine, it's going to help us be able to focus our eyes on other matters and our attention on other matters. And I think that is just a moral good for the Palestinian people to have their own state. That's what I'm going to be arguing tonight, and that's what I'm here for. Thank you.
Thank you, Wick. And Soy, to you, please.
Yeah, I first want to apologize to any highly informed people who may watch this. I am just a layman. I've read a few books on Israel-Palestine, and I feel like I know less than I did after reading those or before reading those. There's just so much to learn. So I'm kind of coming at this, especially since it's last minute, as a layman perspective. So looking at the occupation of the Palestinian people, to my understanding, there's really no better alternative than statehood in the end. Otherwise, you have an inevitable, a never-ending, infinite occupation of a people, which will never end well. It's all you're doing is continuing to oppress, relieve them of and control their resources, and just increase violence and death ad infinitum. And it doesn't seem to make sense to me that this is the way forward. I think the only two options, if you're going to change that, are expelling them completely from their country, which means sending 2 million minus all the ones that are already dead to other countries who either don't want to accept them or can't handle that many refugees right now, and will breed resentment. And these places also have complete, lack of controls over terrorism breeding compared to American occupations, or at least American oversight. Or you give them a state and allow them to develop and pursue their democratic interests the way that everyone else does. I think when you repress people like this, they go to the only options they have, and unfortunately right now that's Hamas for them. I don't want that to be their only option, and I don't want them to have this revengeful, violent nature. I want them to have autonomy. Now, there are other states that have democracies to some extent that still do violence, of course. Lebanon has Hezbollah. Hezbollah tries to bomb Israel. Iran tries to bomb Israel. But ultimately, just because there's the opportunity for a state to do bad things does not mean that the peoples deserve a state. It doesn't mean that the peoples of Palestine deserve all the collateral damage because of whatever Hamas is doing. And if you're going to keep occupying them, or you're going to keep, ethnically cleansing them, you're just going to get more violence. And I just don't see any other path forward other than statehood. So yeah, that's my position on that. But we'll see. I'm curious.
Thank you, Soy Pill. And Admiral Gibbs, to you, sir.
All right, before I begin, I want to say all of my opinions are my own. I have been paid solely by Texas Ranch and oil money. No Crucible, no Soros, or Jew Gold has paid me. Remember the Alamo, remember Goliad to the Republic of Texas. Cheers, that. My fellow Americans, I come before you again today to once again point out the insidious nature of the Democratic Party. I've said it many, many times over the last couple of years that the Democratic Party is the true party of racism. That progressivism and democratic socialism are just intelligent rebranding by the Ku Klux Klan and the National Socialist Party. Now the perfidious Dems aren't even trying to hide this fact. We see examples of this in plain sight with Graham Planter, Richard Spencer, and counterpoints. One openly proclaims his love of socialism and communism all over Reddit and has a death head tattoo. Another openly leads one of the largest neo-Nazi groups and avidly campaigning for Kamala Harris and voting down ballot for the Dems. Finally, the last one openly proclaims he's racist while pushing for a center-left authoritarian state that embraces eugenics and advocating that Hispanics, and I directly quote what Counterpoint said to me, are subhumans. Who else is going to pick the cotton and clean the toilets? These are your modern Democrats, wishing to form a new form of slavery using illegal Hispanic voters and welfare trapping other minorities in order to ensure they stay in power. It should come as no surprise then that the Democrats hate Israel and wish to see a Palestinian state. In fact, while the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, Hajin Aben al-Husani, collaborated with the Nazi Germany during World War II, many other Arab states like Iran continue to deny the Holocaust and push for the death of Israel via nuclear fire. These are states the Dems wishes to be close to. Are we seeing a pattern of National Socialism and racism yet? The honest Dems can argue for their high moral causes, but historically the Palestinians, dating back to the time before writing, never have had a state. Do we see the same moral outrage for our allies, the Kurds, who we left high and dry in Iraq from the Dem? No, we don't. Not even as they were gassed, oppressed, genocided, and sold into slavery by the various powers around them. No one has talked about the Kurds' historic claims to the region, despite suffering much more than the Palestinians ever have, when they've actually had their own country in the region historically, and their name, the Kurds and Kurdistan, stem from those former countries' name. The Dems don't care about this, though, as this is an inconvenient truth to them and distracts from their hate of the Jews. They'll sit here and proclaim Zionism is evil while propping up the nationalistic causes of terrorist organizations like Hamas and the PLO. PLO. Has anybody noticed that none of the countries of Palestine around Palestine want to take in the Palestinians? Why could that be? Could it be because during Black September they tried to overthrow the Jordanian monarchy and started a civil war in Jordan? Could it be that many terrorists trace their roots back to Palestine and terrorist acts like the Munich attack or the October 7th? How about the heinous way in which Palestinians' chosen governments perform? The PLO was notoriously corrupt and hoarded resources, ruling more like gangsters than an actual government. How about Hamas? Well, they ripped up the piping from the water plants that the Israelis built for the community in order to turn them into missiles, shamelessly using their own people as shields, and then literally sexually assaulting many of their hostages to death. We can talk about the things the average population cheers for. They came out in the streets celebrating the horrendous atrocities perpetrated on October 7th like it was the second coming of Christ. This savagery and history of evil leadership doesn't show that they deserve a state. Finally, my last and probably most controversial point is what's best for America. For better or worse, we've hitched our wagon to the success of Israel. Israel's basically destroyed one of our biggest enemies, Iran, in short order, while normalizing relations with other Arab countries in the region. Israel's moved into Syria to protect the Druze and other minorities in the region from a new racist regime with Ba'athist roots. Israel, despite what many of my opponents want you to believe, is a multi-ethnic nation with Arabs and Jews of many types living in harmony. They are a beacon of democracy in the region and a staunch ally of ours. What benefit would there be for us to help those people who choose barbarism repeatedly over a staunch ally? The answer is none. In conclusion, my fellow Americans, short of America annexing the region as part of the new American empire, the best option is to forego a Palestinian state and give it all to Israel to do as they see fit. In the long term, it'll be better for everyone involved and reward those who work with the United States and its allies while disenfranchising those who work with our enemies. The Democrats, in their desperation to be relevant, don't actually care about the Palestinians, and their moralistic claims are just window dressing for the rampant hate of the Jews and their love of National Socialist policy. My fellow Americans, it is imperative that we continue to support our allies in the region and not give an inch to the demands of Palestinian statehood. Thank you.
Thank you, Admiral Gibbs. And finally to you, Misfit Patriot.
I usually write an opening statement. I didn't have to this time because I've already done this debate 50 fucking times. This debate is stupid. It's retarded. It's been beaten into the fucking ground, right? And here's why this debate is stupid. It's not because I've done it so many times, okay? I don't have a pre-written opening statement. I have the fucking two-state solution proposals. There have been 11. Okay, let's go with the Peel Commission, 1937. Okay, rejected by the Arab leadership. The UN Partition Plan in 1947, rejected by the Arab Higher Committee. The post-1967 war proposals, right? Rejected. Well, actually, this was basis for future talks in the 1979 Camp David Accords. Okay, PLO, Palestinian, rejected. Oslo Accords, rejected. Camp David Summit, rejected by Arafat. Taba? Who gives a fuck? Rejected. Roadmap for Peace, 2003, rejected. Annapolis Conference, 2007, rejected. Joint understanding, no details signed. Want to be very clear here. Kerry parameters talks, 2013 and 2014, neither fully accepted. Trump plan. And by the way, when I said rejected every time before that, it was only rejected by Arabs/Palestinians. So 3 strikes, you're out. 11 strikes, get fucked. Okay. Why do Palestinians deserve a state? Well, maybe prior to 1937, they would have an argument. They don't have an argument anymore because every time they have been offered one, they have said, fuck you, we'll just kill Jews instead. All right. I am so tired of having this debate about whether or not people who have been offered the thing that you say they deserve the thing they have been offered. I'm done with it. Right. Palestine has never been a state. It is not now, nor has it ever been a country. Right. So when I hear people like Soy in his opening statement say occupation, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, because Israel can't occupy Israel. Right. Palestine is a region in Israel. I am in Texas in America. Okay. So if I'm in Texas, okay, that is a state in America. America can't occupy Texas. America is Texas. Israel has offered these people their own fucking country 11 times. And 11 times There has either been a rejection on one side, the vast majority has been a rejection on one side, or the deal couldn't go through. Now, there have been 5 peace deals that have been the most notable where they have literally just said, no, we want more. So, who are the Palestinians, right? What are they? The League of Nations in 1920 got together and they said, hey, we're going to name this little area Mandatory Palestine. And for the next 28 years, these people claimed that they had a country when they didn't. Then Theodore Herzl puts together the Zionism, because the Jews got kicked out of 109 countries, not because they're Jews, not because they were the ones starting problems, because ever since the, death of Christ, they're just the world's punching bag. And I don't understand how any person can make an argument that these people who have already been persecuted during World War II, their population was basically cut in half, even more. I think it was like 60%, right? Are the problem, right? They're not. Here's the deal. Jordanians and Egyptians are what makes up Palestinians. They have 2 countries already. And if they want to either go to those countries and become what they already fucking are, great. If they want to call themselves Palestinians, just like I called myself a Texan, great. They can live in Israel. That's it.
Thank you, Misfit. And as a kind reminder to the audience, we are going to get through the debate. Then we will read and respond to your kind super chats. And then, of course, everyone's favorite part, we will open up the panel. And if you have something to add into the conversation, you're more than welcome to come join. Gentlemen, I believe everyone is dual streaming as well. So please be sure to go over, check them out, like, subscribe, and share. I leave the floor open to you.
I have a quick response to Misfit because he did address me directly. So when I say occupation, obviously, you can debate the semantics as to whether or not Palestine is independent or not. Israel says it's all Israel or whatever. The point is that you have a people in an area that are completely unable to have any sort of self-determination. They can't leave or go in with their own,
yeah, they can.
No, they can't. There's no airport, so their only way they can go in
They
or
could have
out.
built. They could have built an airport. They built tunnels. They built murder tunnels.
I don't believe Israel would allow them to build an airport in their land. I think
Israel
the point is
Israel
that
gave them billions of dollars. They could have built an airport.
What I'm trying to say is that
I'll let you finish.
Right. I'm not trying to say that they could have done this or that. I'm saying is you have a people that first of all is not directly one-to-one with the government. So we'll get to the negotiations that have fallen apart 11 or more times. But the idea that these people that are in this country who are living under some sort of oppression. Now people say open air prison. Some people don't like that comparison. I'll just avoid using that for the sake of saying you are not allowed to do and live freely as many other people are in other countries because of the way Israel's occupying them. And regardless of the justification for that, what inevitably happens when you do that to a place and a bunch of people is violence and revolt. And regardless of how bad I think that is, obviously I condemn Hamas. I'll say it 100 times if you need me to. I don't think that makes it a viable option to keep doing it and just hope to God that one day these people will just stop trying to revolt, stop trying to break out of Palestine, stop trying to get self-determination. So this endless let Israel do whatever they want, I think that was kind of the prescription that Gibbs said at the end there. I just don't think that's going to work out. And really quickly to address, and I'll let you jump in, Wick, but to address the idea that we've offered them a state 11 times, I really don't think that's the case. It is. No, well, hold on. Let me say just one of these examples, and I'm not saying this disproves all of your examples, but if you look at example, the Oslo Accords, which fell apart after the assassination of was it the prime minister or the president? I actually forget which one they have of Israel. If you look at the actual Oslo Accords, there was kind of an explicit avoidance of mentioning Palestinian statehood. It was a deal that allowed them more autonomy, but Israel was specifically very careful not to give them a state in that one. And there's other, arguments as to whether or not, in 1947, why would they agree to give up so much of their land when really they think you deserve none of it? And you can go back and forth of hey, we offered this and said no. But the point is that just because the governments haven't been able to make a deal does not mean that they somehow don't deserve a state, or that a state shouldn't inevitably be in the long run, especially because those people don't determine whether or not that deal goes forward. They are the civilians of Palestine.
Why does anyone deserve a state? Why, I'm talking anyone, any country in the world. Why do they deserve a state?
That's not the question at hand. We're not talking about whether they deserve it or not. We're
That's
asking,
what he just
real
said.
quick-
That's what I'm saying. Wait, to be
sure.
fair.
But the overall argument, right, is whether or not Americans should support the forming of a Palestinian state. And I think these are fundamentally
Okay,
different
let
questions.
Gibbs jump in, and then I'll retort.
Go ahead, Gibbs.
Well, yeah, I mean, so that's interesting, because I don't see any of this outrage for the Kurds, right? And I brought that up in my opening. I mean, you might have said something about it previously, Wick, but even then, I don't see you even pushing that as a hardcore agenda point of yours. I've never seen you like make a thing, hey, let's get Kurdistan going. This is not a bash on you, but this is more of a bash on the Democratic Party as a whole. I don't see this outrage for the Kurds. The Kurds have suffered just as bad, if not worse. They actually have a claimed historic land, and I think Misfit Patriot here really hits the nail on the head when he says, why do they deserve a state? Well, I don't think any country deserves a state, right? But if you actually believe they deserve a state, then you don't believe in Urbo, because right now it should just be all of Israel, right? And you're just creating a new state where there was none and there's never been, right? So, okay, if you believe in Urbo, then you don't like the idea of a new Palestinian state. And then when we look at this finally, in another way, I'm sitting here going, well, I don't think that this benefits America. Y'all made the argument that's going to make things better over there. I think maybe, just here's me out. We've already picked our dogs in this fight, and we should back those dogs, which seem to be Saudi Arabia and Israel, and then just let the figure that shit out of their own. Because every time we go to get involved, it turns into a goddamn quagmire. And I don't think the Palestinians have any reason to like us any more than anybody else. In fact, some of the people that have attacked our ships, our embassies, and our planes have been Palestinians.
Okay, let me expound. Wick, I'm going to let you jump right in. I just want to expound on this, and I'm going to actually kick it to you. Wick, why would you say that any country, right, deserves a state when the way countries are created is pretty much one of three ways, right? Conquering, diplomacy, or purchase, right? So why does Palestine deserve a state? Please answer.
It's not about deserve. Again, the question at hand, the pertinent thing that we have to look at is, would Palestinian statehood be better or worse, not only for them, for Israel, and for us, than the conditions now? The question of deserve doesn't factor in it.
Do you think that they have shown a pattern of behavior?
Hold on.
Just to answer your question directly, no one deserves a state. What does that even mean, deserve a state, right?
Okay, well, I was responding to Soy, my bad. So Soy said they deserve a state.
Sure. Soy can make that argument. I don't know what argument.
Well, so here's my argument.
Hold on. I think
if I could just finish my point real quick. My argument tonight is that what we're doing when it comes to Israel and Palestine, what Israel is doing, what Palestine is doing, what America is doing, what the international community is doing, none of it is working. What we need is something new. And yes, there are difficulties in getting a state for Palestinians. But one of the reasons that Hamas and other terrorist organizations, Qatar and all these other extremist organizations, have been able to use the Palestinians to strike at Israel is because they are in this kind of quasi-stateless like limbo where they don't have access to their own resources and government. And it creates this really where they're very susceptible to the types of predations where people like Hamas and others can use them for their.
Do you think that Britney Spears has shown a pattern of behavior as a responsible adult that should be able to take care of herself?
Look,
no, it's an honest question. Do you believe that? Do you
she's
believe that
done
Britney
some crazy
Spears,
shit? But I'm not a Britney Spears expert.
But hold on, so she was under a conservatorship, right? And everybody fought for Britney Spears to be independent, right? And Britney Spears became independent. They freed Britney Spears, right? Free Britney, and she started dancing in her fucking living room with knives and doing drugs, and she's marrying people and fucking like breaking up with them a week later, right?
Okay.
Now, hey,
unlike other celebrities,
this is not a. This is hold on.
I also dance about.
I see where you're going with it.
This is not a one-to-one comparison. What I'm saying is, right, when you have what your argument is, which is, will the world, will Israel, will everybody be better if Palestine has a state? My argument is, do you think that the people in Britney Spears' house are safer or in more danger now that she's free.
Well, wait, this is a very good analogy. In fact, I actually kind of agree with, because maybe we can find some common ground here. First of all, if you think the Palestinians right now is a stateless and letting as Israel do whatever they want entity are safer, absolutely not. They've had more deaths now than I think ever in history. And correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe they died a lot more in the Nakba. But when you say a conservatorship, I think you would agree. Brittany might have deserved, I don't know fully, but she probably needed a conservator, right? Like,
yes,
right. So what I think maybe Wick would agree with this is, like, when we say that Palestinians deserve a state, independence and statehood and the ability to not have someone else control your resources, not have someone else control your travel, does not mean that you don't have any sort of oversight, right? So when I think of a statehood that maybe Americans would be supporting in Palestine, which is to let them have their own autonomy, let them travel freely, but perhaps it might look like something that was post World War II Japan or Germany, where we say, hey, but you can't have a military, and we have some sort of like say over how these things are, or with the Iran deal, where we say, hey, yeah, you can have nuclear facilities, but we're going to have third-party people come in and watch. That doesn't mean they don't have a state. That doesn't mean these civilians are oppressed, but it does mean that there's some sort of oversight to make sure that they're not, foreign.
Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Here's the flaw in the logic. I'm going to give it back to you, Gibbs. I don't want to hijack the whole thing.
Oh, you're good.
But the flaw in your logic is, right, Britney Spears is still Britney Spears. So what you're talking about is a transfer of conservatorship from a different person that's overseeing Britney Spears to make sure she doesn't stab her fucking kids, right? So what I'm saying is, right, have the Palestinian people, have they displayed over the past 70 years a pattern of behavior of people that can take care of themselves, make good decisions, pick their own government, right? Have they done that? No, they haven't.
Well, I think the problem there, Misfit, is that the worse it has gotten is kind of almost directly proportional to how little freedoms they do have. Like
37, 47, 68, 73. It's a pattern. It's a big pattern, dude.
I understand that there are reasons why Palestinian peoples might oppose certain, secessions of territories and all that. But what I'm saying is, the worse that you let Israel say, hey, we're going to control every aspect of your life, I think the greater resistance you're going to see, the more kind of October 7th violence you'll see, because they have no other option. There's no, hey, let's vote on the super nice people into power that are going to negotiate a little better. There's no, hey, you know what? I don't like this government, so I'm going to go migrate to a different place. Egypt
also occupied the area, and they also had resistance back then. They had
I'm not saying no resistance will ever happen.
That's an important point. Let's look at Egypt. What's the difference between Egypt and Palestine? What's one of the major differences?
And because I would wall with razor wire.
Egypt has responded right in a way that the Palestinians haven't. It's because Egypt has a state.
Egypt has a state because Egypt is Egypt. It's been there. It's already been a state.
Egypt has a state because Egypt is Egypt. Can you?
No, Egypt is in the fucking Bible, dude. Egypt has been there. It's pre-established.
Hold on.
You're talking about establishing.
Egypt. Hold on. Let's give Gibbs his go ahead and let Gibbs.
He's I mean, I know that sounds dumb, like on the surface when you say, "Oh, Egypt has a state because it's been there," but like even under like Rome, it's like identified as its own section, like, right? It's like, oh, under Rome, this is Egypt. We identify it as Egypt because, it's been in existence for thousands of years. They have a national identity.
But in that
Palestine's never had that up until the 40s. Up until I think the Ottoman Empire, like 1920, they were the Levant. Whoa, let's zoom it in. They were the Levant, and we're getting into zooming. I'll fix that in a second. But they were the Levant, right, in the region, and all these people identified it that way. And so now you're sitting here going, oh, they deserve this national thing. They don't deserve that. And like you're saying, oh, I didn't say that, but you're basically saying that, right? You're saying because, oh, all these things bad, but whenever it's everything Mr. Patriot said, every time they've had a chance to get their leadership, guess who got a Nobel Peace Prize? Arafat, somebody they basically kicked out of not the West Bank, but the other side, Gaza, because they go, oh, these are the PLO, too corrupt. They're too corrupt. They're basically gangsters. They kicked them out. And then what do? Instead of getting rid of the gangsters and putting some actual change there, hey, guess what they did? They elected Hamas, who's never let them have an election since then, and still enjoys, to this day, popular support, despite committing atrocities left and right and tearing up their infrastructure to make bombs and using the people's human shields. Clearly, they can't be trusted at the act for themselves.
The problem with trying to measure popular support in Palestine currently with Hamas is that if you don't support them, Hamas will kill you. So you better fucking say you support.
Well, whose fault is that?
Right?
You gave them that power
to get an accurate portrayal.
How many millions of people live in Palestine?
Hold on, let
the
Wick finish.
Palestinian people actually think. And to answer your point, right? Like the Egypt of 100, 200, 300 years ago looks remarkably different than the Egypt today, and how it's governed.
But they can still
and
trace
how
their
it's-
lineage
how
back.
how the state operates, all these things. But the fact that it does have a state means that it has, and its people see it having a future. One of the things that Palestinians are desperate for is a future. And yes, I agree. They have been governed by real bad actors
That they
for a real
elected.
long
That they
time that have
chose.
been a danger to Israel. But the problem is you keep wanting to do the same thing and you are expecting a different result. And
They're
what I am
doing
advocating for and arguing for tonight is that we do something that's different
They're
than what we
doing
have
it.
been doing for the last 80 years.
You keep saying we. They're doing it. They elected Hamas,
Well,
right? They elected
Misfit, you
Yasser
gotta-
Arafat.
Well,
They
again,
did.
you got to look at this again. You have a population of millions, like you pointed out, and to say, first of all, let's say like 90% of them.
That's the answer.
90% of is 2 million, right? 90. Let's say 90% of them voted for Hamas. So first of all, like to Wick's point about whether or not they need to support them, obviously I agree there is some sort of weird coercion there where it's kind of hard to say you don't support Hamas. But let's just say they all did. It makes perfect sense for the people to turn to some sort of violent repression against the the violence that they're facing, and to say that, well, Egypt is Egypt because Egypt's always been there because of the Bible. Like Egypt in the Bible times doesn't even closely resemble Egypt now or
Hold on.
Egypt,
But it's still
20 years
hold
ago.
on,
And
sorry.
the idea that like because Palestine was only an area that they declared to be Palestine in like the Ottoman times, which I'm not even sure if that's true. They might have called it that before that. Doesn't matter as to whether or not people, when I say deserve, because you keep coming back to this, deserve a state. It's not like, oh, did you earn it? Oh, here's your brownie points for the revolution, Americans. The idea is that people always are going to want to make their own decisions. And if you don't let them and you oppress them and you keep them locked up and you don't let them control their own resources, they're going to revolt. And you need inevitably to let these people do something that doesn't make them want to violently lash back.
Here's what you're doing. You're conflating the British in the American Revolution to the people, right, that is in the current government. So all right, as an American, let's say we Americans elected somebody for president. That person became an authoritarian dictator. In fact, a terrorist regime.
Let's say that's happening.
You don't know. You don't know
It
shit
already
about.
happened
You don't
in
know
Biden.
shit about authoritarianism in America because it's never fucking existed. All right. If our current government moved into Mexico, slaughtered 1,200 people, and I'm using a 1-to-1 comparison, not a fucking relative, right? I'm talking about if we did what Hamas did. Okay, you're saying that those people who are oppressed should have done something because they saw that they were under this type of authoritarian rule. What if their own government, right? What if our own government did what Hamas did? Do you think that we would have a duty, a right, in fact, an obligation to overthrow our own government, not Mexico's government? Not even if we thought Mexico was being cunts, right? If we videotaped ourselves raping women, cutting people's heads off, burning old ladies, right?
Killing 1 million Iraqis, Abu Ghraib.
No.
What if we did that?
Just use a simple 1-to-1 comparison of exactly what Hamas did, right? If the American government that we elected did that and we didn't uprise, nobody should support us. We deserve nothing from the rest of the world. If we don't fight
this isn't
back.
a 1-to-1. The problem with your analogy here is it's not a 1-to-1 comparison. The fact that like
it's
we
way
as
more,
American citizens have abilities and rights, gun ownership and things like that, that the
I
Palestinian
don't give a
people
fuck,
under
dude.
Hamas does not.
No, the
Again,
Palestinians
our
outnumber.
ability-
Hold on,
Let Wick finish. Let Wick
our
finish.
ability
Go ahead.
to affect change in our government is fundamentally different under Hamas the Palestinians have, and to act as if they have this like the same ability as an American would have in order to seek redress from their government is just faulty. Like, do they have a moral duty to resist their government? You could even argue that.
Yeah, I'm a little confused by the analogy, Wick, too, because like he says, well, Wick,
Hold
he's
on,
like
hold on. Let Wick
Okay,
land his
go ahead,
plane.
sorry.
He's been very gentle with everyone.
Okay,
Go ahead,
fair
Wick. Finish it.
I can be rough. Don't worry.
He can.
No, here we go. But the fundamental issue at hand is that, again, if we are to change their behavior, I don't care about what is just or deserved. I care in a very pragmatic sense about what will work and what won't work. And it's clear that your method is not working.
What do you mean? Our method hasn't been tried yet. Trump's plan is about, I don't know, 3 weeks in. But hold on, let's go back to what
and already they're still killing
hold
each other,
on.
man.
Yeah, no. Now they're killing each other. They're not killing Jews anymore. Right?
No, hold on.
Now you
Israel's
have
bombing them.
Now you have the Dagmoosh or whatever the fuck it's called, right? Which is more Palestinians, other terrorist factions who are now going after Hamas because they showed weakness by capitulating and giving the hostages back. That's
right.
how
And
it
you're
works
making the argument
over
that those people should try to revolt, and they have
No,
a
what I'm making
responsibility
the argument is if that's their reaction to a peace deal, they don't deserve a fucking country. Right?
Well, hold on, Misfit. I can't see how you're not seeing that these are not the same groups of people. You're literally wait, hold on. You're literally describing the Hamas government executing people they see as collaborators with Israel or the enemy, and you're telling me that those people don't deserve self-determination. Who have I don't know if those people specifically that are being killed have done anything wrong, but are clearly not aligned with and don't support Hamas and are being killed by them. And the argument that the only thing that they should do, their moral responsibility, is to revolt against Hamas when clearly that will get them killed. And if they don't do that, they don't deserve autonomy, just doesn't really ring true to me. And it especially doesn't make sense to me when you use this America analogy, because we did go in Iraq and kill hundreds of thousands of civilians, and half the country supported it.
Yeah,
they did not revolt. So like I don't.
Today we've been bombing Venezuelan fishing boats.
Fishing?
What
are they fishing for? Cocaine?
You don't know that. Give me any proof.
It's already been confirmed.
Give me 1 ounce of evidence.
I will show you a video where the
you can just Google countries around there have confirmed that they got coke out of the water from the boats they blow up. Several countries have now.
When the DO,
hold on, what do you said? Give you any proof? There's proof. Just Google that.
When they
but hold on,
hold on. Let Gibbs finish.
Let me just a bit here. I'm sitting here. One. I see this super chat showing, right? And I don't know if they're exact accurate, but I know that the region has been named a whole bunch of stuff, like Greater Judea. We've had the Levant, other different empires, and we mentioned Egypt, right? And Soybill objected saying modern Egypt's not the same as whatever. Well, let's check this out. What country is considered to have the longest continuous history in the world? Oh, China. Would you say communist China is remotely the same as, I don't know, the Qin dynasty? Fuck no, it's not remotely the same at all. So it's still the same continuous country. They still have the same national identity. Egypt, same thing. They still have a national identity. Palestine's never had an identity. And you look at the earliest ideas of Palestinian nationalism, it happens under the Ottoman Empire with rich Palestinians basically being corrupt and going, let's buy a region. That's what happened, right? That's not like any sort of actual claim to the land. Now, when we're sitting here talking about what you're talking about, Hamas, well, okay, you said there's 2 million people. I don't know if that's true. I know there's more than one. But let's just run with the 2 million number. There's the most fighters Hamas has at any given time that we've estimated. It's 43 to 48,000. Yeah, right. Okay, you can get 2 million people with the body heat and kill all of Hamas. Right? I don't want to hear they need the guns. And when you sit here and talk about the guns, let's look at Texas. I'll use that as an example. I brought it up. Goliad and the Alamo. We used way less guns to be way bigger of a force and got the job fucking done.
Wait, what happened at the Alamo?
We lost, but we killed enough of them that we could beat them at San Jacinto.
Oh, we beat them a week later, dude.
And then, hold on, I'm not. Well, not yet. I got one more. Hold on. When you're sitting here saying these things about the guns and all this shit, it's pretty clear that they have no problem getting the guns. When he just mentioned the Dagmoosh being another group that's got guns and are fighting, and it's like, oh, okay, these guys are so bad. Well, hey, I guess they were creative. They're the rednecks of the Arab world. They took water plants and turned them into fucking missiles. Okay, cool. So it's clearly they don't have a problem figuring out a way to kill everybody. So hey, I don't think that's the reason. I think that what you're trying to say is you don't respect the Palestinians, and you think they have a big case of Poseidon, and you need a Daddy America to come save them. And guess what? I'm saying time for Daddy America to let the people over there kill each other. That's what I'm saying, and let them do it themselves and figure it out, because it's not our fucking problem no more.
Yeah, well, here's the deal. What with we, the word "we" that Wick keeps using, we, right?
Yes, the American people.
We, right? We need to do this. Okay, we never needed to do this. Okay, what we needed to do was back up our ally by selling them weapons, which is what we did. Right, that's what we do with our ally Israel. Right, Palestine is not an ally.
Do we have a duty to keep our allies safe?
What do we have a duty to keep our allies safe? No, we do not have it.
We do not have a allies be more safe.
We do not have a duty to keep anyone safe but America.
Not even
right?
our allies.
Right.
We have
No, there is
duty
no
towards
duty.
our
There is
allies.
no.
But even
there
if we like signed an agreement that said we have to, and it's literally an obligation under.
Well,
like,
I mean, every government changes every 4 years. So if Bill Clinton says that we got to keep Ukraine safe, right, and then a new president comes in, we don't have to keep Ukraine safe, right? So it's something like that, right? Do we
That's
have
not how that works?
Can one administration create a duty for the entire country to another nation
Yes.
that lasts a long
Yeah.
time? I
That's
don't believe
how
so.
it works. Because if it
I don't
doesn't, then
believe
no
so.
country will ever work with you if they know that 4
Well,
years
then-
later you're not
then
going to be
fuck
able
it
to
all the time.
uphold any
Well, then
agreements.
fuck
And
that
Yeah.
country.
and this
Yeah.
is also why
Yes.
traditionally we've
Hold
the
on, but when did
administration
the
haven't
United
changed our
States?
foreign policy that much. Our
Go ahead, Wick.
foreign policy leaders, experts, and such like that have tended to go through several administrations, right, in order
Sure.
to have this continuity of policy. That's generally been the case in
Okay,
American history.
but here's the deal.
Until we
Right,
need to change
earlier, you were talking about how the Dagmush is like, oh well, these people are clearly they're resisting, blah blah blah. Do you have any idea what happens during these regime changes or weakness that's shown in a regime when these other factions come out and start, like the Assad regime? You remember when Assad fucked off to Russia and because a bunch of other terrorists were like fucking even worse, right? This is what happens throughout history in the Middle East, right? And look, I'm not saying all of them. I'm saying that the vast majority of people in these Sharia practicing nations, in these Muslim nations, right? They don't look at things the same as you and me. They don't look at diplomacy as, hey, let's have a conversation. They look at it as, hey, let's kill everybody. And then we get to stand right there and we get to hoard the food. We get to take over the trucks. So when you see the Dagmush, right, going after Hamas because they made a peace deal that Donald Trump put together, that doesn't mean Dagmush good guy. That means Hamas 2.0 trying to make Hamas 1.0 no more Hamas, right? And then we would just be talking about the Dagmush.
Again, this is why a peace deal alone is insufficient. A peace deal has to be the start.
But hold on, Wick. You just were saying okay. All right, Soy and you just argue we should support our allies, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's just take this to its forward.
Hold on. Do you disagree with that? Just to on the starting point.
I will say that.
I know
I would say
Mystic
most
kinda
of the
does,
time.
but do you?
Well, I would say most of the time, yes. I mean, there are situations where I might disagree. Okay, but like it's situational.
But as a
generally,
rule,
yeah.
as a general
as a
principle,
general rule, sure. But then that's going to lead into my next point. Is if you remember, we just talked about Iraq. There was one group in Iraq that really was happy America came to town, and that was the Kurds. And they acted as our translators. They've sat here and acted like our agents in Syria. We've backed them. But however, we left them to die whenever we pulled out. And
that is a shame on our country.
It's a shame. Hold on. Just let me hear me out. And I've sat here and you argued strategically it would be better for the region to give the Palestinians a state. Well, I disagree. I think it would make more chaos, but that's fine. Let's just take your idea for what it's worth and say that's true. Okay, I don't hear you or anybody advocating that we give the Kurds their historical land, which they actually have a claim to, while they've been just as oppressed in greater numbers than the Palestinians ever have. They've been killed in much larger numbers.
I'm not.
Wait. Hold on.
Hold on.
I have to ask before you move on. No, I have to ask this.
Hold on. Let him finish, and then you can come back.
Well, he's saying something that's not true. I need to ask about it. Like,
at least let him finish. Write it down.
Do Kurds not have their own like land in Iraq that is like they have their own airport and they have their own like
their own autonomous
kind of
land
elections? Yeah.
However, unlike that, they've had to fight tooth and nail, and they've gotten somewhat to their own extent. However, no, they still don't have full rights compared, and they've tried to break away several times, even recently. And it's not been allowed because guess why? It would destabilize the region with our other allies, Turkey, and all these other people, and even some of our enemies like Iran. And all of a sudden, we don't have a problem fucking the Kurds over, and y'all, the Dems, are totally silent about it. But hey, guess what? When it's convenient to hate Israel, y'all sure are quick to jump on the Palestinian side.
Well, hold on. The reason we're talking about Palestinians tonight is because that's the prompt. If the prompt was Kurdistan and the Kurds, we would be talking about
pick
Kurds.
The fucking prompt. So I have a fucking problem with you.
Palestinians.
And to be fair, the Democrats have criticized the pulling out and the abandoning of the Kurds for the last like 10 years. Well, not 10 years.
And then they backed Erdogan or whatever his name is in Turkey multiple times.
Erdogan, yeah.
Oh yeah.
They did back Erdogan, but again, like if you were to bring all of these facts to me and say, hey, like, do you think that not letting the Kurds have their own state is going to cause more unrest and like, I think I have a friend actually who lives there, and she was showing me like how they're about to go to war when the Iran stuff started. Yeah, I do think that maybe giving them a state could alleviate some of the pressure and make some of the civilian sentiment not so adamantly anti everyone else who's controlling their entire lives. Yeah, if that was the case. Again, I'm not super informed about Kurdistan, but this is, I guess this is a whataboutism where it's like, yeah, I would be consistent in the same case. I would want them to have a state. I do think that would help.
Overall stance is so like you
just I'm not the Democratic Party. I'm Wick.
Hold on, but you are the representatives for him tonight. So I mean, you do have
to. Okay, well, yeah, and the conclusion to that would be obviously Admiral Gibbs that we would say the Democrats should support a Kurdistan state. Yeah, okay.
Okay, and then why don't they? So if they're not doing it now, why should
I don't know. I'm not informed about it.
For our ally, why should we take the claim seriously?
Let me hold on. Let me take this moment to just reset the panel. We were doing really awesome on the back and forth. Let's get back to that and less of the chiming in between each other's sentences. Gibbs, I'm going to kick it back to you and then take it from there.
Yeah, I mean, I was just asking the last question here, like to y'all, really, like why, if you're going to say, you said y'all made the prompt that it's Palestine, right? Why would we take any claim from you, the Dems, saying, hey, we want Palestine for any real reason, seriously, whenever y'all's party openly has supported basically the oppression of the Kurds with backing the Edgerton on other sorts of shit? Trump has not done that. Trump called them out on all sorts of stuff. And so when you're sitting here going, hey, we should back Palestine, and I'm going, hey, they're not even our ally, and you're sitting here saying we should support our allies, hey, we're not going to support the Kurds, seems pretty sus, bro.
If you are under the impression, just real quick, if you are under the impression that I support every single policy or every single decision that the Democratic leadership has made in the last 20 years, you are sorely mistaken. I've criticized my party, the Democratic Party, on several occasions, right? Recently, and in perpetuity to the past when it comes to certain styles of play that the Democrats have. I find myself to be a Democrat because of the positions I hold. I do not hold the positions I held because I'm a Democrat. There's a big difference there. So when we talk about, right, this idea of Kurdistan, I'd be happy to research it. I might come to a different conclusion. But right now, I'm talking tonight about Palestine.
Okay. And wait, hold on real quick, because I did Google it, and like Chuck Schumer and other prominent Democrats have supported an independent Kurdistan, so I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. Like,
hold on. Wick, did you have anything else you were finishing in that moment? Your own partner cut you off. Go ahead.
Well, only this, and I'll be very brief. Is that, again, I think that evidence points that the peace deals and all the half measures that we've taken with Palestine and Israel have not been good for Palestine. And it has not been good for Israel. It led to October 7th, after all, right? And we need a different strategy and a different way of doing things.
Okay, can I jump in now? First of all, I'm gonna just completely unrelated side note. Listen, you fucking nerds in the chat, you can shut up. Because honestly, I'm gonna find your mom. I'm gonna take her to Red Lobster. We're gonna share some cheddar biscuits, and then I'm gonna give her sweet loving. All right. Next. Okay. So, Wick, what you're saying is that there's this, like, it's not working. Okay. Yes. The peace deal has been in effect for a few weeks now, a couple weeks. It's working, right? They're not killing each other, right? Now,
the ceasefire's been broken.
The ceasefire. Hold on. Let me finish, right? But has there been an active war where both sides are in the same zone since the peace deal was enacted? No, right?
There is specific criteria for whether or not they're killing each other.
Please let him finish.
There's no Israeli officers past the yellow zone, right, in that region, killing any Hamas Palestinians, anybody, and there's no Palestinians past the yellow region killing any Israelis. That's not happening. When you say the ceasefire has been broken, you're referring to news headlines where a freaking bottle rocket came over the yellow line, and they talk about it like it's the worst thing ever.
Or but the majority, hold on. Them. I mean,
but the majority,
let him finish.
They're not bombing the region that was agreed to in the peace deal. They're bombing other regions because there's a war on three fronts now. What I'm saying is the outline, the framework of phase one of the peace deal is working in the framework of the peace deal, right? This is a very complex issue, and so far it's working. Secondly, right, long term, think about this, right? You're talking about It's not working, so try something new. The something new that was just implemented by Trump, and that's probably why you hate it, hasn't been actually tested yet. And you're already saying it's not working. That's like literally saying, all right, I just put a cake in the oven and it's not done yet, so the cake is obviously not going to get made, right? Let it fucking bake, all right? Like, leave it alone for a minute and wait. Now, here's why I think the peace deal will work, because Donald Trump is not having the United States of America and Israel police this thing, right? They're having the Abrahamic Accord following partners, other regions, right? Kind of just like, negotiate this. Like they're kind of proxies. So let's say, and I know that, we can all be negative and say, oh, that's not going to happen, but let's just say it does, right? Let's say this whole thing fucking works out. Let's say the other Arab nations, Syria, Jordan, Egypt, and I want to say Saudi Arabia, right? Let's say all those nations come in there and they go, look, this is going well, right? Yeah, sure, you and the Dagmoosh are kicking the shit out of each other, but whatever, right? But everything's going well. Let's start to clean up Gaza. Let's start building in Gaza. Let's actually rebuild Gaza, right? And sure, the Palestinians don't get their own country, right? But it does keep them at bay. And then let's say the Abrahamic, let's say the Abrahamic people. Hold on.
Right?
Let me say the Abrahamic people start building property in that region. Now, anytime that there's a threat to that region, it's not Israel's land, it's not Palestine's land, it's the surrounding region. So they're going to have an incentive not to do it.
Soy, I wanted to hand it back to you since you were trying to get something in there.
Yeah, I don't know. I got kind of lost in the hypothetical. The idea that the ceasefire is working because Israel's blowing up parts of Gaza, but not the parts that they weren't supposed to. I mean, they're literally saying we'll return to the ceasefire after strikes. Like, you can look up this is happening. It's like, oh, it's just headlines. It's like, that's what they're doing. They're violating the ceasefire. So if you're saying, if you're saying that it's not working or it is working, I agree. This could potentially come to a place where there is less violence in the region. Obviously, that's a possibility. My understanding of the history of this place is that no, the people whose families have just been annihilated for the past couple of years and have been occupied for more than that are not going to suddenly be like, well, I'm totally fine with this because now some other country is determining how I can and cannot live my life. I'll forget about all the atrocities that have been done to me. I think this is just going to lead to more violence, and I think one of the only ways to get out of that is to let people have the sort of self-determination that I think comes with the statehood, and I just don't see that happening under the current your Twizzlers are cracking in the mic.
Yeah, I was gonna say I wanted to wait till Soy finished, but yeah.
I just don't like, again,
if you want to be taken seriously, stop using the word occupied, because I already explained to you how retarded that is.
What do you mean by it's not occupied?
Let's go with the plan. Let's go with this plan, right, that Trump has proposed, and let's say it does work. And I hope it does. Like, honestly, I would.
And it's not a hypothetical; it's just the proposed plan. I'm just telling you.
But I would give Trump all the credit in the world if he did bring priests to the region. Beautiful. I'd still not vote for him for other reasons, but I will give him kudos for that.
Fair.
However, okay, let's say it does work. Do Palestinians get a state then?
No, they don't get a state.
Do Palestinians get to vote in their Israeli elections?
No, they get to vote in their own election.
In their own election, but
it's
they don't
like
have
a state. It's like, hold on, region, right? So they get a region in Israel because they've been offered a state, like I told you in my opening, 11 fucking times, right? They don't get it at this point. No, I'm sorry, they don't.
They don't
maybe
get
down the road, maybe
forever
under
and
this,
ever, because
under this peace plan,
corrupt government and leadership
that they voted for
agree to the deals that were offered them.
Look, here's the deal, Wick. Okay, if you are offered something over and over and over again, and you keep slapping it out of the person's hand that's offering it to you, they'll stop offering it to you.
Under your analogy, though, it isn't them specifically, because most of the people in Palestine are very, very young. A lot of these offers came to their parents, their grandparents, or their grandparents, right? They weren't the ones that had the opportunity to reject or accept them. So what you're actually doing is punishing them for the sins of their fathers.
I'm not
I
doing
find that
anything.
fundamentally immoral.
It's not saying you, it's the proverbial you. And also you still haven't addressed, because you keep coming back to this. Like this is the one I do know about. The Oslo Accords did not say that they would create a Palestinian state, like explicitly. So like I don't know why you keep saying that they do.
No.
Yeah, I think Gibbs.
there
Oh,
were
sorry. I
five-
was going to say I thought Gibbs wanted to chime in there, but
I would do want to chime in, but you could go ahead and say your
I
thing.
said there were. I said there were the five. I said there were the five big ones under the Oslo Accords. I said that there was no actual concessions in that one. I said they were rejected 5 times out of 11 deals, and out of 11 deals, 6 of them. Well, actually, technically 5 of them, because in that 11 is included the current one. All right, but five of them were rejected by the Arabs. 5 of them didn't come to any agreement, and 5 of them were just in talks, and the Oslo Accords are one of those. However, right, out of the 5 deals that were negotiated, to the point where the only thing that had to happen was the Palestinians or the Arabs, depending on the time, was to say, yes, we will stop killing Jews, they would have had a country. And they don't have a country because they said no, dude. It's like, if you keep giving somebody this opportunity to have your own country and you go, it's not good enough, right? Well, then eventually somebody's going to go, okay, no country for you then.
Right. Again, Misfit, I understand that you're saying there's certain, like, let's take the 1947, which is like very clearly this was just a rejection of what would have been a Palestinian state. And the idea... Yeah, like the idea that, okay, so they didn't accept it for various reasons. One of them being that it's like, hey, you're giving up all this territory that was already ours. That might be a valid reason, it might not be. But then to say, well, for any reason that the government or whoever was elected at the time made a decision not to accept it, you don't deserve autonomy. You deserve to have people determine your resources and your life and whether or not you can travel, because otherwise, these people in power are never going to be happy, and maybe you won't be happy. Like, this doesn't really follow. And that's why we're saying, like, yeah, this is collective punishment of people that don't have self-determination and can't even decide whether
they do. They have self-determination in Jordan. They have self-determination in Egypt. They have self-determination in Syria. They have self-determination in all these other places that they're actually from.
The people who Syria, Jordan, and Egypt won't let in are not given self-determination by Israel.
Why they let them in? Okay, a couple questions. Okay, this is important here, right? You said, you said they're mainly young.
Acknowledge that's true.
I will acknowledge that. What is your question, King?
Okay. No, it's not a question.
They won't be let in. They won't be let in. Why do we acknowledge they don't get let in? Yeah, I will acknowledge Egypt doesn't let them in. Yeah, and there's a reason for that, and that's what I'm
not Egypt doesn't let the Palestinians that are currently not let in to Egypt, Jordan, Syria, all these other countries do not have currently self-determination. That Israel does not let them have self-determination.
Why is that?
No. Egypt's not letting them in. Syria's not letting them in.
Doesn't let them have self-determination. I agree.
Hold on, but Wick, why? Okay, but hold on. Let's go through a couple things y'all made your claims you made. First, let's talk about they're all very young. God damn it, it's doing it again, right? Why are they all so young? Well, it's because they've all died. They've all fought and died after choosing their government, which is some evil terrorist organization. They've done it several times now, and they fought battles they knew they couldn't win. They fought with bad leadership. This doesn't bode well for their future, right? And then you sit here and you go, hey, all right, why are they sitting here going now? They don't have self-determination. Well, it's because they have ties in Egypt to the Muslim Brotherhood. And guess what? Egypt has been rounding up the Muslim Brotherhood and killing all of them. All right. So when you're sitting here going, hey, maybe Egypt doesn't want to let more Muslim Brotherhood terrorists or associated terrorists come in. Of course, they're not going to let them do that. That would be stupid of Egypt's part, right?
The reason why the Muslim Brotherhood and these other organizations can take Palestinians and make them into extremists is because Palestinians don't have a state. The stateless are very easy and susceptible to be predated upon by these organizations.
You're ignoring history. Why doesn't Jordan let him in? Because Jordan
I'm not ignoring history.
Jordan let in millions of them. And what happened? They tried to overthrow the monarchy and created a civil war. They've done the same thing in Syria, which is what Assad was doing. He's cracked down on them. And guess what? We're seeing in Lebanon. Guess what? Right after they lost in Jordan, what did they do? They moved to Lebanon and they started another civil war there. Every single fucking time they've done this, right? And so you go, why aren't they letting them in? They don't have the right to self-determination. No, they do have the right to self-determination. self-determination. They've had their little area that they somewhat control. Whether or not they think it's properly controlled enough to their liking is a whole different question. But every time they get a chance, what do? They input a terrorist group that's got insane values or are basically gangsters in power, and then they go and kill these people. And you go, oh, well, this time it'll be different. No, it won't, because the only adults left are the leadership of these terrorists.
It won't be different unless you do it differently. It won't be differently. It won't be different unless you do it differently. And one of the things we need to do differently is to promote a state that they have, because you are correct. They are getting these corrupt quasi-governmental organizations that run them, but this is from bad actors in Qatar, I should say, Qatar, Iran, other hotbeds, right? Hotbeds of terrorist activity that are funneling in resources to promote these things. And they are susceptible to it because, in part, they are a stateless people.
Wick, do you think that the people in Venezuela and Cuba are living a good life? Do you think that they are happy people that are free people? Do you think
in Venezuela? Probably not. They're governed by Maduro, which is
correct, right?
Is the argument that people can live in a state and the state might not be good?
If you let me finish my argument, I could tell you the argument instead of you asking about the argument before I finish the argument. So the people they have self-determination because they are a state and they elected a government that is oppressing them. Okay. This is the argument I'm making. You're asking whether or not the Palestinian people, who have shown a pattern of behavior of electing bad actors as their leaders, deserve self-determination. And I'm making the comparison to Venezuela or Cuba.
Right. Misfit, do you think that Venezuelans would be more likely to support Venezuelan terrorism if instead of their own state oppressing them or if whatever is happening is because of like who they elected, America was coming in, which we might do, and do a regime change and say, we're controlling all of your resources, we're controlling your day-to-day life, we're controlling your travel, and any and all forms of expression against that are the only like valid way they see to express opposition to that is violence against America. Yeah, that would be bad. And I would say at least let the Venezuelans, sit in their own like whatever mess they made, but don't have some other government.
False dichotomy. Look, here's.
Well, I'm making your analogy one to one. You're saying
you're not. You're changing the analogy, right? To make it something else. You're making it the situation in in some hypothetical world where Israel is intentionally oppressing a people group, right? Where they're not. They're trying to protect themselves.
Whoa. You don't think that Israel is intentionally? You can say it's justified, and there are conditions where
if Mexico was firing 5,000 fucking rockets into America, America would oppress Mexico.
Sure,
right?
But what you are arguing here is that there is justified oppression, not that there's no oppression.
Sure, I can argue that the actions of Israel are oppressive in a self-defense. Like, and look, the person who tries to beat me up that gets the shit kicked out of them will say that guy that fucking beat me up is oppressing me.
Would you starve his family to death?
That's not true, right? Like, look, the only people that are starving Palestinians are the people ruling over Palestinians, and that's not Israel.
It's not the people controlling the amount of food that goes in and out of Palestine.
Well, hold on. It's funny. It's funny you say that.
You're both going. Which one of you wants to take
absolutely
it?
right. Misfit's absolutely right. You brought up the tunnels earlier, and Soypill just goes, well, who's starving them? Well, that's interesting. Why did Hamas get put in power? It was literally because the PLO in Gaza, or later the PLA, they decided, hey, we're going to build these tunnels. They're smuggling tunnels. They were gangsters. They hoarded the food. They rode around, acting like they were Capone. The people that were living there at the bottom level, they didn't get nothing. They were fucked. And guess what? They go, you know what? Maybe the religious terrorists are going to be better than fucking, I don't know, the Al Capone of the Middle East, right? So they put these guys in power. So they chose one evil fucker to an even more evil fucker, and they have the option to choose none of the above. Right? We've already talked about how all these little groups got guns from everywhere. They could have armed revolution and fought their way and got a nice thing. They could have pulled a Gandhi and maybe done some sit-ins and got, Israel to give them all this other stuff. The way that it's amazing that Yasser Arafat got a peace prize. Gandhi.
Yeah. What if they did like a march of return to like the fence and then got sniped through their kneecaps like a bunch of times?
Yeah. What if all the people there also cheered as they literally have videos of women being SA'd to death came back? What if? You're sitting here acting like there's not 6,000 1,000 years of bad blood, and it's just going to, go away peacefully with this two-state solution. It's never going to happen. They're never going to be okay living next to each other.
The reason I brought up Venezuela, the reason I brought up the Maduro regime is because I'm trying to hammer it into your fucking heads, and it never works, right? Which is why I don't want to do these debates anymore about this particular topic, because you have this cognitive dissonance about Palestine where it's this group of fucking innocent people that don't fuck up their own quote region, right? That you think should be a country by making their own fucking decisions, right? The people in Venezuela made their own decisions.
I'm looking for the person you're arguing with right now. I don't see them. I don't think either of us has made that point. I'm just
hold on.
I'm just
No,
looking for who they are. Do I got a mouse in my pocket or something?
Look, no, because what happens is when I say that a people, right, in a region, country, whatever, just a group of people, right, elected a leader or a leaders, right, or a regime or whatever, right, that is making their lives hard. You're making some fucking weird, like, just stretch of the imagination that, well, it's not actually the terrorists that are the problem. It's the Jews that are like 5 miles away that are trying to protect themselves from the fucking terrorists.
I have never said that Hamas,
said the word occupation,
Iran,
like 50
and
fucking
even
times.
some of the extremist Palestinians aren't also part of the problem.
Dude,
but what
they
I am
are
saying
the fucking
is that the
problem.
Hold on,
solution
Misfit. Let
that I am
Wick go.
proposing is going to solve and alleviate much of all the problems surrounding it. I'm not here saying that Israel should be destroyed or that from the river to the sea, Palestine should be free.
I know you're
no,
not.
I am arguing that it is in America's interest, in the region's interest, for the Palestinian people to have self-governance and their own, again, self-determining state.
Expound on that.
What if they're evil, though? What if they're evil? Hold on, Wick. What if they're evil?
I don't support an evil state.
Oh, wait. No, I know what you're saying. No, Gibbs. No, I think I get what you're getting at. Look, do you think Jordan deserves a state?
No, I got a better one. Here's
no,
one.
it does. No, because look, Jordan elects leaders. Hezbollah is partly in power and is bombing Israel. Should Jordan have their statehood removed?
Yes.
Okay, see, that's where I'm getting at.
Is
like, I'm assuming you would say the same about anyone else that is involved in this. Lebanon didn't have a state.
Hold on, let's reset one at a time, please.
Every single Sharia practicing country should have their statehood removed. I said it. Boom.
And replaced by what?
Replaced by a fucking democracy or a republic.
Okay, that's a state. You understand?
Sure. Let's not use Sharia.
You're
Let's
just
use a different
looking at
state. Hold on,
changing how their state is governed.
Well,
and fair. But they still
No,
have
no,
a
hold-
Get rid of
fucking
it.
state.
Hold on, Wick. What
Make
if
it all
this
Israel.
country is actually evil? Like, let's pick an actual evil empire from history. I don't know. Like maybe the Aztecs.
Like
where
Russia,
they're sacrificing-
right now.
Americans.
No, let's use
Hold
the
on,
Aztecs.
hold on.
They
Let's
sat
not
here and sacrificed thousands and thousands. 1 3-day period, 88,000 people for one temple. Millions sacrificed over a long period of time, right? The Spanish come in there. There's an uprising against them. They team up with the Spanish. And I guess, you picked your poison. You picked the religious zealots from Spain over the Aztecs, and people have bitching about that in one way or the other. But Aztecs, I think we can agree, were an evil empire for my most extent, right? And so we're sitting here going, hey, well, at least they were self-determined. Like you sound like a jackass. Like, I mean, when we're sitting here going, oh, hey, good. I believe in Western values. And you're sitting here going, hey, you know what? It's better if we throw the gays off buildings. It's better if women suffer. It's better if all these things. Just because they're
No one
self-determined.
is saying this. I'm going to have to
That is
look
what
to
you're
see
saying.
who you're arguing with because it ain't.
Well, that's what you're
think-
saying because you're saying it's self-determined.
Gibbs, let me make an analogy. Wait, I need to make an analogy for Gibbs.
Down
Maybe he'll
to,
understand.
I see we're getting down to kind of like an ought claim in that aspect. If you guys want to dive down that angle, I see it here. Just a thought. So I go back to you, please.
Sure. So, like, America has done horrible things over its entire history, and I don't think that means you can't love America and you can't be a patriot or any of that. I'm not specifically talking about you, Misfit. It's literally anyone who says I love America does not mean you have to accept every awful thing that's ever happened. However, if Iraq somehow had the power post-Iraq war to come into our country and occupy our peoples and say, you only eat what we tell you to eat, we will not let you leave, and do everything that Israel is doing to Palestine, I would say that probably what's going to happen is you're going to get a huge American resistance that's trying to constantly blow up Iraq, especially if we were closer and somehow Americans had access to intercontinental ballistic missiles in their households, which some people might advocate for. Yeah, I think that's bad. I don't think it's justified. And I think that the inevitable thing that's going to end that violence and that resistance to that occupation is giving them a state and letting them make their own decisions, which inevitably might lead to bad things, like invading Iraq again. But that doesn't mean that the occupation is the way forward.
Are you all right? So what you're doing is you're refusing to acknowledge the pattern of behavior that I talked about earlier, right?
I'm not.
This is no. You are, because what I'm saying is, if you look through the pattern of behavior of this, because let's face it, I can do whataboutism all day. I can bring up Nigeria, I can bring up Africa, I can bring up all of it, right? I can bring up every other Middle Eastern place where this shit just keeps happening, right? But let's just focus on this place, right? I gave you 11 examples where there was negotiations or full-on actual peace deals that were proposed, right? So you have between 5 proposed peace deals and 6 negotiations. You have all 5 that were actually proposed, rejected, and you have war after war after war started by one side. You have 1948, the Arab-Israeli war that was started by the Arab coalition, right? It wasn't the Israelis. You have 1967, started by Palestinian Authority. You have this over and over again. And what you're saying is these people that keep on fighting, they keep on starting the fight, they keep on killing, raping, murdering, they should get a state. And my question is, why?
Well,
because without a state, with that variable being in place where they don't have a state, under those conditions, under those variables, they've rejected peace, and peace has been impossible.
So if you just reward the behavior,
change what is going on, change what we're doing. The height of insanity, the definition of insanity, is to do the same thing over and over and over again.
Your solution is to reward
a different
them.
Result. What I'm asking you to do is consider that perhaps the context in which these deals are being offered without a state present is a contributing factor. In fact, a major contributing factor to why these deals are being rejected.
And if we state offered all 5 times, all 5 times there was a state offered.
I want to hand it over to Gibbs.
Yeah, they had the state offered 5 times, like you said. He's gotten much more into that than I have. But on top of that, like, I don't want to sound like a dick, but we've talked about all this shit going down, and I'm going to be the dick. Get good scrub. That's why they don't have a state in the longest run. They can't win. They do heinous shit, and then they get their ass whipped. At least with the Aztecs, they did heinous shit, and they knew how to win. But, you know, these guys, they don't know how to win. They're losing. Why would we pick a loser to back them to get a state? And secondly, when they're doing evil shit,
because it saves Israeli lives.
There's no reason. No, it doesn't. Because
yes,
it's just
it
going to empower
will in the
them
long
to
term.
fester and do this in the long. Why? What in history gives you that evidence? In history, we know one of the first enemies America has is the Barbary pirates, the Barbary states. And they sat there and they said, because Islam told us we could do this. And that was why. And that is fundamentally against Western values and against America. Why do you sit here and tell me that when we have a democracy that's friendly to us in the region, that if we give these people a state, when they've rejected it, and then when they have tried to get it, they've done it through heinous shit and lost. Like, why would we ever want to give these people a state? There's no logical sense to this. Like, explain it.
It's a good argument.
Okay, because when you have, again, people who are stateless, they are more likely to engage in these heinous behaviors because they have nothing to lose.
Why don't Texans engage
when
in
you
heiness
offer
behavior?
them, again, I'm not saying that we should just
wait. Don't let him move on to that. He just brought up Texas, like he didn't just argue about how they fought a fucking war to have their independence. Isn't that the whole point?
Hold on. Hand it back to Wick. Wick was trying to finish the thought there. And
sure.
then we can
look, I'll let you. Soy, after this, you can pin him on the Texas thing, okay? I just don't give a shit about
I'm gonna
Texas.
write it down.
So fuck Texas.
I'm going to write it down right next to
real.
Britney Spears.
But second of all, right? Okay? Right? Like, when we have
crazy work.
And it's like a people, right? And a group that is stateless. They are more susceptible to extremist actions. We know this is true. We've seen this over and over and over again throughout history. What I'm asking us to do, and again, I'm not saying to do it tomorrow. I'm not saying we snap our fingers, say there's a state, and we do nothing else. This is going to be a project of years to do. But overall, if we do it correctly, then we will have a at least better state than we have now.
So
and look, I would even be fine with the argument. Look, and just real quick, if you don't want to give them a state and instead want to let them into Israel to have full voting rights in Israel, I think that would work too. But they do. Hold on. You think
they vote in
Palestinians
the
can vote
election,
in Israel?
dude? The Palestinians are on the Supreme Court. Arabs are on the Supreme
The people
Court
in
in front of
the
Gaza
Palestinians
aren't
that are
able to vote
already in
Israel's elections?
Israel, not
Yes, they
Oh,
have the
so-
opportunity to acknowledge that Israel is the fucking country they live in, and they can live in peace with Israelis. So occupation, genocide, all these fucking arguments, they don't work. Go ahead, Gibbs. You zoom.
Well, I didn't mean to do that, but I'll use that as a cue. I guess the thing is working for me here. But yeah, I mean, Wick, weren't you today doing an episode on nationalism being a danger to individual liberty, right?
Jewish
and
nationalism,
one of the ideas,
Palestinian nationalism, all the nationalism.
Sure. So one of the
are
ideas
evil.
that you espoused during this thing, if I recall correctly, was that it's a pan-national idea. So it should be an ethnic group across like city lines, like across borders, right? So the Palestinians in Israel and then the Palestinians in Gaza would be a good example. They're in two different regions, but they share a cultural identity, a nation state, right? And that's kind of would that be an
you understand that in the hold on. You understand that in
that's what you're
national
saying.
terms that they are not the same nation, right? Like so
Sure.
the Jewish nation is
I understand that, but you would agree that if the Palestinians all got together and wanted to form a national identity based on their
nationalism would be against mixing these two, right? It would be against mixing these two. So
that's my
having
point.
The Palestinian people with the Jewish people, right, would be anti-nationalist in nature.
Thank you so much, Rick, for my point. So my point was the Palestinians are purely trying to do this on a cultural identity, on an ethnic group. We want a Palestinian state for Palestinians. It's a cultural identity. Some of the ones that live in Israel, the Arabs that do, that are not assimilated, yeah, they still want their nationalist nation state, right? That's exactly what. However, just as Misfit Patriot here pointed out, the Israelis are a multi-ethnic nation. They are not a nationalist nation in the way that you're sitting here. Y'all can sit here and try to say those lines, but you wouldn't have Arabs on the Supreme Court. You wouldn't have Arabs on the Supreme Court if they weren't a multi-ethnic, non-nationalist state in the manner you describe it. Because I don't think if I last checked that the Jews and the Arabs were the same ethnic group, because they're not. And so if that's the case, that really destroys your argument over which side's the goodies and which side's the baddies. And once again, it's the Palestinians being the bad guys.
Hey, Jewish nationalism is a thing that exists in Israel. Do you agree or disagree?
No.
Sure. But not the country itself.
Jewish nationalism exists within
you
Israel.
don't think
It's not a nationalist society.
I didn't ask if it was a nationalist society.
Hold on. One at a
Nationalism.
The state itself
Nationalism
is not Jewish nationalists, but there are Jewish nationalists.
All right.
Jewish
Does it
nationalism,
are
is a
there
thing that
Jewish
exists in Israel.
nationalists in Israel? Yeah, there's white
Ben
nationalists in
Gvir
America. Sure,
would be a
yeah.
Jewish nationalist. Right.
I mean,
for no particular reason, I'm going to go to the restaurant right now. It's nothing to do with the current.
Okay, when you
elevation
get
of
back, we're
conversation.
going to talk about Texas because you fucked.
I was
all
going
right?
to say I wanted to bring the Texas
we'll get back to that for sure.
All right. But no, okay. So I might have misheard you, Wick, and I apologize. What I'm saying is there's a lot of people that make the argument that that Israel is a nationalist country. It's not. It can't be because you don't have a place called Palestine if you are a nationalist nation. You don't feed your enemies. You don't work with other enemies. It's more nationalism is essentially synonymous with either isolationism or expansionism. Usually expansionism, where they're actually trying to grow their country and their
real quick
identity.
definition of nationalism, right, is that nationalists believe that every different ethnicity is its own nation, and every nation should be governed by its own sovereign state. That's
so
the LDR.
With that definition, hold on. With that definition, would you argue that the idea, whenever Arabs can vote in Israel, or they have Arab Supreme Court justices that are sitting there, would you argue that that is going to sit there and say that they're all the same cultural identity to the level as a multi-ethnic state compared to, the Palestinians who want a Palestinian state for Palestine? Which one is the nationalist by your own definition?
Okay, so I am saying that there are Palestinian nationalists, and that is bad. The people who want to kick out all the Jews and only want Palestine for Palestinians only, that is an evil ideology. I do not support
what percentage
that.
of
I would not
Palestinians is
support a Palestinian state that looked like that. But this assumption that you guys keep making, that
that's the majority of the Palestinians that want that.
And will only be this evil thing is just not true. It's a lack of imagination on your part, a lack of will and determination. We can have and we can advocate for and we can support cosmopolitan, multinational Palestinian state. And that's what I do.
What percentage are you saying, and I mean, I'm sure you don't just have evidence for this, so I'm not expecting you to like pull this out of thin air, but give me a reasonable percentage. Do you think is not, I don't know, in support of a nationalist Palestinian state for the ethnic Palestinians, considering they voted in the PLO and the Hamas the most recently? And if you look at the Dagush or whatever, what are their views?
One of the reasons that they're drawn to these extremist organizations, and I'll just grant you that many are. I'll just grant you that many are.
Say the majority, probably. Probably
I don't know about the majority.
Wait, are we framing this as a bad thing in comparison to Israel saying it should be a Jewish state? I know that it is multi-ethnic. I know that Arabs do. I know that they're Palestinians, but like, why is this like the determining factor?
No, it's not about that. I just want Wick to tell me though which one fits the more nationalist definition.
And they're both nationalists in different ways. Yes, the Jewish nation is less nationalist because they have other ethnicities and allow them to exist within there. However, there are still obstacles placed amongst those ethnicities that don't
There's
exist.
a big difference between national pride in a country being prevalent than a nationalist nation, right? Nationalism is a policy, right? It's a policy of the governing body, right? So Hitler was a nationalist. Hitler was espousing nationalism. Hitler created a nationalist movement. It was.
Can we make a distinction? Like it's ultra nationalism, right? Like saying I support the country. That's what a government should do, right? Well, do you think that ultra nationalism doesn't exist? Because that's kind of like the distinguishing factor, right?
No. Let me explain. There's a difference between a nationalist and nationalism. Nationalism is the policy of a country, right? So, and you can say that if the leader of a country or a movement is a nationalist, they are creating a nationalist movement which have nationalists under them. What I'm trying to say is when you have national pride, if you have pride in your country, if you espouse your country is the greatest, right? Mm-hmm. That doesn't mean you're a nationalist. It just means national pride.
I mean, it does. Maybe if you don't want to get on the policy side, but sure. But like, what's a nationalist policy then? If you want to make that distinction,
so that's the funny thing, right? If you look it up, nationalism is the idea that you have a superiority over other countries and your country should be put first specifically at the expense of other nations. Patriot.
Doesn't every country do that?
No.
To some extent, that's kind of the point, right?
See, what this country does, and what many other countries do, is they put America's interests, right, not at the expense of other nations, but through coordination, through foreign policy with other nations, right? So, for instance, right, having a relationship with Israel, right, an allyship, doesn't. It kind of flies in the face of nationalism. Whereas you can create alliances, right? Like Hitler did with, a bunch of other nations like Italy, Mussolini, et cetera. But he would have still put Italy below him, right? Whereas what America does is we're doing this rising tide raises all ships approach to foreign policy and economic advancement, where we work with other nations, not towards a goal of destroying other nations, but of raising every other nation up. It's a little bit complicated to try to differentiate between nationalism and just being national, like having national pride and like America first.
You mean?
No, patriotism is the vehement defense of one's nation and love of one's nation. Nationalism is the prioritization of a nation over other nations. That's the difference.
But name one country that doesn't prioritize itself over other nations?
Well,
America, when the Democrats are in charge, give all our money to other countries.
Well, what I'm saying is, right, like it's not about prioritization where it's like, okay, obviously we're going to put our mask on first. Nationalism specifically does their own prioritization at the expense. You're leaving that part out. At the expense of other nations.
That generally is how it manifests in many cases, but it's not necessarily so, right? You can have a kind of egalitarian type of nationalism which believes like, oh, the Germans, Germany for the Germans, France for the French, etc., and they shouldn't like compete with each other. They should be in a brotherhood. That's possible.
We can move past this thing too.
Hold on. Let Wick finish.
It's almost beside the point here, right? Because you're correct in that historically nationalism has tended to lead to the prioritization of your own nation over that of those others, and it's been predatory.
It's predatory. Good
Europe
word.
is a corpse-strewn battlefield of the failures of nationalism. I agree, but when it comes down to my advocacy tonight, it is not for a nationalism. It's not for an ethnic state where Palestine and only Palestinians have access to Palestine and things like that. Well, I am saying that there's a group of people who are currently stateless that if we, America, helped support them and give them a state and helped develop that state, it would be better for not only the Palestinian people, but for Israelis. And now we're back to Texas, and I'll let Texas because I don't give a shit about Texas.
Oh, no, because I'm gonna fuck your whole argument up. I'm going to listen. I'm going to fucking doggy style your argument right now. Okay, why is Texas?
Big words, little man.
Why is Texas part of the United States of America, and why are we not killing other people right now? Right? Because this is the argument that you're making. You're making the argument. You've made it several times tonight that the way to solve this problem is to give Palestine a state. Right, because they are stateless.
Step to solving this problem.
They are stateless, right? So in 1861, right, Texas seceded from the Union, and they were essentially like they were stateless. They were their own country, but they weren't really a recognized country. They were very
no. They were stateless. They had their own state. It was different than what we had.
Lost a battle in Texas. No big deal.
Go ahead and finish, Miss.
No, you let me. No, so but Palestine is recognized by many other countries, and people say it's already a state. So Texas can be argued in the same way. However, what happened, right, with Texas? Texas eventually, right, we had a civil war in this country, and they joined the United States of America, right? So the comparison for Israel and Palestine right now, which I have made very many times in the past, is this is a civil war between a region in Israel, the same way Texas is a region in America that is rebelling against the state that they already have. And the solution does not have to be statehood. Maybe it just has to be a civil war where one side, Texas/Palestine, agrees, hey, you know what? We kind of fucked up. Maybe we'll just join Israel and stop being cunts.
Well, I don't know about all that, but that was just what the fuck.
The analogy worked.
I guess.
So first of all, no, Texas during that period was not stateless.
I'm not saying. Listen, don't think about it too hard. You'll blow your fucking brains out.
I am.
Do you want to add to that, Gabe?
I do want to add to that. I don't know if I agree with the exact logic of how he got there.
You broke him.
Yeah, he broke me. I
broke my own fucking
my ancestors are like screaming out to me from the grave.
Well, we also used to be Mexico, so we're technically Mexicus.
But just
go ahead, Gabe.
I think a better analogy, like if we're going to use Texas, is Texas has two major parties now: Democrats and Republicans. Right, we used to have three, and the Texas Nationalist was the third biggest party, and they got absorbed by the Republicans. And the Republicans and the Texas official stance is like prepare for breakaway. Right, that's why you see us doing all this stuff like our own grid. You have like our own bank reserves. We have the new. We're trying to get the new stock exchanges in Dallas. We're all trying to become if just in case we want to be able to do it. Right, but I think that's the difference. We're sitting here preparing and we're working within bounds of the system, as opposed to I don't know, hey, let's build this desal plant in Corpus Christi, tear it down, and then start shooting missiles in the United States to get what we want. That's not what we're doing. And the Palestinians, though,
why aren't you doing it though?
Why aren't we?
Why isn't Texas firing missiles into America?
Because we are law-abiding patriots, and we want to sit here and create a moral.
Because we're not
society,
Palestinians,
unlike the Palestinians who sit here.
Oh, sorry. Is it something in the Palestinian genetic code? I've got the missile itch today. I really got to do it.
It kind of is.
It's definitely within the culture in the region. Whenever you're sitting here going, "Oh, hey, they built water plants instead of using the water plants. Let's tear these up and use them to launch missiles."
You don't think it's in Texas culture to revolt against the American government?
It kind of is.
Hold on. Listen, it could be. I'm just saying right now.
My point is the material conditions of the average Texan citizen has nowhere even close to the material conditions of an average Palestinian citizen
because
today. With the
are able
control
to,
of the
like do things with respect and under a reasonable understanding. We're not sitting here going like, "Hey, we just got our asses kicked. Let's go fight them again." Like,
you have 175 years of civilizing us, right? Where it's like, all right, yes, the deep South Confederates are way different than your average everyday Texan today. My point was not to make a perfect analogy. My point was to show you guys. My point was to show you that if you offer a state to somebody who is rebelling against the country that they're in, it's not always the best idea. If we said, you know what, keep your slaves, and we had the country of Texas right now that still had slaves, would you think it would be a better or worse Texas? That's my point.
But what you're saying is like,
I got to do a history lesson.
Well, hold on, because you said that like Texas isn't their own. Okay, go ahead.
You're trading these weird binaries that don't actually exist.
No shit, dickhead. That's why it's a fucking analogy.
Hold on. Give any old state and let them do whatever the fuck they want.
What's Fetty?
No, obviously not. If they created this slave empire state, I'd be like, okay, time to tear that form of government down. But what I'm arguing for tonight is that what we're being done towards Palestine, how Israel has treated Palestine, how America has treated Palestine and refused to recognize Palestinian statehood is not working. So if America specifically worked with Israel and others in the region, Saudi Arabia, all those other Abrahamic Accord countries, right, established peace, as Trump is trying to do, okay, and then built up the region, they would prepare it for statehood, and that is something that we should want because it will make the region more stable.
Wick, what you're leaving out is what you're leaving out. What you're leaving out.
Hold on. I wanted to hold on. I wanted to give Soy because Soy. It looked like you were trying to tap in too. So if
I mean, real quick, I'll let him go. But, right, I'll be real fast. And the idea is, yes, the reason this is a bad analogy and not just a not one-to-one is that the material conditions of these Texan citizens are not such that they feel the need that their only outlet is to support violence and terroristic regimes. And when they did feel that way, they had a fucking war with America in the same way that Americans had a war with the British, and they did it again after getting statehood a few decades later. And the point is not that these things are one-to-one. Obviously, I agree. It's very hard to make an analogy. Palestine is very unique. It's got a unique history. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict is not able to be mapped onto anything else. But the point is that if you continue to let these people, not let these people have their own self-determination, because they haven't. You talk about, well, they voted in Hamas. Oh, they did the PLO thing. These are all under the conditions of what started out as the British coming in and saying, get the fuck out of this land. We're cleansing you from it because we determined that it is not yours anymore. And yeah, you can argue whether or not that's justified. I don't give a shit about that specifically. The point is these people don't have what they feel to be self-determination, and that's going to keep leading to violence and revolt. And it's not going to work if you just say, Israel, do whatever you want.
That's what I'm saying. And this is why the analogy actually does work. What was the determining factor for the Civil War of America? Slavery, most likely. It was. I know it was a bunch of different things, but let's just
states' rights.
It was states' rights, but the rights that they wanted were fucking slaves. All right. So, right, Palestinians, they want their own state for their own Muslim Sharia practicing region, right? And what I'm saying is Israel is not allowing that, right? Israel is not allowing them to just vote in Hamas, vote in terrorism, allow terrorists to do terrorist shit. And I get it's not a one-to-one comparison. That's why
Israel actually supported Hamas over the PLO.
Oh my God, they gave them money to keep them at bay. But dude,
but the point is they saw them as a more viable alternative to the PLO to justify what Israel is doing. So I know, and I'm not saying that you support that doing that, and I'm not doing some weird conspiracy like, oh, they want them there. The idea that Israel is not allowing them to become violent, Israel has created the conditions that have had all these things happening. I'm not saying Palestinians don't have the fucking liability of they made this happen, but Israel didn't stop Hamas terrorism.
Wick earlier said something that's very prevalent, right? Here's the deal. You say how Israel is treating the Palestinians, how America is treating the Palestinians, how the rest of the world is treating the Palestinians. What he left out was how the Palestinians are treating Israel. Okay, they're firing fucking thousands of rockets a year into Israel. They're trying to kill them every fucking week, right? They're trying to kill Jews. And when do you wake up and go, maybe the Jews have a point? Maybe they should fuck them up, right? Maybe.
I'm definitely okay with them going in and purging Hamas, killing every single one
It's
of them.
not easy because they have
in their
human
head.
shields.
I'm fine with that. But the problem I have is that if you do that, you need to give them a state, right? You need to give them
Why?
Because without that state, they're just going to have another Hamas in 2 to 5 years.
But if you give them a state, and how do you run it? You mean give them a government?
Okay,
you mean
that's
give them
going
a
to be
government?
A huge kind of issue. I can't give
solve
you
Israel
the
Palestine
exact
right
specific
fucking now, Wick.
borders
If
that's
you
gonna
can't do
work.
it, then you are abdicating the whole argument. If you don't have a solution,
No, but you know what? You make a good point. You're trying to simplify this to give them a state. It's not that easy, dude.
Hold on. I got a question.
Here to argue that it's easy. I'm arguing
Wick.
that it's going to take years of work. It's going to take a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, but that at the end, it's going to be better than the state we have now.
We don't have a state.
Let me just
state
jump
of
in
the
here.
region.
Yeah, I do want to jump in here. Okay, let's just give a different hypothetical. Okay, let's just say the end goal is to give Palestine a state.
What if
okay?
there was Star Wars and there was a Death Star?
What if there was a spaghetti monster behind the moon? Who knows? Whatever. All right, cool. Listen, so this is just in the realm of possibility, though. So we know how Egypt has handled the Muslim Brotherhood, right? They have handled them, let's go with harshly. And I know there are people that have been critical of how Israel has handled Hamas. They've said it's been a genocide. They've said it's been crazy and evil and terrible and all these things. And I'm like, okay, let's just say both those things are true. Let's just say we give Egypt, as part of this new Trump deal, control over Palestine. Do you think that it's going to be better or worse under Egyptian military rule while they eliminate Hamas to the last man than if Israel would do it? And there's a 2-second part to this. So what do you think? It's going to be nicer for the Palestinians or worse for them if Egypt is in control of rooting out Hamas?
For the Palestinian people or for Hamas?
For both. Yeah, I mean, you can give both.
For Hamas, it's probably going to be worse for Hamas if Egypt's getting control. For the Palestinian people, I'm not sure.
Yeah, again, Gibbs, it depends on what this looks like, right? Like if you're saying do exactly what Israel has been doing for the past 20 years, but Egypt does it, yeah, it's probably not better. But if we're arguing, again, like my hypothetical, and I'm not saying this is like a perfect plan that I've drawn out, because obviously this is super complicated. You're right, it's not easy. It's not to just give them a state. But if we do something akin to like the Marshall Plan that we did for Japan and Germany, yeah, it's technically occupation in the same way to some extent. You do have some sort of foreign government that has some sort of control over certain things, but you do not restrict the people to the same extent that they've been restricted right now.
Here's my point what I'm making with this, right? So, okay, we know right now if the Trump plan goes through and Israel and all this all finally works out, the idea is to eventually let the Saudis, I believe, and the Egyptians, and maybe I think a coalition of somebody else, maybe the Jordanians, I don't know what the other one was, be the ones that run this, right? And they're going to go in there. Now, I don't know if you know what their human rights records are, but they're not too good, right? And so when you're saying, I don't know if it'll be better for the Palestinians, I can
better or
most
worse than
assuredly listen, that's not saying much. But when I'm sitting here going, what's going to be better compared to Israel gets rid of Hamas or let these people get rid of Hamas? Oh, well, I got to say, I think it's probably going to be much better for the Palestinians if Israel just conducts it like it's part of its own country and gets rid of this group and then assimilates these people and gives them a fair say, like they've already done with all the other Arabs.
Beautiful.
And just
I'd be for
but
that.
You're not okay with that. You want an independent state.
Hold on. No. Stop, Gibbs. That would
lead to more
great.
death for the Palestinians.
Israel doesn't want to do that.
Why do you say that?
What do you mean? They're
That's what
putting
they
settlements
proposed.
there. That's what they
Do you
proposed.
think that Israel is proposing giving Gazans the same voting rights that the rest of Israel has?
That's what they've done with the Arabs in their country. Yeah, over time, sure.
Yeah, they've done that.
No, they don't. If you're calling that what you I think are describing is the one-state solution, which is make this part of Greater Israel, which they explicitly oppose
And
because
nobody
they
said
say
Greater Israel. They said Israel.
Okay, of Israel, whatever. I just used the term greater. But the point is that they would not support this because they've made this argument. Actually, I'm sympathetic to this. Some people call this racist, but the idea that a bunch of people that you've been killing for decades now have the right to vote in your country. yeah, it's like,
pulling
hey,
down-
maybe if there's more of them than us, they might elect a government that
Why do
would
you-
treat us similar ways. I understand why they wouldn't do that, but that's not what they're doing. They're not
Why do
proposing
you
giving these
why do
people
you
rights
leave why do
in
you
Israel.
always
Give it to 'em
why do you, hold on
instantly,
why
over time.
why do you always leave out the part where Palestinians are killing Israelis?
Because
Like,
obviously we both know that's happening. I'm not saying that's not.
Yeah, that's not-
Actually, it's because I'm
No,
anti-Semitic.
but you
Sorry.
intentionally left it out. You're like Israel's killing these people. All right, Palestinians are
I'm-
killing
I-
Israelis.
Yes, I understand
It
that.
kind of
That's-
fucks up your argument when you fucking put it into context.
No,
right?
if anything, I was granting you. Well, I was arguing against the idea that they want to give these
True
people
or
voting
false?
rights in Israel. But I am saying that because of the violence committed
Hold
by
on, do
both
Jewish
sides.
settlers in these other in the areas that are like controversial where they study
West
settle,
Bank,
are they
yeah.
given are they given voting rights? We know they are.
Are the
right?
are the,
And-
the Jews settling in the West Bank giving voting rights? What do you mean?
Yeah, it's something. Yeah. If the Jews
Yeah,
settle in Palestinian territories, they can vote in Israeli elections. We know that, right?
Mhm.
The settlers can. Okay,
Can they vote in
we know that.
Palestinian elections?
We know that. Oh, some of these
Palestinians don't have
groups, like the
elections.
Druze,
They had one
have been
25 years
annexed
ago.
by
Hold
them.
on.
They have been given voting rights. We've seen other Arab groups get voting rights, and it's just that over time, as they assimilate to Israel, and Israel deems them part of the country. And guess what? Okay, cool, y'all are officially in. And just like we've done in the United States a bunch of times, where we like people assimilate in, they get voting rights over time, et cetera, et cetera. I don't see how this is any different. You're acting like, oh, just overnight, let's just give them all voting rights. Of course,
No, we're not
I'm
saying
Hold on.
that though.
Palestinian subjects living under occupation in the West Bank and
There's
Gaza
no
Strip do not
occupation.
participate in
Stop
elections.
No,
saying it.
that's not what I said. There, I said the Jewish settlers in that area get those rights.
Well, yeah, they're still Israeli citizens.
Did the Israelis
Yeah,
have?
so you gotta
did the-
assimilate.
Did the Israelis have any?
What?
Did the Israelis
That's
vote
simple.
in the decision for Gaza to elect Hamas?
No,
No. Why?
because they don't live in Palestine.
Oh, fucking great.
Mm.
I just made an argument for why Israel doesn't allow them to vote in their elections.
Okay.
Okay,
but
well,
if
that's
your
what I was
argument
saying.
is-
I'm saying
hold on,
there's
if your
potentially
argument
valid
is that
reasons
you
for not
want
letting them do that.
Palestine or Gaza to
both
become
talking.
part of Israel, then you have to admit that they would have to, you'd have to give voting rights to the people.
Yeah, over time. Over time.
Okay.
Yeah,
But
like
after,
like
like,
Germans
Israel does
weren't
not
allowed
want
to
that,
vote.
and
Germans were not allowed to vote
is
in
against that.
Germans weren't allowed to vote in World War II, post
they're
World War
not
II,
against
until like 1949, right? Like there was like a process to this. It wasn't give them voting rights
North-
overnight,
North
but
Carolina-
after a while, after letting them
Exactly.
establish their state again and saying, "Look, this is still your territory. This is not America." Yeah, we divided up regions into like control, but we didn't say, "Hey, this is Russia now," like the Russians did. And guess what? Those people fucking revolted for the next like decades because they weren't happy, because they were oppressed, because they weren't allowed to freely travel. And yet, when we gave them self-determination, we said, "Hey, you can elect your pro-democratic German government," and you can in 1949, those people didn't revolt against the West. Those people stopped doing nearly as many violence, and you didn't see terrorist groups like you did see in East Germany. And that's kind of what the point is, that once you give these people the ability to do these things, and I think Mr. Patriot, I agree with you. I don't think Israelis are likely to give these people voting rights in Israel if it becomes part of Israel, like you're saying. I think that they need to have their own state where they can have their own voting
Well,
rights.
North Carolina can't vote in Texas elections, right? Does that mean that North Carolina and Texans are at war? No, it just means
Yeah,
that
but if
they have
North
their
Carolina was
Soy, your own
controlling,
example.
if North
But I'm
Carolina
saying-
was controlling how much food gets into Texas and
That's not what's
whether or not they
happening.
could leave Texas,
Just
and
stop lying. Just stop
But Soy,
saying
in
that-
your
Look,
own example,
I'm not
Stop
lying.
saying-
At
stop
worst,
saying-
I'm
hold on.
just wrong. I
Stop
promise
sa-
you.
Stop saying
No, no.
Stop saying a thing is happening that isn't happening. All right,
Hold
I can prove to you it's not happening,
Hold
right?
on,
Because there is fucking like a whole entire field of aid that Israel is giving Palestinians. It goes right through the Rafah border, right? There are pallets of them. And what happens is when they give them that aid, Hamas gets on the top of the trucks with fucking rifles and they shoot Palestinians, right? So, yeah, controlling whether or not the bombs come in, controlling whether or not, the anything that can be used against Israelis during a war, during a conflict, that's kind of normal behavior.
Right, but again, Misfit, in Germany, the United States did this. They didn't let them have a military. They did control things that were coming in and out. They had borders, they had strict guards, but it was not even close to the same extent to what Israel is doing right now in Gaza.
But
and
why
you can
are they doing it? That's the question.
hold on. In your own example, Soy. All right, in your own example, are Eastern European countries to this day as safe as countries on the western side of Europe? The answer is no. They're not. Why is that? Because they sat there and they did have these terrorists and all these things breed up. They've had all this chaos. You had the racial tension as soon as the power vacuum pulled away, and they started killing each other, just like they're doing over here in this region, right? We've seen this all over Kosovo. We've seen this in like Georgia. We've seen this all over Eastern Europe. But guess what? Hey, what you're arguing is you're basically saying, oh, we have an Eastern Europe situation here.
Uh-oh. Did he
me or-
freeze?
No,
Nope,
it was him.
People govern themselves.
Wait,
sorry,
Gibbs, can you go back
Yeah,
10
you
seconds?
missed a spot there.
Yeah,
You froze.
so what you're basically saying is we have an Eastern European situation here, not a Western European situation. So you go, hey, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to do what Russia did. We're going to pull out and let these people govern themselves, give them their own state. Well, what has happened in Eastern Europe? These people tried to kill each other a million fucking times. They're still not saying. Well, that is what you're saying. Because
No, I'm saying we should have it be like a Western
Western
Europe situation.
Yeah, but that's not that you're ignoring history, right? For the last 100 years or so, they've been killing each other in droves, right? And it's not like it's definitely an Eastern European situation where Israel's only been able to keep the peace through might. And now you're saying
But they're not keeping the peace.
Might.
That's the point. That's our whole
They're doing
point.
it better
is
than
that
it was before.
they're better. How we have had the most casualties ever. What are you talking about?
No, now they've had the most casualties because they finally gone to war to clean them out. But before that, they've kept them in there, and they've kept this terrorist group run a little organization country or whatever it is. They've kept them at bay by surrounding them and not letting them escape into the
obviously that was
overall thing.
unsustainable.
Yeah, it wasn't working. What do you, how are you saying?
It
Yeah,
seems
that
like
was
it's working. The ratio is crazy. It's like 1 to 1,000,000. Like, what are you talking about?
This debate sucks.
No, you're saying that everything that led to all of the horrible things we're seeing today was sustainable, and this was them doing the right
No,
thing.
I'm saying
You're
saying
arguing
pull
that
these
this.
people out. By pulling these people out, you're going to make it even more unstable.
No, I'm not saying just leave and do nothing and let them do whatever the fuck they want.
Okay, can we
I'm
get
saying-
back? All right, let's get back to the prompt. All right, look, here's the deal. What
That
is
is
the
part of the
argument? What? No. It's like, what is the actual fucking argument here? All right, we've already talked about should Palestine be a state. Okay, we've given our arguments why it shouldn't. You've given your arguments why it should. Now we're getting into a fucking litany of whataboutisms and hypotheticals. I'm tired of it. Tell me why, and we'll fucking wrap this up. I'm fucking tired.
Oh, I know it's exhausting.
We do have about 10, 15 more minutes left. I would like to propose in there the idea that it is an ought claim, which could come down to a morality stance. That could be a direction that you guys could go if you so choose. But
it's not about morality for me. I don't think it is for Wiki either. We're just saying this would be practically a better thing. Yeah.
Just give us a reasonable
I don't see-
actual
I guess
solution.
What evidence do you have to support that? Because I'm sitting here looking at all the evidence, and all the evidence indicates that they're going to go right back to killing each other the minute you give them a state. Like, so why do you think it's going to suddenly change things?
Like this idea, and this is something that you guys have been leaning on this whole debate, and I find it fallacious, and I'll tell you why. Right? This idea that just because something has been so, that it must always be so in perpetuity, and that nothing we can do, there's no action that we can take, there's no policy that we can make that will fix this and change the circumstances is going to work, I find just, again, unconvincing of an argument.
Well,
Surely I can't give you the golden bullet. I can't give you the exact specific borders, the exact specific proposal.
So you pick the
exact
prompt.
hold on, let me finish. The exact specific set of words that are necessary to make things work. But what I'm advocating for is that we fucking try. That
Okay,
but wait, he's brought up the evidence of the rejections.
And use a policy to promote, that America support the eventual formation of a Palestinian state.
I'm going to give it right to you. I'll just real quick. Look, you've said earlier, y'all said that you wanted something where they would give up the weapons and you'd have other people rule, right? That was something you envisioned as a state or a transitionary period.
What are you talking about?
Earlier in the debate, you brought up part of it was like, oh, maybe we don't.
I brought up the idea of demilitarization.
And y'all have argued that and other countries come in and take over. Basically, these people will have the weapons. They demilitarize, right? Hamas and other organizations in Palestinian history, and Misfits brought this up several times, have rejected that on its head several times. Right,
yeah, but why?
That they will not, as part of it, they will not demilitarize. So when you say, "Hey, why does it matter if we're just going to look? Oh, it's just going to keep happening." Well, you're not presenting a scenario that's any different than any of these other scenarios. And logic dictates that if you expect a different outcome, then when you keep doing the same thing, then you're fucking crazy. And so when I'm sitting here hearing this, you're saying, let's do the exact same thing. That's not worked 5 other times.
Gives the problem is you keep alluding to the rejection from whatever deals, and you're saying, well, we offered state, they don't want state. And the problem is that you're not looking at the nuance of each and all of these deals and why certain peoples did not want to agree to certain parts of these deals.
I'm gonna fucking jump through the screen right now. All right, let me figure this out. Okay, Wick, you propose this fucking prompt and you don't have an actual solution, right? That's what's pissing me off. You're like, well, we just gotta give them a state, okay? This is what's bothering me about your entire fucking argument. Your entire argument is, well, let's just try the thing that has happened in multiple other regions. We've done this, right? We've done this. We've literally
done this in Japan. Did Japan work? Did we?
You know what worked? You know what?
Well, no, because they made anime.
Hold on. You know what worked with Japan? I'll tell you what worked with Japan. When Japan touched our boats, we fucking bombed them. And you know Trump was just on TV talking about how Japan's fucking one of the greatest allies of America ever, right? So if you want to use the Japan argument, we should kill them
correctly.
We should kill the fuck out of them and then wait fucking 60 years. All right, so let's do this, right? You created a prompt. You're the one. You're to blame, right? You said Palestinians deserve a state, okay? And then you did not.
We should support. Soy said deserve. Soy did say deserve, but
Soy says a lot of things.
You said America should support Palestine having a state. Here's my argument for why we should not do that, right? On September 11th, 2001, there were no dancing Israelis, but there were a lot of dancing Palestinians. Okay, and if you tell me that was a long time ago, I will tell you to go fuck yourself. All right, because they haven't changed. That's the point we're making.
What do you mean? The Palestinians didn't do 9/11, dude.
The Palestinians didn't do 9/11, but they celebrated 9/11. And
so did a bunch of people that have states and don't have states.
Showing you is right now. I have 83 years of history. I have the Peel Commission in 1937. I have the UN Partition Plan in 1947. I have the post-1967 war proposals all the way through the 70s. I have the Camp David Accords. I have the Oslo Accords. I have the Camp David Summit. I have the Taba talks. And I have the roadmap for peace. That was 2003. That was right around the time they elected Hamas, right? The Annapolis Conference, 2007. The Kerry Parameters talks in 2013 and 14. And I have Trump's plan that just happened in 2020 with the Oslo Accords. Now, we also have the fucking brand new one that you motherfuckers say won't work. And it's only been going on for 3 weeks. So what I'm saying is there has been a pattern of behavior over 83 fucking years where there is one side that just goes, no. Right. So at what point do you go, hey, maybe Wick is wrong. Maybe America shouldn't, right, actually support Palestine having a state, because maybe, just maybe, if you fucking rob me 3 times, I won't fucking let you in my house. Maybe if you screw me over, and maybe if my girlfriend cheats on me 1 time, right, I don't leave her alone with another guy. Maybe if she cheats on me 2 times, I break up with her. Right? Like, how about that? Like, can we just fucking use common sense here? What are we even doing?
I'd have to go into the specifics of all 11 of the stands and look at the reasons they fell apart. And because the way you're framing it as Palestinians won't accept any deal, when clearly there are reasons that I may or may not agree with.
I tried 11 times to do a thing, which means I should just give up and never do anything else.
Yes, maybe you should.
That's loser talk. That's loser talk.
Yes. Yeah. Look. Hey, Wick.
She's only cheated on me 11 times, boys.
I asked 11 girls out, and all 11 girls said no. I'm going to be an incel now. It's incel. What you're doing is incel rhetoric. You're acting like an incel.
50 no's and a yes.
That's what's happening.
Can I ask the question? Is Palestine like resourceful enough to create a state that would function and play well with others? Like, do they have the capacity?
Support it in various different ways that would be expensive and time consuming, but it's possible.
And we have to pass the bill before we know what's in it.
America's going to fund it now, guys. That's what he wants. America to fund it. You asked earlier what countries look out for themselves. Apparently, it's America.
Sequester a few $1 billion that we give to Israel to help Israel not be attacked as much. It's
Look,
probably not that
if we
hard.
took the $40 billion that we're giving to
Insanity
Argentina
now.
and we put it in to building a Palestinian state,
Well, then what
I
happens
think
to
we could do it.
Argentina?
Hold on.
Well, then we just take it away from Argentina. What happens to Argentina?
It's not a zero-sum game. We
I
can
wonder,
put more
are
money
you talking
out.
about the beef? Is that what we're
We
talking
can just
about
print
now?
more money. We could just give
We
Palestine.
literally
we can. Just give Palestine everything.
We're allowed to do that. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's no wonder why we're $36 trillion in debt, because people like you just keep on saying, you know what we should do? We should just
Trump
give all
is
of
the
our shit
biggest
away.
increaser of
Trump's
the
the
debt,
one
actually.
giving
So I don't know what you're
$40
talking about.
Hold on.
Not
Let's
me.
reset. We've got just a few more minutes left. So if there's any final arguments you'd like to leave on the floor, if not, we can absolutely move to closings. If anyone had one last.
Oh yeah,
I think
we're going
I've
to talk
made
about
my
Texas
argument
in a
pretty
second.
coherently,
I'll tell you.
and I think that we've heard a lot of whataboutisms from the other side, but we can do
Both
that.
sides, actually. Like, fucking
Yeah.
not.
All right, well, let's go ahead and move into closing statements, gentlemen. Misfit, I will hand the floor to you to kick us off.
Good. Here's my closing argument. This whole fucking debate is retarded. It's the same as my opening argument, right? We have beaten this fucking horse to death, right? And there are so many people that want to keep it alive because they have, made a lot of views off of it. A lot of engagement has come from it. But here's the real deal. We shouldn't give a fuck about Palestine, all right, at all. Right. The reason why we should care about Israel is because they're a strategic ally. We get a lot from them. Right. We get IT. We get medical. We get a strategic partner in the Middle East that fights our enemies for us. What the fuck do we get from Palestine? Nothing. Right. Nothing. Not even a little bit. Right. Even Ukraine, I can make an argument for. We get mail order brides. Right. But we don't get shit from Palestine. And you know what? America needs to be a little bit selfish every once in a while. We need to go, what do you do for me? Even Qatar, we have a military base there. You can't even put a military base in Gaza because it's a tiny little fucking strip. Right. Israel is a country the size of New Jersey that's about 50% developed. Right. Which means it's about half the size of New Jersey. And fucking Gaza is the size of Detroit. All right. And honestly, I can do without Detroit. So I don't care. I don't give a fuck about them. They're a bunch of fucking goat fucking inbred pieces of shit terrorists. Not all of them, most of them. And you know how I know that? Because I watched the fucking footage from October 7th when it wasn't just Hamas that was going in and cutting people's heads off with garden tools. It was the fucking citizens. It was the citizens spitting on the fucking dead bodies of the women that were in the back of the trucks with their fucking hips broken because they were raped so many times. I don't care about these people at all. Not even a little bit. Right? And the fact that fucking Wick and fucking Soy Boy over here do, that doesn't fucking bother me. Right? Because they're retarded. So, bottom line, no. Palestine shouldn't be a state. Closing argument. Go fuck yourself.
Now that we've devolved into that, I just want to point out you've misspelled uncensored in your little banner there.
That's cool. I'm fucking dyslexic.
Oh, it is tiny. It's okay. Gibbs, your closing statement, please.
Well, yeah. So I'm gonna use a portion of this to do a little Texas history. I know that Wick is excited to hear about it, so we're gonna do it. And because my ancestors are screaming out to me from the grave after my fellow Texan said some things, and I think he said it from the good of his heart. But we have to correct it.
I'm from Boston.
I come from the Gibbs family, right? Colonel Gibbs has a hotel in San Antonio where the cannons from the Alamo are held. I've been here. My family, my family, been here since the Revolution. I take pride in my Texas history. And, we talked about slavery earlier. Texas had 1/6 of the slaves at its peak that any of the other states had, right? Basically, it was the least number. Now, if you want to know why, it's because we're a ranching state. And I don't know if you can figure out what happens whenever you do free roam ranching. You have to lead people up from the bottom of the South Texas to the top, up to Dallas. But when that's 800-900 miles of open territory, and you put a slave on a horse, what do you think happens? They disappear. It's just not conducive to slavery. So we didn't have as much slavery here in Texas. So Texas, despite the leftist narrative, was a slave state, but a very small slave state comparatively, and really we were moving away from slavery in general. So that's not why Texas joined the Confederacy. We joined it because of our Texas national roots, and we were probably going to leave the Confederacy soon after the breakaway. Finally, now moving on, I don't know about all this other stuff, but if the United States wants to get these hands, they can come get these hands. But right now, things are pretty good. So that's kind of my opinion on that. finally, back to what we're sitting here talking about, this topic at hand today. Listen, Palestine has proved to be untrustworthy in all regards. Every time we've offered them something, they've slapped it away. They've said here, even when it's been just the actions, we go, hey, Israel said we're going to build water plants to help you. The complaint is they don't get fed, they don't get water. Well, guess what? They built 3 water plants. What was happened? The Palestinians tore them up, used them to launch rockets on the people that built them. This has happened repeatedly. We can lose other numerous examples. They keep electing evil leaders, and they keep attacking the Israelis. There's no evidence to support this is going to change. And Soypill and Wick's argument is basically like, well, let's try the same thing a 12th time. It's bound to work that time, even though the situation's gotten progressively worse. And we think that this time it'll work. And they offer no evidence to point out why is this time is any different. It's not any different, except maybe we can have some authoritarian states like Saudi Arabia and Egypt come in there and just wipe out massive numbers of people. And then we don't have to worry about claims on ethnic cleansing because there won't be anybody left because the other Arab countries kill them all. I mean, maybe then they can have a state. I guess that's what they're arguing. At least with what me and Misfit are arguing, they can join into Israel over time. They can assimilate, become full citizens like every other group that's done that in Israel. And I just don't see how their argument has any validity to it. And so in conclusion, they're wrong. We're right. Texas also is the best.
I didn't want Wick to be the only one that had a handle, so I went and got mine.
We know what happened last time you did that. Thank you. Soy Pill to you, please.
Sorry, I was just thinking about Texas slavery relativism.
I knew you'd like that.
The horses, man. Speaking of horses, my chat's obviously requesting the horse video, Sarah. Look, the reason we're arguing for statehood is not, hey, let's let the Palestinians do whatever the fuck they want tomorrow. The idea is that when you have a group of people, wherever that is, whether it's America in 1776, whether it's any group that has ever formed a terrorist organization, almost inevitably is because of some sort of restriction, because their day-to-day lives are not allowing them the freedoms to express themselves, to have self-determination, to go where they want, to eat what they want. There's some sort of condition that is breeding this terrorism. And I think that Israel has been breeding this terrorism, not on purpose, obviously, although sometimes they did support Hamas to their own interest. They don't want people to fire rockets into their fucking country. States do this. Non-states do this. The problem is that when you put these people in a position where they have no other way to communicate or express themselves other than, hey, let's fucking revolt because our lives are abjectly horrible, whether that is in part because of Hamas, it is, don't get me wrong. I think that can be alleviated with at least some sort of transitionary period into a statehood. Now, if it was true that Israel was going to let these people integrate into Israel, which I don't think is going to happen, I would be okay with that if that means that there's no state, but they get to have that sort of self-determination in Israel. Yeah, that's fine. They don't need a state if that was going to happen. I don't think anything close to that is ever going to happen, which is why I support some sort of either American or some sort of oversight committee that is helping these people transition back into some sort of democratic thing, the same way we did in a Marshall Plan. I think that's totally feasible. And I think that if we look at every single thing where they rejected a peace deal and say that this is all just because Palestinians are unreasonable goat fucking inbreds or whatever the fuck you said, Misfit, is completely ahistorical and you're not analyzing it the same way. Although I wish I was more informed on why some of these peace deals fell apart. I know for sure the Oslo one was because of terrorism that happened before, and they did accept it to an extent. But Israel is not some bastion of good faith where they're like, yep, here's your state, you get to do whatever you want. There are very many restrictions on these things. There are territorial claims. There are ways that Israel always comes out on top of these things, and it makes sense why some of these people reject it, whether or not you think it was a good deal. So I think that there needs to be some sort of ability for these people to have self-determination. It's not happening now. I don't see it happening anytime soon under the Trump admin. I think more violence is going to happen. I don't want that to happen. I think it's in America's best interest to have less people killed. I think statehood is the way you get to that. But anyway, thanks for having me.
Good argument.
Thank you, Soy Pill. And Wick, final words to you, please.
I'll be short. I'll be sweet. Okay. At the end of the day, it's about what will make the lives of the people in the region better and what will make the interests of America better. Misfit sees a field and it goes unplanted, unsowed, and he says, look, this isn't giving us anything. It's barren. Why should we do anything there? I am saying that we should plant some seeds there. We should actively till the field, cultivate the soil, and so that eventually, over time, it will grow us a good crop. Okay? I think it won't be easy and it won't be short, but giving Palestinians a path to statehood, right? Or I would even accept integration into the Israel proper would both be fine. But Israel doesn't want that. Israel has had 83 years to integrate Palestine into Israel proper. They have not done so for a variety of reasons that are some very good reasons. Palestinians have often killed Israelis. There is a problem there that has to be addressed. Hamas and other, again, terroristic governments that have run them and bad actors from foreign entities such as Qatar and Iran who have used Palestinians in order to strike at Israel are a real problem. But that problem gets alleviated when you give Palestinians a state. And it's going to take time, blood, and treasure, but it is something that Americans can do and it should do because it will overall, at the end of the day, once it is done, create a better world, not just for Palestinians, but for Israelis, for everyone in the region, and for America. Thank you, and good night.
Perfect. Again, good night. Thank you, gentlemen. What a pleasure having you on for this. For the record, we're going to read your kind super chats and get through that. And then, of course, I have dropped the link into the YouTube live chat. So if you would like to come on to further discuss with the panel, you're more than welcome to hit that link now.
Yeah, where that Millie 999 is, you get in there. I want to fucking talk to you.
Hey, wait, just to do the closing there. You, I guess you don't like the parable of the sower too much, huh?
Well, it depends on the.
Yeah, it depends on the message, I guess.
Sarah, I'm gonna hard out at 11, which is my time. So about 35 minutes. I'm hard.
Okay, perfect. Well, I do have a panel sitting backstage, so let's move as quickly and concisely as we can through the super chats. If you have a response, please feel free to say something, and if you don't, just shut up and we'll move on. Evan Lord says, if you look historically, the region of Palestine has been primarily a region administered by the Egypt province under Islamic empires. And hello, Miss Sarah. Hello to you, Evan. Any thoughts to this?
Fact check true. Egypt has done a lot more persecution to the Palestinians than Israel has. Israel has tried to work with them because Israel cares about Israel and Israel doesn't want to fight. They're actually kind of, and I'm not saying this in like a negative way, especially as somebody who supports them. You guys are kind of pussies, right? Like you guys don't want to fight. I think you should. I think that Egypt has the right idea. Build a giant fucking razor wall in between you and them and say, have fun. Like, that's what I would do, but they don't.
Fair enough. Tom Carpenter says, nice classy look tonight. Don't know how long I'll be able to stay, but keep it up. Thank you, Tom. I see he was, yeah.
Can I mention on that last one real quick?
Oh, yeah.
I do just want to point out, you know, if you just look at that area throughout history, there's not many like places that there's never like Palestine. It's not ever a thing. It's a late Ottoman Empire. You know, I don't know about it just primarily being under Egypt, but you know, we can look at like, you know, it was Greater Judea. We under Rome. You know, we have the Levant. Like at some point, they're calling it that under different organizations, under different governments. We have like the Persians controlled it, the Babylonians controlled it. You know, and then the Jews definitely had different separate like kingdoms in that area, and Rome and all these areas, and they all had it, and none of them recognized Palestine as the area. In fact, even biblically, when you talk about us, you know, they're called Samaritans, but we don't hear anybody talk about Samaritan independence. You know, we could go further back if you want to really go further back. You go, oh, the Phoenicians, that like the little colony that came over to see peoples, a bit the Philistines. Sure, maybe.
I frankly,
why does it matter?
I don't find
it doesn't. It doesn't.
I don't think this is convincing, or does it matter? The United States of America didn't exist for thousands and thousands of years.
Yeah, but we won. The difference is we won. That's the key thing. Is you're arguing for like a group that's never won this independence from any of these countries.
All right, so I think what we can do is we can separate two things, right? We can talk about modern history and the nation state of Israel and Palestine, and then we can go into historical, biblical, and theological arguments about whose land is it and whatever. Let's just go with modern, right? The way you create a state, like I said earlier, one of three ways: conquer, buy, or diplomacy. If you didn't do those three things, one of those three things, you don't have a country. So what we are arguing now is the very first ever state of Palestine, which is what some people want and some people don't. Right? So they have one of three ways to do it. They can conquer it. They can conquer Israel, create Palestine. I don't think they're going to win. Right? They can do another thing. They can buy it. Right? Israel could sell it. Don't think that's going to happen either. Right? Or diplomacy. Their way of doing diplomacy is to start a war, then hide behind their people and hope that the international community just goes, hey, leave them alone and give them a state. And I don't think that's a good way to do statehood.
They kind of did, though. That's why the international community is supporting a state.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If it works, I don't think it's a good precedent to set.
Well, they only have to do it once.
Well, no, because if they do it, other states will do it. Other people will do it. They'll be like, all I have to do is kill a bunch of Jews, hide behind my own people, give it a few years, and then I get my own country.
Germany, hey, it worked for Germany.
Let's go ahead and move on because I know we are on limited time with some of you. Evan Lords also says, under the Roman and Eastern Roman Empire, the region of Palestine was administered by the province of Syria. It has always been significant. Misfit win.
Okay. Yes. Again, just because things have been different in the past doesn't mean they have to always be the same as they were in the past.
You don't like Urbo
in perpetuity in the future. We can imagine.
Well, wait, I guess you didn't answer this earlier. Then you don't believe in Urbo then, and it's okay for Russia to take over Ukraine.
Hold on. What are you talking about?
Well, international rules-based order. Well, if you want a new state established that goes against international rules-based order, which wants to keep all the states the same, then you're against Urbo, which is something I've heard you defend in regards to like Ukraine and other states that are in.
I don't think that Russia is justified in taking Ukraine. No.
Yeah, but
you think that
Palestine doesn't mean that I support that in every instance that there is ever imaginable justification for one country to be established that doesn't currently exist.
But
These
you're
are
being
two separate
selective.
So you don't believe in Urbo.
Okay,
so you either do believe in it or you don't.
That's not true. I can support it in certain cases and not support it in other cases, depending on what the rules are and how they go about it. I do not think that we should freeze time, right? No, hold on. I don't think we should freeze time right now and solidify the borders, and no borders can ever change. No countries can ever change in any way. That's a silly thing.
Wick, let me ask you a question.
Right?
All right,
let me finish my statement, and then you can ask my question. But let me finish my thought here.
Go ahead.
My whole point is we can imagine a better world, and the only question I have is what we imagine and what we advocate for better than what we have now.
Wick.
And I think that having a Palestinian state, again, over time, not tomorrow, would be a better state of the world than we have today.
Wick, if
you don't believe in Urbo, okay, that's what, because
Wick,
that's the antithesis to what Urbo is.
If the current lines that have been drawn that Russia has taken over from Ukraine, right, were agreed upon by the international community, that because Russia created this conflict and created this chaos, I think it's a good idea if we just give them that land and make Ukraine smaller. Would you agree with that?
If part of the statehood agreement for Palestine was, hey,
I didn't say Palestine, I said Russia.
Listen, I know, but listen, if Palestine, when they did October 7th, actually won and took over a bunch of Israel, and then the international community said, not only will you give you a state, we'll let you keep the land you stole in this war. Yeah, I think that'd be ridiculous, but that's not what's happening. So
okay, so but what I'm saying is, if you agree with that, you agree with the principle that if they take a different strategy of starting a war, coming back and getting sympathy from the international community until they get a statehood, it's not the same thing. It's not a one-to-one comparison, but it's very similar.
That they started a war, which
did.
is technically true insofar as they started the greater conflict on October 7th.
No, they started a war. Like,
exactly. Sure.
War.
Well, no, but the point is that like we're arguing that the conditions that led to stuff like that is the Israeli.
What if Putin argues the conditions of Ukraine?
Yeah,
aligning
he could
with
say
NATO?
that, but he'd be wrong insofar as
maybe the
his
Palestinians are wrong.
But I think the Palestinians aren't wrong. Well, I'm not even saying the Palestinians are the ones arguing this. Obviously, they feel justified in what they're doing. I'm saying it's pretty evident that stuff like this is inevitable, even if it's not good. When you have the way Israel is. What?
It's interpretation of why war. You're arguing that Palestine started a war, correct?
I would say that Russia doing what Russia's doing now would be more justified not justified,
That's
but
your
more
opinion.
understandable if Ukraine
No,
was
let's-
doing what Israel is doing to Palestine
let's
to
get
Russia.
let's get rid of subjective and let's
Finish
go
your thoughts, and then
let's
we're moving on.
no more subjective. Objective truth, right? Objective truth.
Okay.
Russia invaded Ukraine. Objective truth. Yes.
Yes.
Right? Palestine started a war. Objective truth. Yes.
Okay.
Those two things are true.
Okay.
Right? If the outcome is you get either more land or your own country, right? The goal of starting the war is succeeded, right? Yes. So I'm not saying it's a one-to-one comparison. I'm saying if this happens and Palestine gets their own state, then they won. They started a war and they got their own state.
Hamas's purpose in starting that war wasn't to get their own state. It was to kill Jews. We understand that, right? It wasn't to get Jews. They don't give a shit. Let's be clear. Hamas doesn't give a shit about Palestinians.
We agree. Okay, let's move on.
They just wanted to wipe Israel off the map.
I agree with you.
That's what they wanted to do.
Evan Lord says the region was going to be its own province under an Arabian province, western coast of the Arabian Peninsula, but wars with Persia stopped that plan.
I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, I mean, we're just talking about the historical things. I don't think that we want to dive any more into this history.
Okay. Kokomo sends out 5 Mater memberships. Congratulations to lucky lottery winners. Tom says, so what you're saying is every time they say, give me more, and when they break peace, it's just, oops, I did it again because they're toxic. And so that's
Britney Spears!
Britney Spears! See, I didn't know I had to come prepared knowing about Britney Spears to the.
I am gonna find that clip of me saying Britney Spears, and that's going viral.
I think if Israel saw the video of Britney Spears dancing with knives and then blew up her house, I would disagree with that decision.
Okay. Evan Lord says the Romans, and we're back to the historical stuff, so I'll at least read them, and then you guys can pin it because Evan is hanging backstage. The Romans and Greeks called it Palestine because of the Philistine Greek colony that was established before the Hebrews established their kingdom.
From the Aegean Peninsula.
And Hadrian renamed the region officially after putting down the Great Jewish Revolt. Due to that revolt, all the client rulers lost their autonomy privilege.
Fair enough.
Tom saying left day one. Let's pause for a land acknowledgement. Left next day. Israel has no claim to the land that was theirs for centuries until the 2nd century.
See, Tom, I gotta say, you can't call me out on that one because I think both of those things are stupid. So.
You know what? Hey, can we actually? I actually want to get your thoughts on this, Wick and Soy. Do you think that there is any validity to the argument of the people that lived there like the Native American argument, right? Like it's their land because you can trace it historically, theologically, and archaeologically back to the Jews.
I don't really give much track to that kind of argument.
So you just
acknowledgments, indigenous things. It's not a thing that I think
once it's in the past enough, like it becomes completely untenable to try to rectify and redraw borders. Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to know. We'll move on. Okay.
Misfits starting to get tipsy. Tom says, "Come on, you losers. Gonna let me do this by myself." Yes, and congratulations, chat. You did hit the goal. Let's keep it going. Hit the second one. Tom,
I started to get tipsy 45 minutes ago.
Oh my god. Well, now you're actually starting to slur.
Wait, yeah, I was gonna. Speaking of slurs, were the Arabian slurs, was that before or after the alcohol, or was that just something that normally happens?
No, that happens sober.
Okay, that's what I figured.
No, tomatoes had me sober before. I've done sober. I'm the same person.
It's gonna be one of those nights, huh?
So, oh my god. Tom says, looks like it's going to be on till the world ends. They just keep saying baby one more time. The question is it trouble for me or do I run away? That's a lot of song dropping there.
That's way more Britney Spears than I think is healthy.
I wonder
is fucking Britney going to release a song called Free Palestine or something?
Probably like Googled.
Am I the only one that liked her knife dancing videos? I thought they were cool. I was like, I would also dance.
I thought it was
in the kitchen.
I jerk off of those. We're good.
Well, all right.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Brick says, why should I pay for peace in another man's house, Israel/Palestine, when there isn't peace in my own house, America? SCOTUS says government has no duty to protect citizens. Overturned Terry v. Ohio.
Confederate flag in
OTVO.
profile picture. Opinion discarded.
So,
Sorry, not your
what-
territory. Go away, traitor.
Hold on.
That is
Important-
the battle.
important
That is the
distinction.
battle flag
peace
of
in
Northern
America.
Virginia. All right, that is not
Like
the
we
Confederate.
have heightened let's just be clear about this. We have heightened rhetoric and heightened tensions in America, right? But to say that we don't have peace in America is a silly thing to say. We generally are a pretty peaceful nation.
Side note: that's the Robert E. Lee Confederate flag, where he stood by free slaves and fought for their freedom.
Robert E. Lee
Fair
fought for
freedom.
slaves' freedom.
Yeah, you don't know that?
I didn't. How did
He
you do that?
He fought with freedmen for what they believed was their right to autonomy in the South.
Was it after the Civil War?
No, it was during the Civil War. Look
Robert
it
E.
up.
Lee
Look up
fought
look up the
for-
battle. Look at the Battle of Northern Virginia. The battle flag of Northern Virginia is the thing that you keep calling the Confederate flag. It's not.
Okay.
After this, look it up.
I'll look it up right now. What time?
Misfits getting cantankerous. Tom says material condition arguments only hold up if you pretend history didn't happen. He also says, I think I've heard similar arguments. Just do exactly what we want and we'll stop looting, burning cars and buildings, blocking people from getting
That's a
to
good
work
point.
in hospitals because democracy.
How much does this dude donate to talk?
I like
I mean,
Tom.
listen, he needs to
Tom-
keep donating.
Tom
That
joined-
was
Tom
the
actually-
Always
question.
okay for people to
Well,
get
hold on,
Throw another
Tom-
10 in the chat.
Tom joined the panel actually the other night, and it was quite.
He's making a lot of sense, this Tom guy.
I like him.
Anson sends a big 10 just to say "fuck the Crucible." He did that on purpose just to make me say it.
Andrew
Can I
Andrew
just say-
Wilson is a
Can I just say how big
Missed
of a
it.
We're not allowed to say that on stream.
I
Don't
forgot.
be drunk.
I forgot. My bad.
Well, luckily, I was talking over him, so they couldn't
That was
hear
only
my-
one.
Yeah,
Hopefully,
I think-
hopefully that. Yeah,
hopefully-
my bad.
But just-
I realized that after.
But just real quick, and I won't use any slurs. Yeah, Andrew Wilson, Rob Knorr are the biggest snowflakes that I've ever seen. To imagine getting so mad that you spurg out because someone laughed at you because you were debating poorly, right? Frankly, what a bunch of cowards and pussies. That's all I
Well,
gotta
he
say.
said pussy.
Yeah, but that's
Pussy's
not
okay.
Allowable
You couldn't have done
slur.
it. You had to wait till you had to do it when I walk away, didn't you? God damn.
Speaking of pussies, right?
God damn. No, Rick is right.
I will
like
go
the
to
hepatitis.
war. I will go
And
to
some people
war
get
with
free
Andrew
sand
Wilson
out of
over
vaginas.
Sarah.
It's my kind of opinion.
Aw.
And trust me, he don't want that smoke. I've already beat him in a debate. He won one. We've had 3. He won 1.
I'll set that debate up. Oh my god.
We'll actually have a debate about whether
The
or not he
debate?
was right about
Debate on who won
Sarah.
the debate. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh Lord, you guys, I'm gonna blush. Stop it. Kokomo says the Big 10 just to say smile. Yes, you all made me smile by hitting the goal. Thank you so kindly. One more, and we're bringing up our panel. Tom says if you put your ears to the ground and listen carefully, you can hear a horse approaching.
I don't know how many
Yeah.
years I got left. but-
If you put a seashell to your ear, you can hear Andrew Wilson being a gay.
Oh my god.
Being a gay. He really tried on that one. Real quick, I did look it up, Misfit. I mean, like, I'm not sure where you're finding that he fought. I'm sure they had some freedmen, but he was fighting for the Confederacy. So
He
the
was
idea
fighting
that
for no. So
like, what were they fighting for? You know, like to maintain
look up
slavery.
his letters were that he abhorred slavery and that he was against slavery, and he fought next to freed men, but they had
And he was fighting to preserve it. So like he didn't really have a very strong conviction to stop fighting for the Confederacy.
He actually did
dude,
free.
like-
Hold on, he did free his slaves, and before the war,
freed his slaves.
was
Oh,
against-
that's how
he was against
magnanimous
it.
of him.
However, he did say he was like, no, I'm going to fight for my region. You know, so he was
That's
tied
what it-
into it.
that's
And
what it was.
I
and
hate
be
to do
fair
it,
to
but
what
I gotta
Soybean
preserve
said-
slavery,
to-
guys.
to-
I don't
yeah,
love
to
it,
fair
but
what
you know, my
Soybean was
nation
saying,
calls. You
His
know,
region
like-
did back the slavery. Like, it's not like he was like, yeah, all the people are going to be free down here. He was like, no, I'm going to save my state.
Are you ready to
I
meet
support
your
the freedom
panel?
of states to decide whether or not people should be slaves.
It
okay?
was Robert E. Lee was very it was nuanced, right? Where he was like I personally don't like slavery. I'm going to fight for my state, my
Listen,
land.
I love Germany. I don't know about this whole Jew thing, but look, I'm gonna fight for the
I'm going to
Wehrmacht.
fight
Okay?
for the I mean, yeah, I kind of. Yo.
All right, let's get
Hitler
our
went
panel.
a little too far in a few places, but I love my nation regardless. Okay,
Gentlemen, are you ready? The panel's waiting patiently
not
backstage.
saying
Oh
I
my
like
God,
drinking.
who else is drinking? Is everybody drinking? Why am I the only one that doesn't have?
I'm getting hammered.
I don't know. That's my
Oh my
question.
God. Are you gonna? I'm gonna have to call you again. Are you alive? All right, let's bring our panel up, gentlemen. Here we go.
I don't know.
All right, let me reset. I think Misfits over there getting cantankerous. I love it. Just so you know, if you're watching over on YouTube Tomato side, the gauntlet is officially open, and I will be sending you over there in approximately 2 minutes. I will drop the direct link, so you can just head over now, or you can catch the raid. All right, Clay, you were hanging backstage first in line. If you'd like to go ahead and ask your question or throw in a thought.
Sure. Yeah,
Let's
it's
turn your
great to
mic
see you
down.
guys.
Hold on.
That's loud.
That was very loud. I got you on my side. Now start going.
Check.
You're good
now.
All right. So for me, it's pretty simple. My tax dollars are for my people. This is a foreign nation. It seems like every time we get involved with foreign nations, as of recent, it just doesn't go well. The people in those foreign nations either despise us or eventually just stab us in the back.
Clay, do you think we should fund SNAP?
Do I think we should fund SNAP? I believe we should support our own people.
Okay. So you support like certain welfare programs then?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. Do you think that do you think that we get that what do you think America gets from its relationship with Israel?
$1.1 billion on average over 10 years.
That's it, really?
Yeah, well, per year.
But we get a lot of technology, we get a lot of advancements. Like, so obviously us being involved in foreign countries does give America benefits. Not all the time, but
Hold
you
on.
can imagine situations where
This is a straw man. This is straw man. My
No,
tax dollars going to defend a foreign nation in civil wars. Essentially, this is a civil war. You're talking
Clay,
about
Clay,
Palestine as a state.
Clay, do you agree? Okay, so they're in the F-35 program, right? They have developed a new version of the F-35. They developed a new version of the F-16. We've seen them use this in real world. We've tailored some of our aircraft now based off their real world experience. We have joint missile defense programs with them. They're building like better here now. Their Golden Dome is going to be based partially on the Iron Dome. You're saying we don't want our tax dollars to defend another country. These are all benefits that we're getting because we've seen these technologies in action. That's like an incalculable amount of money that like we've saved in the long run. Like, so when you say we're not getting anything, we're absolutely getting something out of this.
Can I jump in really quick, Clay? Would you say that if we were in a relationship with another country that was in a civil war and we were to show a benefit, would you agree that that was a good thing?
Yes, that would
Okay,
be.
That's kind of what we're arguing
I think that's what we're arguing. I think that
Yeah,
if you do the research,
if it's strictly business, that's fine. But I'm not intent to go defend somebody else's ideals. So the First Amendment is of the greatest value to me because we all get to believe what we want to believe. And so when we're talking about foreign nations, we're actually talking about people who don't believe that very thing. We're actually, especially when we're talking about Israel and Palestine, we're talking about nations that literally go to war over their own beliefs. They go to war with each other.
Clay, me and you probably don't believe even close to like 50% of the same stuff, but I'm still going to support
we don't go to
your
war.
right to.
Yeah, we don't go to war. Right.
Yeah,
They-
but I'm
we
saying that
solve
I
our
would support the
differences.
government, supporting you in the same way that I would support the government getting kickbacks and benefits from supporting other
Yeah, we
countries. Like
solved our
America very
differences.
rarely gives out aid to any country without some sort of, expectation of something in return.
Why
That's why
should
we
our
have any of
aid-
those programs.
Hold on.
Why-
Don't go ahead.
Why should our aid be firearms and missiles to a foreign nation to fight their own people?
That's not what it is. What? All right, Clay, are you a Christian?
Most people would identify me as a Christian. I don't say that,
Okay.
but yes.
So, if you want to look at it from a purely monetary standpoint, we have a relationship with Israel because we are the benefactor. We're actually the benefactor in most of our relationships with any other foreign, policy. There's very few, like Canada. We are not the benefactor of our relationship with Canada. Canada basically we
Those
fund
silly
Canada.
Canadians.
Right.
Okay.
But with Israel, we actually have, like I said, we have IT, we have medical, we have military intelligence, we have a $1.1 billion average per year over the past 10 years surplus for our foreign aid to direct spending and other, benefits. So that right there is your logical argument. Your theological argument would be that we support Israel because of the land that they are sitting on, which is the land that Jesus walked on. So I think that there is a dual reason to support Israel, and one without the other doesn't make sense. And if you don't have either, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, don't you
If
support in the death cult mentality that when the rapture comes, the Jews have to be in Israel? Because otherwise,
I'm
like,
not an eschatologist. I don't believe in the rapture per se.
No,
Like
you're
so, I
barking
don't.
up
I
the
don't.
wrong tree on that one.
Yeah.
And
so-
allow me to interrupt, Clay, right before you go. I am officially shutting down on the tomato side, and we are moving over to the gauntlet. I've dropped the link into the live chat. Either go ahead and directly click over, or you can catch the raid. Otherwise, we'll see you there.
But to wrap it up, because I'm going to take a piss real quick.
can I
To
ask-
wrap it up, Clay, hold on one real quick. Clay, if you were to believe that we had not only a monetary and a foreign policy benefit from our relationship with Israel, and I think that I can make the argument that we have some sort of religious duty as a Christian nation to support them, wouldn't that be a benefit that we would actually have an allyship with them?
No. So essentially,
No.
I would only support life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
So you wouldn't support another country even if Jesus walked on that land?
Nope.
Oh, good. So you're not a Christian. Okay. Anyway, I'm going to take a
I
piss.
told you that I don't identify as a Christian. The way that what happens is a lot of people.
he says he
a lot of
serves as
people-
God alone. Whatever religion he belongs to, he's definitely the only one.
Here,
so.
but here's the deal, and I'll just be brief with this, right? We get things from foreign involvement. My life, mine, and yours, is richer because we have foreign entanglements. Does that mean all foreign entanglements are good? No. Does that mean all of our foreign ventures are good? No. But the fact that we are able, if we want to be America first, right, which I do, America first means doing what's best for me and mine, and what's best for me and mine is having foreign relationships and strong allies in Japan, in NATO, in Israel, and in other parts of the world.
Now, how are you going to get that whenever you're funding a civil war?
What like this civil war you keep talking about? Are you referring to Israel Palestine?
Yeah, I mean that's essential.
Okay.
It's
It's
one
not a
land.
civil-
It's one
it's not a
land
civil
where
war.
it
What
is
we're
one
doing-
piece of. It's one region where two factions have claimed territory. That's a
Do you
civil
think
war.
Ukraine, Russia is a civil war?
That is a yeah.
That's not what a
two
nation state
factions.
is.
That's
No,
not what a
a
civil
nation-
war
factions.
is.
By
It is,
definition,
100%.
By definition, Clay, a nation state by definition has borders and distinct cultures. And so, I think that by itself is a reason why Palestine and Gaza should be a state, and the U.S. should fight for it, because we've seen in the United States, we want people to believe in Western capitalism. We want them to believe in this sort of Catholic notion of social justice.
Why do we want that? Why do I care what's going on in your
Why?
house?
Because that is.
Look, right? I think I'm actually sympathetic to your argument. I can tell
The
you why
bulk
you
of-
want this.
Well,
I'm
you
sorry, I
should-
didn't cut
you
off. Go ahead,
you
Matt.
shouldn't.
I see.
Oh, I think his. Oh, yeah, there you go. Duck's back.
All right.
Is the argument why should we be?
If my
like,
neighbor
why
is
should we
shooting
care?
off bottle
Well,
rockets
while he
and
figures
things
out
on
his thing,
fire, of course I'm going to care what they're doing.
Well, so
right?
so
And
Clay,
gonna-
I'm sympathetic to what you're saying, Clay, right? Like I've argued, I even said during the panel, I thought America's being too fucking soft, giving away all its goddamn money. Why is my taxpayer dollars going to Timbuktu? It shouldn't be going to Timbuktu. We got problems here that need to be fixed,
Yeah,
right?
we need to subsidize our beef farmers.
Yeah, right. Yeah, sure. No, listen, we don't need to talk about beef.
No, in all seriousness.
But listen, I'm just saying, like, I am sympathetic to what you're saying. However, right, I'm not an isolationist, right? It sounds well good to be an isolationist until you realize shit starts happening places that you don't want to happen. And then by the time you get involved, it's too late. And listen, I don't want
World War II
power over there. Yeah, World War II is a good example. World War I, all this other bullshit all over the world. We let shit fester and it's bad. And sometimes it sucks for these people. They got to get destabilized for our best interest. And I guess in this case, Israel, they're letting us test all our weapon system. We're getting a direct benefit while our enemies are getting weaker. Israel basically, with one strike of ours and the rest of the strikes theirs, took out a perennial power like Iran, if you believe in multipolarity, a perennial point of power. One of them is in the Middle East. Iran's one of those, an ancient empire kind of thing. We took them out. They're not a military threat. They've been a problem for the last 20 years. Israel did this for 99% of us. If you're saying we're not getting a benefit and we're not benefiting as Americans from that, I'm sorry, you're wrong. And I think it's a cost-effective thing.
That's not what I'm saying.
Money over
Clay, not what I'm saying.
Clay, do you think that we should have a? Do you think
I agree with you. I don't want somebody to spend frivolously on other countries.
Clay, do you think that we should have any type of relationship or partnership with China?
We can. I don't believe it's a should. It's not a should question, right? No, it's not a should question, right? So essentially, I look at it from the standpoint of business, right? So the real value of that region is the trade route. Okay.
If I was to tell you that we have a net negative with China but a net positive with Israel, would you say that one is better than the
that
other?
doesn't bother me at all. I don't care how much money we spend. I don't care how much money we collect.
So you just don't care if shit makes sense.
No, I do. I care because I care about the lives of the people here in America, and that's it.
So,
right?
What about
so
100,000 people that die every year from fentanyl?
If
like
we
you
send
care about them?
Yeah, exactly. That's a great point.
I don't see how he couldn't.
Why do we send our boys over to foreign nation, and then we have problems right here in America?
But the people that die from fentanyl, right, 100,000 a year on average, which
are
is
caused by Israel.
That's a good point. We should send
Javelin
missiles.
That's caused by China.
No.
That's caused by China.
Misfit's right. Misfit's right. We should send Javelin missiles to fentanyl addicts.
No. What we should do is we should actually focus on tackling the real foreign relationship that is actually a problem for America instead of the foreign relationship that is a benefit to America, because there is no benefit to having China, right, which takes advantage of us on tariffs, takes advantage of us on they buy up farmland over here. There's so many
How do you
things
propose we get oligarchs to agree to stop accepting things from them?
What I'm saying is it's a complicated issue. What I'm saying is the Israel issue is a very simple issue. It's a country the size of New Jersey. Our foreign policy over there can be settled with a fucking meeting, especially when they're amenable to Donald Trump. But with China, we have to deal with Xi Jinping. We have to deal with all the fucking bullshit. Right? I just want to know why Clay doesn't have the same energy for China as he does for Israel.
And before you, sorry, allow me to read the. Tom says, "Let's not pretend all the Union soldiers were anti-slavery," and I think that was in regards to your comment, Misfit.
Yeah, no, like I said, Robert E. Lee was a very complex person where he was against slavery. He had he freed all of his slaves right before the Emancipation Proclamation. He fought with freed slaves, but then you had Union members that were actually pro-slavery. They were just on the team. So it's complex.
It was draft riots because people didn't want to fight in war.
Kentucky was a split state, and they flew the same flag.
Can we just admit that, like, no matter how much he was anti-slavery, he clearly didn't hold this conviction strong enough to not fight for the country that was trying to preserve slavery?
You're trying to simplify it. You're trying to.
No, I think it's pretty simple.
There's no need to simplify it. I mean, what did he fucking fight for? Risk his life for?
Yeah, if I was anti-American at my core,
he was fighting for Northern Virginia's independence, and he did not personally align with all of the, like, you got to understand, the Civil War was not just about slavery. It was about states' rights for a bunch of
not enough to make you switch up.
Let me transition just a nudge, because average Israel enjoyer wants to chime in, and then he's going to head out. So I want to give him the moment so that he can make it brief. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm not important. I don't mean to take precedence. I just want to make some room in the panel.
You are important.
Clay, to take a quick crack at your question, the reason we do it is cheap goods. U.S. hegemony has created the most peaceful state that we've ever had, the most peaceful world we've ever had. It gives us consumer confidence. That's why we see all this trading all over the world, so cheaper products from all over the world get to come to the United States. Thus, we have cheaper goods for the United States, and if one of those countries gets into an entanglement, we need to defend them. So my actual question is for Gibbs and Misfit Patriot. You guys are on the anti-team. I think we probably line up on about 50% of my politics. I'm kind of in the center, slightly to the right by some definitions and left by others. So I want to argue with you, with your long-term stance of one state, you're saying eventually assimilate the Palestinians in. But if we look at Jordan, where there's like 3.4 million Palestinians, they don't want any more.
Know what I'm saying?
I heard that earlier, so
I'll say it. No, yeah, but that's fine. But even with the
maybe
3 or 4 million, right? Yeah, they lost the little civil war.
Let me set it up. They don't want the rest of the Palestinians, though, is what I'm saying.
No,
Jordan
they
doesn't
don't
want them. Egypt doesn't want them. They have all these problems with the Muslim Brotherhood. They got kept in an island. They treat them as second-class citizens. So my question is, why isn't Trump's Magaza plan, where not only does it solve Clay's problem of United States investment, but it also solves the problem of Israel having to oversee the region by ceding it off to a third party, which is the Arab nations, that are much more strict on Palestinians and keep them in line much better than the Israelis do. Why is that not your guys' ideal stance?
That is what Trump's plan is, and he's like Trump's plan is to have the mediators of this deal to be the surrounding nations.
Yeah. Why is that not your stance? Is my question.
That is my stance.
Oh, so that would be a two-state solution, though. Eventually,
no, it wouldn't. No, there's no two-state solution.
The surrounding nations are going to be pro-Israel?
No,
the surrounding nations
are going to
perpetuity for the rest of time.
Right now, for those surrounding nations are talking about joining the Israel.
That's not my stance.
The Abraham Accords. That being said, the Trump plan is to create a separate entity that is going to be Gaza. Gaza is going to be overseen by a technocrat board for X amount of time until they're able to sustain themselves. Then they're going to be able to eventually have their own state under Trump's plan.
Well, that's not necessarily what the there's no guarantee of a two-state in Trump's plan. It's more like it's like a proposed, like, hey, maybe if you don't fuck around.
I differ from this. So my answer is degrees of goodness, right? All right. So in one area, my optimum scenario is the U.S. just conquers the entire world. That'd be the best. We could all good for America, good for a new American empire. Everybody's Americans, right? That'd be optimum. Number two in this scenario, we'll just let Israel handle it. They're a little attack dog. They're a little boy over there. They hang out with us. They hang in our club. Palestinians hang out with the other kids' club, and those clubs. They don't like us. So,
it's been hell for Israel, though. It's been awful for Israel. Israel is completely attacked by the UN,
hold on. This is the point. Hold on. This is the point that I made earlier, right? When I asked our opponents, "Hey, who do you think is going to be more, genocidal in the ways that y'all are describing? Israel, or Saudi Arabia and Egypt, who are okay with human rights violations? Clearly, they have no problems.
Do you think Israel isn't?
No, I think Israel's tried to do this justly. I think they've fought with their hands behind their back, knowing the whole world's watching them. I think they've tried to be as not good as they have. Sure, there've been some bad apples, just like there are in every fucking war ever. But overall, I think they've tried more than most of these countries. And if you think Egypt and Saudi Arabia are going to try like Israel's tried, you're wrong. There's no evidence that. We know they like killing people. So, I don't see that being better. So then my third best option is, okay, we do this Trump plan. But that's still better than the total option of, hey, let's just let Hamas have its own terrorist state.
I think
the other option.
I think you're starting to sound more like Captain Morgan.
We're still in the phase.
Well, that's a good one.
We're still in phase one, and
I know that at advanced point it's hard for you to follow. It goes A, B, C, D. That's
they
called
still have
logic.
So let's
they still have 20 of the bodies. They still haven't accepted a ceasefire.
Well, hold on. Let's break this down. Let's break this down in reality. All right, like phase one is not going to be perfect. Phase two is not going to be perfect, and phase three is going to be determinative of phase 2 and 1, and phase 2 is going to be determinative of phase 1. So it's like you're asking us to like opine on some like linear like thing that's clearly going to be very complicated. What I'm saying is if you were to say that all the dominoes fall into place, what's being proposed right now is not a two-state solution. It's a coalition of Arab states under the Abrahamic Accords that are going to invest in property on the Gaza Strip so that when Gaza tries to fuck around with Israel, they're going to have investments that are going to be under threat, and they are going to be more incentivized to stop Palestine from doing that.
I get that. So let's say the plan does go forth. They get the Hamas to either leave or disarm and pledge fealty to Israel or whoever they need to. They bring this Arab technocrat coalition in, the IDF backs off, and they eventually get their own state. Essentially, what you're proposing here is a two-state solution with your argument if everything goes right, which is a big.
I mean, I'm not opposed to a two-state solution, but I'm only okay with that.
Opposed to two-state.
I just wanted to give you guys. Hey! I just wanted to give you guys.
Are we? No, I don't like declaring victory, Sarah, but
I just walked in here and won the prompt. I just want to say I walked in here and won the
He is
prompt.
not speaking for
No,
me.
you fucking
I'm just
didn't.
saying.
No, you didn't, because you didn't let me finish my fucking sentence.
I'm fucking around.
You don't let me finish my sentence. All right. Am I okay? Am I okay with my junkie brother right now borrowing $40 from me? No. After 10 years of him showing that he's been sober and showing me a chip every fucking year, and I know he's going to meetings, can he then borrow $40? Yes.
What about
so?
4
Am I
years?
okay? Am I okay with a two-state solution down the road? Hypothetically, maybe. I don't know, maybe. But no, that's not what.
So what opportunity have they shown that?
If they show a pattern of behavior, so we just said they showed a pattern of behavior over the past 83 years of murdering Jews, right? So no,
Under what
you don't get a
circumstances?
state.
Definitely not
Right?
tomorrow.
If they show a pattern,
we gave Germany a state after four years after the Holocaust. It
That's
took them a
all I
little
got,
while,
though.
but
yeah, and they're
one
not
way.
murdering Jews anymore. So maybe is all I'm
Bye,
saying.
Tyler. Did you want to say any final thoughts? before you-
Pentuple and I started a podcast once a week. It's pretty fucking funny. Check it out.
I'm not watching it.
Yeah, you don't have to. But
Wait,
come
Tyler,
on-
did you say that
come on.
Israel has not committed a single human rights violation?
I thought you said war crimes. The Biden administration in 2024 did an investigation into the allegations from Amnesty International and found zero proof of any war crimes committed by Israel. Misfit, you should come on a Gibbs panel every now and then because I'm sick of being the only Israel defender.
I'm not doing that.
It's fun. We have a good time.
Oh, Gibbs is a fun time.
I think I'm a fun
I'll go
I
on
don't
there
even
with
want to.
you.
I don't even want to be here. I'm actually like I'm 4 minutes.
All right.
out.
Have a good night.
Misfit.
Sarah, you're the only reason I'm fucking
So
here.
fun.
So you better
Ooh.
shut up.
Hey, Sarah's the reason I'm here too.
That's
We all love Sarah,
love.
don't we, folks?
True.
Aw, you guys do love me.
No, I'm here for Wick too. I forgot about Wick.
I don't give a shit about Wick.
And
I'm
then
here for
everyone was sick. Everyone trying to put this panel together was like, yes, I'm in. Oh, wait, I'm sick. Yes, I'm in, but I am sick. Let me confirm. Oh, I'm sick. I don't know
Well,
if
I was sick on Friday, so you got lucky.
Oh, well, I did get lucky. I'm a lucky girl.
Or
all right.
hungover. I don't remember.
Maybe.
It's probably hungover for you. Tom says Clay was the first called Christian on the Gauntlet. From there, he went out to the whole world, and therein he did forthwith promote his philosophy of the reverse hat.
What in the fuck does that mean?
Because Clay
I don't
did
wanna
not. Clay
Oh.
did not acknowledge necessarily being a Christian. He said he's kind of like off in his own beaten path.
All right, I'll tell you what, Sarah. I'm going to stay on the panel until I finish this drink.
Oh
So-
Jesus, that'll be like 3 seconds, and then you're gonna
No.
fall on the floor.
No, I don't fall on floors. You know me. All right, until I start calling everybody cunts.
Oh my God, look at that!
Well, that's enough.
He doesn't fall on the floor; he bounces back up.
5.
All right,
I have
look,
severe concerns.
that's how high it is. There's no ice.
Well, what's the other beverage you put in there? What's the mixer?
Liquid Death Sweet Tea.
Jesus Christ!
Liquid death. Don't you know that a Satanist blesses every one of those cans and
I
they
do.
lied about
I
their
do.
plastic?
So Tim Pool just blocked me and I was on his show. He blocked me because I went after Tim Pool because he was trying to cancel Liquid Death, and I was like, "Hey, I don't even care about Liquid Death. I thought it was douchey, overpriced water." But what Tim Pool is doing is kind of fucked up to Liquid Death because Liquid Death, they're trolling you with that whole like Satan fucking shit. And Tim Pool's taking it literally, but he's not really. He's just trying to cancel them. So long story, but you go to my page, you'll find it.
Mm.
I like railroaded my own relationship with one of the biggest platforms because of principle. Like it was,
hey,
it was like
you just kind of. I noticed you just kind of don't care. You're just like, I'm gonna do whatever I want to do, either
I
take it
don't
or leave it.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I make a lot of I make a lot of money
on his channel, and
I make a lot of
you
money
back.
building bathrooms. I don't need to do this at all.
That's fair. But you still keep. I feel like every time I see you, your platforms just get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
So something's working.
Yeah, because I don't give a fuck.
That's right.
It's the best way to
All
do
right.
it. All right,
Fair enough.
Wick, I have a question for you. Why the fuck is your beard so long? What the hell are you doing?
Not cutting it. If you
Yeah,
don't
I
cut
get
it,
The beard of a wise man.
He's going into his
if you
Lord
have
of the
enough
Rings era.
testosterone, okay.
You look like
you'll
Santa.
grow-
You look like Santa if he was giving presents to kids out of the back of a van.
Fair enough. Evan, I wanted to give you the opportunity to jump in with a question.
Oh yeah. For Soy Pill and Wick TV, I think it's pretty obvious that Israel is going to stay here. They have they have the military force, they have the political capital, they have a lot of influence to where
Okay.
basically all that being said.
Yeah, well, none of us are advocating for the destruction of Israel. So
No, what I'm saying is if you look at the opinion polls of Israel, most of them do not want to live alongside a Palestinian state, and part of them are feeling very uneasy with the prospect of having Palestinians inside their nation. So them removing a population displacement is very likely. But a silver lining is, if there's no Palestinian state, there a lot more archaeology can open up around the region. Specifically, a lot of the ancient classical settlements, like with the actual Philistines, the Canaanites, the Phoenicians, and other groups. And the main reason they aren't doing that now is because a lot of the Palestinians are very paranoid, thinking that it's just the Israelis digging underneath the Al-Aqsa Mosque and just planting dynamite so they destroy it. So looking at the sake of human civilization. The question is, do you value the human rights and the human dignity over the culture of human history?
yes.
Why?
I value the living more than the dead. That's true.
But what if they become the dead? Then
I don't want them to become the dead.
I
would rather them not become the dead.
There's
I think what you're trying to, Evan, if you don't mind, I think what he's trying to say is that there's a 3,000-year-old holy war going on in that land, and I don't think anybody is going to expect either side to change. So if it's kind of like putting red ants and black ants into a jar and shaking it, if you continue to do that, and the ideology of the Palestinians kind of is contradictory to the Israelis. So do you care more about do you care more about that, because it's not going to ever change?
I think both religions are equally dumb.
What shakes the jar more? Constant agitation from both sides, or independence of both states?
Well, we're getting into
If they both have autonomy, is what I'm saying. They would be in separate jars at that point.
Well, so Egypt is doing that with that razor wall that they have right now, right? So and I know that those are both red ants, but what Egypt has done is they've gone, fuck you, Palestinians. You guys are too fucking radical. We're going to separate you from our jar. And it works. It actually works really well. What Israel does is we're going we're going to put up a little fence. It's like a chain link fence. Don't knock it down and try to kill us. And then they do. And Israel's like, why'd you do that? So I don't know. I don't know the answer.
It might have to do with the oppression of their people.
How do you oppress?
You instill curfews. You forbid people from going into certain areas.
Okay.
You take their land. You occupy it.
Is oppression firing over 13,000 rockets in 1 year
both
at
sides
another
have bad
nation?
actors, that's true.
No, stop the both sides shit. One side did this. One side shot 13,000 rockets.
Did you know the radical abolitionist John Brown killed a bunch of people?
Hold on.
Do you,
No,
do you
stop.
know that
Just
Palestine
real quick,
shot
do you not think that
13,000
Israel
fucking
has any
rockets?
culpability in how
Look
these
at
things turned out at
whataboutism.
all?
Take your whataboutism, fold it
But,
up into a
Wick,
nice little
but
fucking
Wick,
ball.
it's hold on, it's different levels, Wick. When you say that, this is why I keep bringing up the water plants. So we can use other examples, like some of the power plants. They got torn down. There's like a few other infrastructure projects.
I agree that Hamas shares the most blame in this. 100%.
Okay,
But to act as if Israel has done nothing wrong in the 83 years.
I'm not saying
is
that.
just
No, I don't think anybody's saying that. I think that what happens is, right, we get into this argument of, and I don't like this argument, but who started it, right? And it is a valid
not arguing.
argument.
I'm not even arguing that. I want to say, like, so Wick, but because one of y'all, and I think you've actually both alluded, starving and like they're starving them, right? Well, if you build water and power plants and then the government of that region tears them down, at what point are you not culpable anymore? I built you the thing you need out of the goodness of my heart. I didn't have to do it, but I did it. And then now y'all tore it down and used it for rockets. At what point is it not our bad? Anymore,
And hold your thought for a moment. Tom says you can hit the like even if you don't have a job or struggle with logic like soy pill. Poor soy pill.
This is my job. I'm gonna get
Why are you singling out soy pill? You know I'm on
probably
soy pill
the
soon,
hat.
right?
It's probably the hat.
Why do you just
Probably the
why
hat.
do you hate the soy
You guys have a
pill?
problem with the hat?
And I'd like to let
You guys don't
Evan-
think it makes me look
Also, props to soy
Evan-
pill. He wears the hat out.
That is special.
You wear
Evan,
that
you'd
outside?
like to
Oh, not all day, but when I'm in
Everywhere.
character.
in character.
All the
Evan would
time.
like to make his exit. Evan, would you like to give your final thoughts to the panel, please?
All right. Well, I think that in life you gotta have to accept some things are going to happen. Like if someone is stronger than you and there's nothing you can do to kind of like resist them from doing minor annoyances, then you kind of have to deal with it. And when you look at like when you look at geopolitics, a country like Poland or Chechnya or the Czech Republic or other places, they have to go and tiptoe around bigger powers because they can't do anything against them. So when you look at a situation where the Israelis have overwhelming force, they have military superiority, they have more money, more resources, you kind of have to accept that it's just going to be the way it is. And even if all the nations go against them, and they do push the Israelis out temporarily, the United States and Western Europe will go and reinstate that country again. So when looking at it like that, I feel like it's better to go and just go along with it and then try to go and subtly influence
Just let
a
it happen.
policy.
That's what
No, you know what?
Like with what
Evan brings
Trump
up a
is
good
doing.
point, though. Evan brings up a good point. Imagine if Canada doesn't like America. They hate us, right? They're like, America.
Actually, I saw the polling kind of fluctuates based on who's president.
Yeah, but you know what? What the
I
fuck
can
are they gonna?
attest.
What the fuck are they gonna do? You know, you want to fucking start some shit? Go ahead. Like, that's what I'm saying. He's got a point where it's like, okay, Palestine, fucking whatever. They might not like their situation, but that's their situation, and unfortunately, they have to deal with it. And they are the ones that have to make concessions. Israel doesn't have to make concessions. Israel could fucking wipe them out. They have nukes.
They couldn't because they would face an international backlash. That would
No, but they
literally
could, and then they would face an international backlash.
Yeah, well, I could go jump off a bridge, but I won't because I'll die. And the same reason Israel won't wipe Palestine off the map with a nuke, even though they might want to sometimes. Some of the people in government.
Soy pill, right? Soy pill.
Yes, they
I
absolutely
could, right, knock you out, right? Like I could, I
don't
wouldn't.
know, man. I'm nimble.
I
I'm
wouldn't,
nimble, bro.
But I could.
This message is sponsored in part by.
I wasn't even being aggressive. I was just
You were, but it was sponsored by Tom, and I know Soy Pills viewers like to see the lovely.
Yeah, they were
lady
craving
on
it
the
since
horse.
I wasn't even trying to be
You
aggressive.
were. You 100% were.
All right, I could beat up a 5-year-old, right? Like instead of trying to be. No, but I could win that fight 100%.
What would happen if you beat up a 5-year-old though? What would
Somebody
happen?
somebody would get mad at me.
Yeah, what would happen to you?
But if I could beat up their dad
dad and their uncle and their fucking uncle.
What if you killed like
What
50,000 5-year-olds?
I'm saying is, if you can do it, right, the other person really doesn't have a choice. They kind of have to accept the fact that they are the weaker person.
If you had a 5-year-old and you beat him up, the 5-year-old would have to accept it. But there would be consequences for you from other actors.
What if I
for
just
your action?
could?
You understand that, correct?
Well, what if a 5-year-old forms
In a perfect world, you could assault a child and it would be okay.
But this is why I wanted
we
to
don't
use the
live in a
soy
perfect
pill.
world.
This is why I wanted to use the soy pill analogy.
You can use soy pill
Bluesby-
anytime. I don't mind.
Bluesby wants to make his exit, so and I think Tom
Yes, ma'am.
purchased him time to talk.
I got a heart out at about 10 minutes too. Just
okay, that's fair.
Yeah, 13 minutes for me.
Yeah, I gotta lock up. I gotta keep Admiral Gibbs from all this stuff. I gotta lock the door.
It's a problem.
So-
You know, I'm known for kicking indoors and taking whiskey in the middle of the night.
I gotta wrap this up. I gotta set the alarm. But this was fun. I'll definitely be joining next time. See y'all later.
It's good to
Thank
hear
you,
from you.
Bluesby. And first name, last name, I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to you. I believe you had some thoughts to add in. Oh, you're
Guess
muted
not.
on
You're muted.
You're muted on your end.
He was waiting so patiently.
Yeah,
for
much
something.
like
know.
Jesus, I do come for like
Don't
a thief
kick
in the
him.
night and steal
It's
liquor.
something on your end. It's not the button on our end. It's something on your audio on your end.
But while we're waiting, can we do a land acknowledgement for all of the nations in the map behind him?
Dun, dun, dun. Missed it. How much of that handle have you had just today?
Oh, not much. Probably.
Don't ask questions you don't want to answer. All right.
Wait,
Oh,
while we're waiting,
won't
I had a
answer.
question for Misfit.
Probably from the V on vodka.
This isn't really a question, but I just
I
found
wasn't like threatening you, by the way. Earlier.
No, I know.
Oh, I was gonna laugh so if that wicked like pulled out a bleach can right there. And it was
Like, if we hung out, I would be very nice to you.
I'm sure we'd have a good time. No, I just found this quote from Robert E. Lee because he wrote a letter to his wife about slavery, which is true. He said it is a moral and political evil, but he notes that it's a greater evil to the white man than to the black race, and that the painful discipline that they are undergoing is necessary for their instruction as a race, and I will prepare and lead them to better things. So, I don't know. Maybe I don't really like Robert E. Lee's views on black people, even though he was not for slavery.
Listen, if you read that in 2025 context, it sounds super racist, right? But think about
like it was worse when John Wayne said, "I think we should educate black people to the point of being."
John Wayne threw a little kid into a river because he was like, "Stop being a bitch."
First name, last name. Are we mic'd up now?
I think so.
I can
hear
you.
We can
Okay,
hear
I'm
it.
on the shitty $10 Target earbuds now.
Hey,
It's working better than the other one.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but whatever. So I was actually here to read that exact letter. That's what.
Oh, sick. Okay,
because-
sorry. Hold on. I'm sure you have something else to contribute. So go ahead.
So, this notion that like Robert E. Lee was like some secret abolitionist or that he was like actually anti-slavery, no, that's not true. This man, I mean, as he wrote in the letter, he explicitly stated that slavery was like this hurdle that black people had to deal with and like go through for their instruction as a race.
Can
This
you
was
read
something-
it? Can you read it? Can you read that part though, please?
Yeah. Let me find it.
The part he just read?
No, the part that it. Well, he's paraphrasing.
The blacks are immeasurably better off here than in Africa, morally, socially, and physically.
Correct.
The painful discipline they are undergoing is necessary for their instruction as a race.
Correct.
And I hope will prepare and lead them to better things. How long their subjugation
Hold on. Can you
may be
repeat that?
necessary is known and ordered by a wise and merciful providence.
Yes. Yes.
I want
Horrible.
to can I point out too that it is my flag that triggered these folks, and by the way, black people fly that flag in the South.
100% they do.
Just as stupid as you, Clay. I'm
No,
not
dude.
racist
No,
and
he's
think
right.
they're
He's
enlightened,
right, dude.
Okay,
Black
so
people,
you're calling black
fly-
people stupid. Wow.
Black people that fly the
Cool.
Confederate flag are
Black
stupid.
people
Yes, I am saying.
Great.
Hold on.
Black
Black
people
people
fly
then that,
because they
that
don't
tells me you don't
Hold
understand the
on.
context
Anyone
of the
who
flag.
flies
Hold
I understand
on,
the context.
boys.
I just think
Hold
they're
on.
You can call me stupid all you
You're all
want. That just
talking.
makes you
Nobody
stupid.
can hear any of you.
No, okay.
You're all talking.
Projection.
No, you. No, you.
It's
First-
projection.
No,
First
you.
name,
No,
last
you're
name.
projecting.
Finish it up.
So pretty
Hey, look
much
at your fucking hat.
Stop.
Dude, it's always
I like
that
his
works
hat.
every time, dude. It's perfect.
I like
I
his
do like
hat.
his hat. I do like his hat.
I
Go ahead.
But I
First
will
name,
tell you
last
this.
name. Hold on, Clay. Go ahead. First name, last name. Back to the topic.
So what I'm getting at is pretty much this notion that like we can look at Robert E. Lee as someone who was like, oh no, he actually didn't like slavery. No, he acknowledged that like slaves didn't like being slaves because anyone with eyes and a brain back then could look at the people who were being owned as human chattel and go,
He called it
yeah,
an inherent evil. He called it.
Yeah, he called it an evil, and then he fought a
evil.
war to protect and expand it. And
Next-
also wrote
next
in his
to
letters
next to
that
freed
the
slaves.
what?
Hold on.
So
No,
the notion
Robert E-
that Lee freed slaves is actually a misconception. It comes
No,
from
it's not.
he
No, can I-
inherited slaves when he married
freed-
his wife.
Yes,
and
his wife.
in the will of his wife's father, it said these slaves have to be freed by this date. And
Yeah.
he fought in the courts to not
And it
free
was
them
and it
because
was
he wanted to make a bunch of money, and then he lost, and he had to free them.
Robert E.
By the way,
Lee freed all of his slaves before the Emancipation Proclamation. Look, I'm not saying that
Well,
Robert E. Lee
Hold on.
Robert E.
That
Lee
first
in
name, last name
2025.
just told you he was obligated to because
Yeah,
they
You
were
know the Germans
inherited.
stopped killing Jews in
this is
1945.
like-
Okay,
this is-
can we give them
hold on.
credit for
I
that?
mean,
Kind of them.
Does anyone give them credit for that?
I'm not
there's a
calling him
better-
a good guy.
This
You only
is like
give
the same
Hitler
argument with
credit
like
for ending the
I'm not
war.
like, yo,
right?
Robert
Like,
E.
with
Lee
the
Caesar
bullet.
died more than 3 years ago.
One at
You
a
know,
time.
and
So
like,
so you know the hat that Soy Pill is wearing comes from a TV show that, if you look at it, has plenty of racism in it.
Yes.
Boy pill. How are you going to answer for this accusation?
Well,
that
now,
your
now,
hat comes from a
you know,
Matt
honestly,
Albert,
it's not
right?
nearly as
History
bad as my
of
totem cop
racial
tattoo. Okay,
bigotry.
so
Hold on.
that's-
Can I address first name, last name? Look, yes, you are correct that in 2025, Robert E. Lee is a huge piece of shit. All right, like that's inarguable. What I'm saying is, if you contextualize it for his time, he met his wife, who I think did not like slavery, and maybe he did.
Won't someone
Right?
rid me of these
Maybe
pesky slaves
maybe
that-
maybe
Hold
he
on.
liked it. Maybe he liked it. Maybe his wife didn't, and maybe he fell in love and was like, you know what, honey, you're right. They are people, right? And then he freed them. He freed them about 6 years before the Emancipation Proclamation. All of them. And his letters say, I think it's evil. I also think that, you know, they need us, and it's very hard to think like in terms of a person from like that time and how they viewed other people. So I'm not saying
But
that
there
I
were
like
people,
Robert
in fact,
A.
a
Lee.
whole swath of people, Misfit, that didn't think that, and they were like, "Actually, slavery's bad, and I won't fight
No,
to the
you-
death to end
well,
it."
so
And I
you're-
think those people were good.
You're
people
leaving
back
out the
then.
fact that the North had a whole bunch of fucking racist people.
I think
that were
those people were
fighting to
bad
end
people
slavery.
then and
Right?
today.
There,
Well,
you-
part of the
you think-
genius of Abraham Lincoln was he tricked a bunch of racist people.
You think
into
that
being
you think
favor
that the
of abolition.
fucking North you think that the North was Antifa or some shit.
I
They
didn't say
weren't. They
that.
were
I just
also
said there were a bunch of abolitionists back then, and
hold on.
they were all good people.
I do want to interject here. Like, a
13,
little bit, right?
Not to
Go
mention,
ahead.
we can
Go
also
ahead.
consider
Hold
Okay.
up. You're all talking.
So, while I will agree that for most of the South, the predominant reason was slavery and secondarily states' rights, right? I do think, okay, and I'm not going to use Lee as an example because when you said this, I knew this is where this path was going, and I just try to put it on. But there are examples in the Civil War, especially, right? I don't think it's as easy as cutting hairs and saying this guy's evil because he fought for the Confederacy and they supported slavery, right? Okay, cool. If you're defending your home and you don't even have slaves, and all you know is this guy Sherman, for example, is coming and burning every farm from now here to wherever, I think it's reasonable to like knowing that could be an outcome as a leadership position, and there are examples of this for both sides that switch sides and fought for the opposite side, even despite being in one side, like being where regionally in another location. I think it's reasonable to understand there is some sort of loyalty to your region and your hometown, despite the fact they might be upholding something evil. Especially when you look at some place like Texas,
Gibbs,
who
if
has
the
some
Red
national
Army
identity.
burned down your village, would you fight
Well,
for the Wehrmacht?
Why do you
Well,
fly
let me
the
just-
American
let me give you-
flag,
hold
Soy
on,
Pill?
but hold on.
They've done a lot of
Just
atrocities.
let me land this plane here.
Stop.
When-
Go ahead, Gibbs. Answer.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, just to finish it. This is why when I look at it, and I brought the Texas and I know it's like apologia for the slavery thing. That's how y'all described it earlier. But this is why I brought it. Slavery was already on its way out in Texas. It just was not a productive venture. I'm not saying this is some moral high ground of Texans. Like I'm not saying they were better than other states. But here in Texas, it was more of a states' right national identity issue than it was saying I don't know, Georgia, where Sherman had to burn the South, right? And so when we're sitting here going, no state could fight for its regional identity, and they're fighting this evil thing, I think it's not a fair assessment of a complicated issue. Yeah, I agree. It was probably not good they're fighting for slavery as a whole, but these states are hundreds and hundreds of miles apart. You think the Virginia reason is the same as the Texas reason, or the Kentucky reason? No, obviously not.
Well,
I would not fought for slavery.
In the creation,
you all went at once. Wick, are you trying to exit?
Yeah, I got it, Jeff.
Go ahead. Go ahead and close out.
Thanks for having me on. You're great. You're gonna get Roy back. You're gonna be better than ever. You cut a lot of baggage loose. A lot of people holding you down, some chains around your ankles. Glad to see you fly. Thank you for inviting me. Continue to do so. If you guys like what I have to say, you can check me out at Wick TV. We got shows all the time on all sorts of different subjects. I love you all.
I'll see you later. Free candy, Van Santa. All right. So out of the 13 original colonies, right, 11 of them were trying to oppose slavery. I think it was Georgia, and I think it might have been Virginia. It might have been another one, but there were two colonies that were not for slavery, and the Civil War took place way after the establishment of America. So this idea that the Civil War was fought over slavery exclusively it's just not historically accurate. It was fought over states' rights, and it was fought over the states that were predominantly pro-slavery. Right. So when I say that Robert E. Lee, and when I say that these other people, they were fucking horrible people that were like, I want my slaves, but they were also at the same time, for their time, they were progressive. That's all I'm saying. They were just progressive for their time.
Well, Robert E. Lee wasn't progressive for his time, to be clear.
Yes, he was.
The people that were fighting against slavery, not every Union soldier, but the people saying slavery should be abolished were the progressives. He was moderate insofar he wasn't saying, hey, these people should be enslaved their entire life, but he's saying slavery is a necessary evil to educate blacks to the point of education, which is not progressive for the time. It's pretty fucked up, actually.
It's fair to say he was
up. Go ahead, first name. You're gonna have to say it again.
Sorry. So there's a lot to unpack. I think firstly, the kind of going back to what Gibbs was saying, this notion that people back then were these uneducated pawns that didn't understand what was happening in the world around them, I think is a pretty big disservice to people in history being cognizant of the world that they live in. Yes, education was not as good as it is now, but if you went to these rural farming towns in the South, it wasn't like they didn't know that there's a civil war happening, and it's probably
I didn't say that.
No, I know. What I'm getting at is you kind of create this conception that you have this poor bumpkin farmer in the South who doesn't own any slaves and is just hanging out in his farm, and then oh my God, Sherman shows up.
Who owned all the slaves? Well, hold on. Who owned all the slaves? It was the major plantation holders, right? Something like an eighth to a tenth of it. No. Fake news, but it was definitely the large plantation owners, and they were over here owning massive amounts of them. And you would have the average person in the South, only 1/3 of people in the South as a whole owned a slave, right? So, and most of the people that own the slaves, top heavy. So, when I'm not saying they're country bumpkins, but whenever you have a guy, Sherman, for example, in his march to the South, he openly stated we're going to engage in total war and burn. It's pretty clear hey, my homestead's in that path. I'm not dumb. I'd better shoot the guy that's going to burn down my house. I don't know why you're going to tell me that's not the case. In fact, I would go against your argument saying I'm saying they're stupid. In fact, I'm saying they're highly intelligent, going, this is my side, and I don't necessarily want to be on this side, but that's the side we's on. Better start shooting, or I'm going to start losing. I feel like that's a pretty educated response.
And that's my argument for Robert E. Lee, where I'm like, hey, but I'm saying I know you're not saying that. That's my argument. He was fighting for Northern Virginia and his land, and he had a loyalty to the land, and he espoused ideals that were anti-slavery. And I'm not saying that he was a good guy if you contextualize him in 2025. Of course, he's a piece of shit.
if you contextualize them in
Was he
2025.
a good guy back then?
I think
No,
it's better.
I wouldn't say like in the 1700s. I don't think that we would look at him from the same lens. I can't answer that question.
Yeah, but back then, do you
18,
think
yeah.
all the slaves would be like, "Hey, this guy's fighting to preserve our slavehood"?
Well, I think that he had freed men that were fighting beside him on the battlefield of Northern Virginia, and those freed men made a choice to fight next
Like
to
we
him.
said, there can be dumb black people.
And also this notion of
That's pretty racist.
that there. You think black people can't be dumb?
No, I'm just saying. I think it's racist that you said
It's
that.
racist to say that
I
black
believe-
people can be dumb, just like any other person.
I believe people can be dumb, but when you say
I
black,
think
people
a black
can
guy be dumb?
that tells me that you're racist because you can't
Did I-
decipher
wait,
between the. You can't.
Do you think a
decipher
black
just-
guy can be dumb?
There's
Do you know of a single black guy that you think is stupid?
Hello,
Just
hello,
one.
hi,
His name
hi,
is-
Soy Bill, hi.
Hi. There's only one.
There's a
Come
difference
on.
between there's a difference between two people, one who believes that black and white people exist, and then there's me who believe that just people exist.
You don't believe black people
are the-
exist?
No, they're just people.
They're not black though.
No, they're actually like a tan brown color. Like, what are you talking about?
What am I talking? What am I talking
So
about?
you're racist, bro.
I'm racist
You're one of
because
those
I am
progressive
acknowledging the
dumbasses.
existence of black
You're
people.
a progressive dumbass.
I'm a progressive racist
Yes,
for
you're a
saying black
progressive
people
dumbass.
exist.
You want to teach people that we got to treat the black people also well because
Whoa,
you
hold
know
on, I
they've
didn't say
had
anything
such a
about
hard
that.
time,
I
right?
didn't
And they're
say
just
that.
dumb, and we
Oh,
got
I
to
didn't-
treat them.
I didn't
a
say
little
black
better.
people are just dumb.
But it
I
is
said black
it
people
is your
can be
position.
dumb, just like anyone else
Yeah.
can. Clay, if
No,
I
no,
was
no.
pointing at a
Yeah,
group
that
of
is- no,
people,
that's exactly
hold
what you
on,
said.
I'm pointing at a group of
Exactly.
people.
You're
I'm pointing at a
dumbass.
group of people, and you don't know their
Yeah.
names for some reason,
Yeah.
but it's
You don't
Obama,
recognize them
it's
as human
Trump,
beings.
and it's Biden.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and you don't know their names, and I said, can you go get
They're human
Obama? And you're like,
beings.
who's that?
Yeah,
I
they're both
say the
human
black
beings.
one. You're like, I don't know who that is. Is that what you say?
Yeah,
Or
they're
you'd be like,
human
oh, the
beings,
black
not
guy. I know
black.
what that means.
They're not white.
They're not black.
Well, although the light's shining on my face, I'm not actually white.
You're not
You do
white.
understand that, right? Are you
You're
white?
not white.
Are you
I'm
white?
I'm a
You're
quarter
white.
Latino.
Okay.
But I'm also
exactly.
white. I'm also Jewish.
Exactly. So you
Which some people don't
you
think is
separate
white.
yourself out of the human beings, and that's
No, I'm
cool.
also
You
a
can
human
do that.
being. You
It's
can
what
be
you
two things
believe.
at once.
You get to believe.
Yes,
anything,
I
bro.
believe race
You get
exists
to believe-
insofar as
yeah,
people
exactly.
classify
You're
people
probably
as
an
black or
evolutionist
white.
too, probably, huh? You're probably
I also
believe in
believe.
evolution.
Yes, I also
Fair
believe
warning
evolution
to both of you.
exists, yeah.
You're talking over each other, so we can't hear what either of you are saying. But I'm sure it's
Do you believe in evolution? You don't believe in evolution?
Why would I believe in evolution?
The historical record of it, all of the scientific experiments.
When did
that prove it.
evolution come about? The theory.
When did it come about? I mean, I
Yeah,
guess
when-
it kind
when
of
did the
started with
theory?
Darwin, late 1800s, right?
Oh yeah. So people believe that we were from God before that. Why shouldn't I believe in God?
Are you saying that because people had a different belief before that it's more valid?
I'm saying that the historical record supports my belief more than it does yours.
Yeah, we were largely uneducated about how the world works until very recently.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wasn't it the guy below you, right beside me, who was saying that the belief that these people were just dumb farmers just historically isn't true? Were they dumb
farmers in context of the Civil War and what slavery was?
so
Not.
as
I'm
we
sure they
move
didn't believe in
along-
evolution either.
So as we move along, we become better educated, right? In philosophy and religion and belief
Yeah.
systems and the way we should act, right? So not
Mhm.
owning slaves. So when we're talking about the American flag, right? And I say, why do you fly the American flag when so many atrocities
I don't
were
fly the
committed
American
under?
flag, actually.
Oh, okay. So you're not American. You don't.
No, I
believe
am. I
in-
just don't fly it.
Yeah. So you don't believe in life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
No, I do. I just don't fly the flag.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I mean, hey, you don't have to. It's your right.
Yeah, that's
you know
cool.
what? People have fought and died in many, many wars, including the Civil War.
Mhm.
My family fought on both sides so that you could have that right. Did you
Your
know
fam-
that?
Wait, the family that fought for the Confederacy fought for that right? I thought
Yeah,
they fought
my
to
family
keep
fought
people
on
enslaved.
both sides.
I
Yeah,
think you're
that's
missing
how it works.
the liberty part of the
I come
liberty
from a
in
long
fighting.
line of Americans.
Oh, I believe
Not only
it.
did they fight in that war, they fought in the Revolutionary War, but they also
Mhm.
fought in both world wars. Now,
Mhm.
you
on both sides in
that
those two?
right. Say thank you.
To who? To the Confederate family
people
members
who
that fought
fought
against
and
the
died.
Union
The
that
heroes
were
are
trying to
dead.
free the slaves.
You're no hero right now.
I didn't say I was
You know
a
that,
hero.
right? You're not. a
I
hero.
know. I'm super not a hero, man.
Yeah, you're not.
I'm a hero for taking place in these debates when no one else will. I'll say that. Sarah thinks I'm a hero.
You're
right,
a
Sarah?
hero for
He
wearing
is
that
my
hat.
he is my
He's a
hero. Soy
now.
always. I will give him that. When I say, "Hey, I've got one," they requested you or whatever the case may be.
That made my night. I gotta
He-
say that made my night. That was maybe the greatest thing I've seen tonight. I am very happy that just happened.
Well, what makes me happy is when people complete the goal to keep the show rolling. Tom, adding into that, says if you were in a Confederate
Oh wait,
state,
here I am.
yeah, if you were in a Confederate
He's
state,
back.
you fought for the South. If you were in a Union state, you fought for the North. Simple as that for nearly all cases.
Got it.
You know, while that whole
Okay.
one-on-one debate was going on, I just kept on saying this is gay, like over and over again in the background.
Careful.
I'm,
Careful. You're still on screen.
I enjoyed it quite a bit personally. I don't know what you thought. That shit was
He just
fun.
likes watching.
I will throw in.
With a little bit of
Gives in the
voyeurism.
cup chair.
I
the gay
enjoyed
cup
it.
chair.
All right,
I
well,
enjoyed it.
I'm gonna get out of here. But
Would you like
okay.
to give your final thoughts, Misfit?
Yeah, you're all gay. Yeah. Yeah, every one of you, including Sarah, especially.
I tell my
Especially
chat they're all gay, but I say that as a compliment, not as a pejorative.
I thought that was a compliment. No, look, backwards hat. All right, I'm gonna go.
I'm sorry, I gotta
I'm gonna go
come
from
back
top-
in a few minutes. I just got a call.
Yeah. You,
Okay, zombie.
Good. All right, I'm gonna go from top left across. All right. So weird blue hat. You're gay. Weird helicopter hat. You're gay. Sarah, I love you.
Aww.
You,
You're gay.
Admiral Gibbs. I can't get mad at you. You were my partner tonight.
Your heart's in the right spot. We'll
Well,
get you all the way.
to be fair, that's gay.
Also, you're gay. Levy, you're gay because you don't have a profile picture. Zombie, you're gay. Non-fun, gay. First name, last name, not gay. And me, I'm straight as shit.
Wait, why is he not gay?
I don't know. Who gives a fuck? I'll see you later.
Damn.
I think the words might have been inverse here now. First name, last name just got rizzed. How you doing?
I'm gonna text him. He's gonna fall on the floor. Watch it. Watch. I'm gonna text him later. Like, did you get up off the floor yet? All right. Tom Carpenter again is the official. I'm just putting your name in the description. Official sponsor of the show says had an ancestor, fought in the war, reported dead, made it back home a couple years later. Wife had remarried.
Okay.
Hey, that's some tough bitties, man.
Damn. That sucks,
He
bro.
he just wrote this, like, literally the story that's in the song, Dixie. Like, that's the story right
Or in Brothers, that movie with Tobey Maguire.
Oh yeah.
He gets cucked by Jake Gyllenhaal.
That was a sad movie, man.
That's a rough movie.
Yeah.
I will throw in to Tom's previous comment about, if it was just the majority, if you fought where you were from. Yes and no. It depended, obviously, where you were from, what you were doing. But an actual very interesting phenomenon during the Civil War was that when Union soldiers went to the South and actually met formerly enslaved people and actually saw the state that enslaved people had been living in, a lot of them in their letters had become radicalized and became pretty fervent abolitionists before not really giving a fuck about slavery or any of that before the war. They get down to the South, they're meeting like these columns of like formerly enslaved people, and they're going, oh my god, like this shit is wild.
Did
and then
none
of
of them
course
say, like, when they met them, though, like, thank God for slavery, because otherwise I wouldn't be able to understand you. You'd be speaking African.
Yeah, we do have 5 billion letters from the U.S. colored troops going, oh my god, I'm so happy that like we were enslaved because we were so educated now.
Yeah,
But
I
that
don't
is
believe
something to point
anybody's
out
really making an argument that slavery is good. I don't know where you guys are going with this.
He literally said
Lee
slavery is a necessary evil
Who's
to
he?
educate blacks.
Lee, no, not he. Lee.
Okay,
Lee
so
did.
Misfit's gone. So Misfit's gone.
No, I said Lee, not he.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Misfit's gone.
Oh, I know. I was talking about Tom's comment, not Misfit.
This one?
You're arguing against the
Or
ghost.
this one?
I'm not talk. I'm not even arguing. I'm pointing out a thing.
Oh, you already
Okay.
said this one, Tom. We read this one.
No, I think that's what he was
Okay.
referring to.
Oh, okay. Wait, so Clay, why don't you believe in evolution?
I do want to hear about that a little bit.
Why don't I?
Yeah.
Do you think the Galapagos Islands are not a thing? They
Sure,
just
it's
don't
a
exist.
thing. So just because
Okay.
I see differences in animals, all of a sudden I got to believe that one came from another?
What about so like
Well, you
know about,
realize what was observed on the Galapagos Islands was animals changing over time. What specialization or
How
whatever.
long did it take for that change?
not very long,
Not
especially
on the
for animals
Galapagos
like
Islands? It
flies,
wasn't very long because it was.
You say it wasn't very long specifically.
like a few years.
I don't remember. It was
But like,
within the
but
human
like,
lifespan.
but Clay,
So Darwin sat there.
Hold on,
You
hold
gotta-
on.
But Clay, just hear me out. What if I could do it to you in a couple months? Like, say I had flies, for example, and I bred flies out of trait. Like, we're going to keep bearing them up, and we specify for certain animals. You have to believe in evolution if you're a rancher, because guess what? Santa Gertrudis cattle don't exist unless we evolve them from other cattle. Like, so you're telling me that something I do every day doesn't exist. Like explain to me how what I do doesn't happen.
The parts are there, and this is all I can tell you, that the parts are there. They're in the genes, right? So it's the genetics, right? It's there. But,
But what if I
the
breed
cross
mutations?
the cross
Like
species
red-haired
part,
cattle.
the cross species part does not happen, never has, never will.
We have literally done we have literally bred rabbits that can no
cross?
longer breed with other species of rabbits
we-
because
we
they
have-
have
we-
become different species.
There's
Or the
cattle
liger?
that-
Have you heard of the
Species-
liger?
There's bovine
before?
that can't do that.
Hold on.
Cross species.
They're literally different species. What we're saying, like I can breed
you're not.
cattle, right? Yes, I can breed cattle right now. They're not compatible with other.
What type of cattle?
breeds
What type of cattle?
Like you can't breed a Santa Gertrudis with say like a Highland, a Shetland Highland, right? They're
I'm
just not
talking
compatible.
about the actual. What are you talking about? Cows?
That is what
They're
cattle
different-
is. Yes,
That's what a species. A species is
Okay.
something that can breed
Can you
within
breed
its
a ca-
own.
Can you
For the-
breed a cow with an elephant and get something?
No.
No one is
because they're
arguing
different
that.
species.
that's a different gene, bro.
Cross
Speaking of
species
getting
does not happen.
something, you have 7 minutes to finish that goal, or this show signs off and goes night-night. It's up to you, chat.
Like, if you can't
Back-
get laid, does that mean you and women are different species?
Bro, I have no problems. So you might want to back that shit way the fuck back.
Can you wait to tell us about all your sexual conquests?
Nah, I don't think so, bruh. Nah.
Oh,
You're trying to
why
dig,
do-
bro, and it's not gonna happen.
Did you meet
Question
him on the
for
ice-
the-
did you meet him on the ice wall by chance?
Go ahead, Levi.
Question for the people that believe in the theory of evolution. What's the, I guess, the beginning? Like, what's the story? Like, how does the world start, and then how do we get to
Primordial
humans and-
soup.
I'm
And
gonna
then
say
it-
God.
and then it-
God.
and
You
then
don't even
it-
have to. By the way, if you don't believe in abiogenesis, you don't have to believe in abiogenesis to believe in evolution. If you want to say
Yeah,
God
God
created
can
the
make
first
that
life
happen.
and then it evolved from there, you can say that. But
Exactly.
Completely
I'm
compatible
saying
positions.
so. I'm saying so. God created one form of life, and then from that one specific thing
Well, hold on.
came
That's
out
not true.
everything.
That's, well,
Like,
if you believe
right.
in the Bible, right?
That's
If
what
you
I'm
believe in the
asking you. I'm
Bible-
asking you.
Well, so
explain
yeah,
to me
I'll
the
argue this
whole-
from a Christian standpoint, right? You can do this a couple ways. You can argue it all came from one thing, right? And God created life in general, or you can argue the argument that God creates things with age because He's all powerful. So He's going to create Earth. It might be 4.5 billion years old age, but He could say, "Oh, it's only 10,000 year old." This is what the 10,000-year-old Christians believe, right? They're going to argue that, "Oh, He created it with age intact. He created a bunch of different species." Just like if you're a Christian, right? You talk about Adam and Eve. Well, when Cain gets kicked out of the Garden of Eden, why is he afraid? He's afraid of the other people that live in the land of Nod. Well, okay, what other people? God's only talked about Adam and Eve. So it's clear that God can create people on different areas if God's all powerful. So yeah, there's no problem if you're a Christian believing He set things with an age or set things with a bunch of different animals, or He created it from one animal. You can believe this in all sorts of different ways of creation, and they all stem back with evolution because we can see that literally in cattle breeding. I can see it in breeding like different kinds of corn. We literally don't have the same corn right now. It's not cross compatible with the maize that we grew originally. Like, there's just no way you can't tell me that we can't create new species. Where I literally see it for work every day.
When someone says they don't believe in evolution, I don't think they mean that they don't believe that you can get certain things from that you can't get certain things from crossbreeding certain things. Like you can't get Bapple from I don't
What
know,
about like lemons and oranges and shit?
Right.
Like,
I think
created
people
totally
that
new
don't
fruits
believe
didn't exist in
I think
nature.
people that don't believe in the theory of evolution, they don't believe in the creation from evolution. Meaning,
Right, they accept the science of genetics, but they can't comprehend that over
listen to
time
what
you can
Clay's argument
be
was.
something completely different because they're fucking retarded.
Clay
Like,
argued you can't breed a cow with a giraffe or an elephant, right? Okay, cool. But let's look at plants. We've literally created what is it? Is it the mandarin orange? We've created mandarin oranges. We've created lemons and limes based off breeding two different things that were two different
but they're not.
fruits.
But,
if we grafted
they're
them
not
on,
so
if they
different.
weren't in their nature,
They are
hold on,
different.
they are drastically
They can't breed with each
They're
other
totally
anymore.
different
That's the
species.
point.
They're totally different species. They can't breed with each other, and they have characteristics of both. And some
Right, but if you realize that
it's
all
a
the
totally
all the
different
examples
creation.
you're bringing me are all within certain parameters, you can't. You
Levy,
can't
we could literally, if we wanted to,
No, I
and waste a
can't make
bunch
a
of money.
plant
No,
into a
no, wait,
fucking
Gibbs.
cow.
Gibbs, if we wanted to,
hold on.
waste a bunch of government money, we could take a bunch of fucking donkeys and we could breed them selectively until they literally turn into what giraffes are. We could do that if we wanted to. It would be fucking
So you're
stupid.
telling me,
but we
so
could
you're telling
literally
me
do this.
that the only
Or
way
crabs.
to have creation
That was
from
the
evolution
dumbest shit I ever
is
heard
if
in my
it's
life.
intentional.
But it's true.
No, it's not. The whole point
No.
is it's random mutation over millions of years.
But
Well,
Levi,
you can look
You
at
just
how.
said the
so you're telling
government
me
can
it
breed
can't-
donkeys
can
into
it
a
be-
giraffe, bro.
Bro,
Yes.
that's literally
That's
happening.
literally-
Bro,
it's literally
Axis
possible,
deer in
yeah.
Texas are
Okay.
doing this. Axis deer in Texas have been moved here from an area they weren't originally, and now they're starting to resemble more like giraffes than they are originally the deer species, like that they come from. So yes, this is absolutely something you can do.
Donkeys
Like,
gonna become the giraffes. It's the new donkey
I mean,
giraffe.
just because you don't understand
Don't do
genetics,
that.
you
Is
can
it
make these like
something-
jokes,
but-
but
Gentlemen,
like,
is it
you just look
something-
dumb doing it.
Gentlemen.
Is
I
it
know.
something
I
that
know.
you,
Go ahead.
is it something
your
that
donkey.
you can do without sorry, is it something that happens by itself, or are all of those things that we have proofs of, that we have mandarin oranges and all these things that we
It can happen independently.
You don't think we
because
don't
enough mutations can happen where the species can no longer breed and they resemble something else,
Right,
and over
all
the
of-
course of
all
time,
of
they
Look up
become completely
literally look up
unrecognizable.
examples that you're bringing
Hold on,
me
just real quick.
are
You
all-
can look
Yeah,
up
because on
the
a
big
short-term
bird.
basis,
Look up
we
the
have to force it.
Hold on. Go ahead.
You can
Nas.
look up the. Sure, you can look up the big bird lineage. Literally on the Galapagos Islands, there were researchers after Darwin. This was like I believe it was in like the 2000s. They were like looking at a bunch of birds, and they literally observed, because of some special circumstances and some incest, speciation happening. There was a new species of bird created on those islands.
But
it's
it's
called
not-
the
right.
Trust
big
me,
bird
bro.
lineage.
Where were they? Where?
Just trusting.
Where was
It happened because he
One
said
second.
it.
Look
Were
up
these
the
birds?
the big bird lineage.
How do you believe your
Were
car
these?
will start?
Are they?
dude?
Was the lineage more birds? Different types of birds? Or
A
is
new
the lineage
species of bird.
a new species of birds? Right. It's all within a certain what's it called?
Species.
Whatever species, I guess.
It's called
No, it's
species.
not within a
Used
certain
because
species.
it's not. It's not a certain species. Whatever. The point is that all the examples.
Let him finish. Let him, Clay. Let
All the
him
exam-
finish, please. Go ahead, Levi.
Thank you. So all of the examples that you're bringing of showing how evolution works and how we could see things evolve, except for the big bird thing, which I haven't
What about crabs?
got
We
a
can do
chance,
the crabs.
haven't gotten a chance to look at. A lot of those things, probably 99% of the things that you've showed me, are all things that with human intervention,
No,
we've
crabs
shown
have
how
evolved
these
independently soming like 11
how
or
these
36
things have
times.
evolved.
Levy,
and
what is
formed.
the
Hold on,
difference?
hold
What is the
on.
no?
Can we
we
let
need to ask
Levi
him.
at
No, we
least
can't because
finish?
he's being fucking
Yes,
stupid.
I hear
Sarah.
you. I hear you. But at least let them finish the thought, and then you can say,
He
Levi,
doesn't
you're being
under-
fucking stupid,
He
and
doesn't-
then you
like,
correct
We can just
it.
cut to the chase. Levy, why do you think a mouse is different from an elephant?
Because they have different. I don't know. They're just different.
Yeah, but what's different about them?
It has different organs. It has different. I'm saying the
don't have
buildup of a mouse is very different than a buildup of an elephant.
Build up, yeah, but why? Like, what
Why?
is
'Cause
different?
God
Like, what is
created-
fundamentally? Okay, all right.
No, okay. So you explain to me why.
Well, they're both
So
mammalian, right?
you understand that given enough breeding, we could force this to happen. You understand that we could literally turn elephants into mice. We could say we will select for smaller and smaller elephants, and we will select for hairier and hairy elephants. And over the course of enough times, enough breeding, given a long enough time, we can just these things will become different, and they won't be able to breed with each other. They'll be different species, right? That's what a species is. They can breed with the same thing. Like eventually, if you have enough changes, it will look completely different. Do you understand that that can happen?
Yes.
Okay.
But you're one second. You're not answering my question. Of those things are like you said. If we have these two
Right.
things specifically, we have to find the smaller elephants.
Right. So okay, so you acknowledge we can do this on purpose,
human
right?
interventions, right?
Okay.
Human
So
intervention.
why can't this happen through random mutation?
Because that's not logical. That doesn't make any sense.
What do you mean? Why not?
Because you're telling me that you have to find specifically one tiny elephant.
Yeah, we could force it.
Breed it with we.
Okay.
As human beings.
Right. Okay. Well, no. Okay. No. You got it. You got it, Levi. You got it. No. You got it, Levi. Oh, you okay? So you understand? Okay. So what if? What if this is crazy? What if there was only fruit that was like 100 meters up in the tree, and so all the long-necked donkeys were able to reach it, like they're slightly able to stretch, but the short-necked ones really couldn't, and they just all died. So these like longer and longer necks started to develop because their kids had longer necks, and over the course of a while, suddenly these donkeys almost look like a completely different thing, almost like a giraffe even. And then those are the ones that survive. Is that
why are there
possible?
still donkeys?
Because there's donkeys in areas where there is fruit, and there's giraffes in areas where the fruit was only too high for them to reach it, right? There's deviations in different parts because there's millions and millions and millions of these types of creatures.
So now let's do the elephant to the mouse thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the problem with the elephant is simply population. The problem with the elephant is simply population size.
Based on random mutations, you can have.
Well, okay, no. He's asking a valid question. Okay, so yes, if you looked and at the deviations that would occur in like elephants, yeah, they probably actually wouldn't evolve into mice. In fact, I'm pretty sure the common ancestor between elephants and mice is like way fucking back into like mammalian species. You're not going to get elephants evolving to mice because when you do have these random mutations, it's not like something so drastic as like a 40,000 times magnitude size difference, but you do have common ancestors between, I don't know, like whatever the precursor for a horse and an elephant were, or the precursor for any other four-legged mammalian and that were. And some of them, rodents, that's why there's rodents as a classification. That's why there's larger, I forgot what the elephants, like tertiaries or whatever it's called, like, and that's why they're birds. All these classifications come from this whole tree of evolution of random mutations, where if you look and it's like, okay, well, these birds are a different species. They can't crossbreed, but they're slightly different because we can track those short little mutations. If you go back far enough that you can do all the links in between, and you're like, oh, and that's when they look the same. And that's why monkeys is like, yeah, we didn't evolve from current day monkeys. Monkeys and us shared a common ancestor. We deviated a bunch in different ways, and we now have the big brains and the more opposable thumbs and the tools, and that's why we're so different.
So who's got the bigger brain, the white people or the black people?
What? I don't know.
Allow me to read the super chat, then I'll hand it back to you, Gibbs. Tom Carpenter says, not saying evolution isn't true, but breeding out ability is not proof for it. Anyone have a thought to add to that?
Well,
the fact that we can force random mutations and make them not random is proof that random mutations can cause enough deviation for something to become a different species. That's all that is.
And again, you guys can look up examples of this happening. I mentioned the Big Bird lineage because it's a story where it happened very quickly, and it's a very funny story because it involves a lot of birds.
That's part of an example because they think bird is like a classification, and if it's a bird, it's not.
Speaking of bird, you guys failed to meet the goal, which is fine, but I put one hit it or quit it. Just one hit it or quit it goal up. You have less than 15 minutes to do it, or I'm happy to say goodnight to everyone, as is everyone else. It's up to you, chat. Sorry, I interrupted. Go ahead.
Yeah, so here's the thing, right? You're saying this. Let me use a better example. I think it's going to maybe kind of debunk your species problem. Is, do y'all know what carcinization is? It's basically, we have crabs. They evolved 5 separate times, right?
Only you have crabs.
Yeah, that's a good one. we have anyway, no, we have crabs evolving 5 separate times, right? And they own shrimp currently, lobsters, they're currently related to like scorpions on land, right? Scorpions and lobsters can't breed. However, they're both invertebrates, right? Oh, cool. So like, how can we have such drastic things as a scorpion and a lobster be the same grouping, but there be totally different environments, totally different things, and somehow they both evolve independently into crabs, and we have the fossil records of this. We've seen it happening in real time currently. We see animals turning into crabs right now to this day. And like, you're arguing this doesn't happen. If you're telling me that an ant or a lobster is the same thing, the same species, you're just wrong and you just sound dumb. But when we know that something that's like a cockroach can turn into a shrimp, boy, let me tell you what, that seems like interspecies change to me.
Which one would you eat, though?
Both.
I'm not arguing that it doesn't happen. I'm not arguing it doesn't happen. What I'm arguing is that saying that happens means that conveniently I can go back millions and millions and millions and billions and billions and trillions and gazillions and quintillions of years ago and show how we all have the same common thing, and we all come from the same little pool of whatever you said. So
yeah, but if I have a cockroach and it
Yeah.
turns into a crab over the next, I don't know, 100 years, right? And you're telling me that's not enough of a species deviation change for you to
Yeah,
go,
one second.
evolution might be happening.
You're telling me that? Are you telling me that it happens, or you're saying you're
It's happened
giving
5 times
a
independently.
hypothetical? Huh?
No, this has happened 5 times independently. We've seen different bugs turn into crabs. and shit,
You're
right?
saying a cockroach turning into a
So
crab?
if we had a crab, we had a cockroach right now turn into a fucking crab.
No,
I don't
I'm
know why I keep
asking
doing
you.
this.
I'm asking you
Like-
if it has happened in the past
You got
100
to
years.
zoom in and all. Sarah, I don't think you set the goal.
Yes, I did.
But yeah, what I'm asking you is, if we see this happening in real time, like a bug turning into a crab, would you agree that that's a species enough difference for you to say evolution is happening?
Show me it happened.
All right, cool. I'm just trying to
Did it happen?
It's happened a lot of
Yeah,
times.
yeah, it's yeah.
Show-
It's like
Is
it's like
it-
a major scientific thing.
Is it the Big Bird thing? I haven't
No.
seen. I'm saying I haven't. Okay, you guys are making me look dumb. I haven't looked into this thing. I'm just.
No, you're doing
you
a
guys
pretty good
brought
job
up
yourself,
evolution,
buddy.
and I'm just bringing you a question, a good, interesting thing to think about as to why someone might not believe that the creation of the world is from evolution.
Levi,
Hey,
can I
Ryan.
try to build a bridge? Can I try to build a bridge? Like a genuine
Love
bridge.
bridges.
You're saying a bridge is just evolve between people.
yeah,
and-
yeah. Can I try to evolve a bridge from a sidewalk? So, I will say I'm not a evolutionary biology guy. I'm a history guy. So like this is out of my wheelhouse. There's a lot about evolution I don't understand, and there's a lot that I frankly don't get. And I think, you know, your initial question where you were kind of talking about original cause, if I'm not mistaken, that was like your first thing, right? Where you were talking about like if we go all the way back, like what about the original cause of all life, pretty much?
Yeah, it was that some people that don't believe in evolution, when they say that, they don't mean that they don't believe in the possibility for genetic mutations. They just don't believe in the origin.
Yeah, I think honestly, and I this is gonna sound like a cop out, but trust me, like I mean this genuinely. I think it's okay in the field of science to be like, we don't know, we haven't figured that out yet. Like obviously, we have hypotheses about abiogenesis, and again, this is out of my wheelhouse. Maybe it's been settled, I don't know, but like I think it's okay for scientists to be like, listen, we haven't fully figured out the exact mechanisms, the exact, you know, ways that abiogenesis could have occurred, but it is still the most likely possibility that we have, which is why we're running off of it probably being true. If
No,
that
I am okay with that. No, I'm absolutely 100% saying that if you want to say, I believe this is the way it happened, I'm cool with that. Because I can only do that, right? That's great. That's perfect. I don't know is a great answer.
Like I don't mean that as like a cop out. I don't mean that as like, oh, you have to do this. I mean this is genuinely like there are things that we just haven't figured out yet. That's why like one of the big holy grails of space exploration is finding life on like something like Jupiter's moon Europa, because that would be evidence of abiogenesis.
Tom is the official sponsor of the evening, and the last stream and the stream before that, he says keep the show fucking rolling on. Thank you so kindly, Tom. Red is my favorite color up on this screen, and so you're getting the happy tomato blushing all about. He says proof evolution isn't always positive. I'm helping you guys keep this up.
I can affirm that. I mean, this guy, there's positive and negative things about evolution. Like, this guy came from like wolves, but look how fucking useless and helpless he is. But like,
Genuinely
it's
a good
positive.
example of like evolution over time.
Yeah.
that we
It's
right-
not,
Positive
because
is
that
adorable.
is
Also,
human
like,
intervention.
it's negative. Hang on,
Hold
hang
on, you're
hang
all going. You're all going.
Can I
What
finish?
is the Europa thing?
Right? Hold on, Ryan. Finish your thought.
Please. So it's positive that he's adorable, and I mean, come on, look at him. But like, it's negative because like, if he was outside for like an hour, he'd probably die like instantly. Like, he's such a moron. He has no idea what he would do. Like, he's completely helpless. So it's
Don't,
positive.
like all
and
dogs have
negative.
Munchausen's or something. Is that how that works?
I just
Yeah.
want to say on the Europa thing real quick. You know, abiogenesis could be one solution for if there's life on Europa, but it could also be like panspermia. You know what I'm saying? Where it traveled through like rocks or some shit, landed there.
I will say that's
just
why I
evolved.
explicitly said Europa, because the general consensus is that Europa is way too far away and in Jupiter. I used to be an astronomy person, but I suck at math, so I wasn't able to do that. But like Europa being in Jupiter's
Or it got hit by a comet.
whatnot. Yeah, it makes it much much less likely as the TLDR for like panspermia to be the explanation for Europa versus something like Mars, which is why like even if life is found on Mars, there's like a huge asterisk until we figure out if it's like just Earth life or vice versa. But yeah, no, that's why I explicitly said Europa, because Europa being in Jupiter's gravity well and also just being a fuck ton of astronomical units away from Earth makes it much less likely.
Well, it wouldn't necessarily be from us. What if it's like came from like the building blocks that were like already in the solar system, like say, I don't know, something from interstellar case came in and it landed, and then the ice sheets of Europa grew over it. Just like, you know, Earth is like, you know, could be from some like same thing. I don't see that there's any less likely if it's ancient.
Oh no! I agree. I mean, listen, I personally think abiogenesis and the interstellar stuff, like comets and shit, like seeding stuff with life, is probably the most likely explanation. But
I need to interrupt. Non-Fun has something to say about Israel, and that's the whole point of the debate.
I was gonna say we are very off track.
Someone in your...
I mean, we went. To be fair, we went from Israel and Palestine to Robert E. Lee to slavery, and then now we're on evolution. I like it when panels do this. I like when we maneuver.
Evolve.
Yeah, we
evolve
evolved.
our positions.
But yes, non-fun. I know you.
I mean, I like talking about that stuff too. I don't mind the panel shifting, but shout out to the person in Soy Chat apparently really wants me to speak. I was going to ask Misfit this too, but I think Gibbs actually mentioned it first. I was just going to say, I think when you say like, I think the case for Kurdistan, although like I'm not 100% opposed to Kurdistan existing, is probably a lot harder because, and probably you mentioned Euro too. It's probably going to break more international law stuff as well, because one, Kurdistan would be taking away territory from sovereign states, many of which are already unstable. Syria and Iraq are already rather unstable. Saying that we're going to take away territory from them is pretty bad. You know, Palestine is just letting the Palestinians govern territory that Israel doesn't even fully claim as theirs. Like, Israel does not claim that the West Bank is theirs. They haven't annexed it. They do occupy Area C, but even areas A and B are to some extent already governed by Palestinians. And obviously Gaza is well, prior to October 7th, governed by Palestinians, or Hamas. And, you know, that, like, it's not, I don't think that's comparable to Kurdistan.
Well, the reason why that came up is because I was told in this debate that, we need to support our allies. And, you know, autonomous Kurdistan in Iraq was probably our biggest ally during the Iraq war, right? You know, and then we left them out to dry the first Iraq war. And then they got gassed and shit because of it. You know, and in the second Iraq war, we still left them out to dry. We have the Kurdish allies of ours in Syria. They got left out to dry when Turkey got mad. You know, yeah, sure, we could easily give them the Iraqi region. We could easily give them probably the Syrian region, but Turkey would get mad. And, you know, here's the thing. The Dems have supported funding Turkey with USAID. I know that Andrew is really anti the Kurds. Soypill might sit here trying to give me Schumer said that they want Kurdistan to exist, but they didn't act like it whenever they were funding, Androgen and power over there. And they've supported Turkey all the way around with other military deals and all sorts of other shit. So yeah, when you're sitting here saying, we need to help our allies and we leave the Kurds out to dry, who I think actually have a historical claim, unlike the Palestinians, because they actually have had a state before in history, which is where they get their names. And you talk about the autonomous region in Iraq, we've seen they can govern themselves peacefully, unlike what we've seen, in Palestine. I think it kind of loses a lot of validity whenever you're going, we got to support our allies. I don't think that there's any benefit to that argument at all. If you're
well, it's also one of those things where it would supporting a Kurd state right now, like, stop violence to some extent or relieve tensions, and that's kind of the whole point. Yes. No, if we were to say, all right, Kurdistan, take all of this land from Iraq and Iran, because there's like multiple lands that are like overlapping in Syria, and it's like, yep, this is Kurdistan now. Would that make things better or worse?
Well, if we didn't give them Iran, we could give them the portion of Syria, we give them the portion of Iraq, and the portion that's in Turkey could move into part of Syria.
Understand?
That's what they've advocated for. And guess what? No, Turkey said no. We don't want a Kurdish state on our border, and then they've crushed them.
Right, and I think that if
taking territory away from those sovereign states that are already unstable is a lot more. It's going to raise tensions a lot more than giving Palestinians territory that even Israel doesn't claim as theirs.
If I may, I apologize, Gibbs. Levi wants to exit. If we can give him the floor to make his closing thoughts.
So thank you for having me, and I wanted to come on to discuss the Israel thing. but we ended up talking about evolution, which is nice. Thank you all for listening, and appreciate it. The civil discussions.
Are you Israeli, Levi? Because
I am Jewish.
Okay, but you're not in Israel.
No, American, Los Angeles.
Okay.
Cheers.
All right.
Thank
Shalom.
you, Levi. I appreciate you joining, and we'd love to have you back anytime.
If you have another Israel conversation where we're not talking about evolution, I'll be happy to.
I know, yeah. Well, see, but that's the thing. We could have an evolution debate and switch over to Israel. So
No, we don't have to do
always.
We'll do some human intervention.
It.
We'll do
We've
some
done
human
it.
intervention. All right.
Yes.
Have a
Have
good
a
night,
wonderful
everybody.
evening. Thank you. And Alexander sends in the Big Ten to say the water bear. I don't know if that's water bear is in ARG or water bearer.
I'm thinking it's the bear that lives in the water.
The polar bear.
Evolution.
Yeah. All right, Gibbs, I'll hand it back to you.
Yeah, so when we're talking about Syria, listen, Syria is a chaotic state right now. Their leader is pretty questionable at best. If he's actually, someone we want to back, he's got some pretty funky ties. We're really going to dive into his history. We've seen them already commit a bunch of atrocities. I don't see how it would hurt us to give our allies the Free Syrian Alliance and the Kurds basically their portion of Syria. Well,
Because we might start another war between
who?
Iran, Iraq, Kurdistan, and
we
Syria.
don't give them Iran's
on
portion. Hold on.
fronts.
We just hold on. We don't give them Iran's portion. We just let the Syrian portion and the Iraqi portion be
Yeah,
autonomous.
the Iraqis and the Iranians
combine
might
them.
form their coalition the same one they did when Iran was bombing Israel and blow up Kurdistan if they lose that territory as part of allyship. So this is the whole point. Look, hey, I'll just say this: if there was a good reason to believe that Israel thought if you give statehood to Palestine, we're gonna start a nuclear war or something ridiculously insane like that, I'd be like, yeah, I guess we can't do this, even though I think it's deserved because it's going to escalate tensions to the point of a huge untenable war. But I don't
So
think
you're
that's
making the same argument Israel is making. They're saying, listen, y'all keep putting terrorists in power and they keep attacking us. And you're going, hey, you know what? Let's try this again.
I
But
think
when
that
when
we
I bring
could
up the
establish a
Kurds,
statehood
you're like,
while
oh
appeasing Israel.
no, let's not even give the Syrian Kurds, who are our allies.
I think we have more leeway with
and
Israel
the
than we
Iraqi
have
Kurds,
with
who are our
Iraq
allies.
and Iran.
We have more leeway with Israel than Iraq? We own Iraq, bro. What are you talking about? They can't do shit without us saying how high. But what are you literally?
Really?
We bombed Iran. We bombed Iran's top general in Iraq, and you know what they told them? How you like the way that dick tastes? They didn't do fucking shit. They did nothing. They wrote us a strongly worded letter, bro. That's what they did.
Didn't they plan potentially an attempted assassination of Donald Trump last year?
And what happened? Though Iran did, not Iraq.
Okay.
And so, what do you think Iran? What's Iraq going to do? They did nothing. They sat there and they took the dick like a good little bitch. That's what happened. I don't understand how you just sit here and go, "Oh, what if Iran cheats with Iraq?" That's not going to happen. We own them. They're our clients
Okay.
now.
And do we own Turkey as well?
I mean, theoretically we should. They might invade Syria, but here's the point: they're committing genocide against. But hold on, they're killing already the Kurds in genocide. You're fine with the genocide of the Kurds in Turkey? Oh, okay. So then why would we want to give them their own state? You're okay with you okay with giving the Palestinian state for a perceived genocide, where the Kurds are actually going through one actively?
Wait, I never said I don't support a Kurdish state. I said potentially this could escalate if you are taking away territory from other states. And I support an end to the genocide, one. And two, I support their independence and autonomy, but we need to find a way to do that that isn't removing land from other people or maybe putting them in a different place. Like if Israel...
We're giving the Kurds the land they already control. There'll be autonomous Iraq and the portion of Syria that they control.
Yeah, I know, but it's a
those are things that other states claim.
But other states like a terrorist regime in Syria who's not really recognized by the rest of the world yet. Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay, but you at least acknowledge, Israel does not claim most of the West Bank as its own territory, right? They did annex some of East Jerusalem, but that's it.
Yeah, not yet.
Well, I agree. It is concerning that Israel might want to annex parts of the West Bank and potentially some of Gaza as well. We'll see what ends up happening there. But that's territory currently they don't recognize as there. Versus Syria, Iraq, Iran, Turkey, all recognize.
They hold it for strategic benefit of themselves against I don't know.
So Israel occupies Area C, but they have not annexed Area C. Israel occupies. Israel has some security presence in Area B as well. They're not in Area A at all.
They control a lot of these areas, over outside that too.
Yeah, but it's an occupation, right? It's not a. They don't claim that territory. They have an annexed area.
Occupation, yeah, right.
I have a question.
So it is in the West Bank is an occupation.
I have a question that's kind of a different angle. I don't know if you guys have talked about this very much. I unfortunately didn't catch the debate or the open panel really until the evolution part, or the most recent evolution part. But it got me thinking about the kind of religious angle to all of this. Have you guys talked very much about why like Western evangelicals have like a very particular view of what needs to happen over in Israel with regards to Gaza and everything? Like there's
I'm actually raising the red heifers to sell to the Jews so they can start the apocalypse or whatever.
Well, seriously, I mean, this is like seriously, this is what a lot of like evangelicals in America believe. Like, I mean, it sounds like you're quipping about it, but like this is a genuine belief held by millions of Americans. Like, what do we make of all this?
Yeah, no, I know that is something that some of the evangelical Christians in America actually do believe that. I don't believe anybody on this panel actually believes that. I believe actually me and Gibbs are probably the only two that would fall into that category, if at all. And you don't believe that, right?
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I guess I'm not really asking whether or not you believe it.
I can play the devil's advocate, and I can try to speak.
Well, hang on. Just real quick before you do, I'm not asking like whether or not you believe in this. I'm asking like how do you think this factors in like as a to the political discourse surrounding this event? Like
I got you.
I mean, it seems like a pretty relevant piece of the puzzle, right?
Maybe.
I mean, like when I look at it, right, I can see the argument. Like there is a neocon like Christian base that would definitely be like, oh yeah, we stand with Israel, right? Like that's what we do. You always stand with Israel. They're God's people, kind of thing. Like that's an argument I've definitely heard my whole life, right? So yes, no, I think that there is some connotation to that like kind of go down. However, I don't think that portion is as big or as powerful as they used to be, and I think a lot of these people have moved like to vote local, and they're very tired of what seems to be like the U.S. spending money on shit that's not our problem. Like, and I think that is speaking to them a lot now. And they're also like, I think even the most diehard of that are definitely doing the thing where people go, which the left is doing as well, which is like, oh, Hamas is in Palestine. They're going, Netanyahu's not the Jews, right? And like, I think that it's maybe not as big of a push as it used to be. Maybe like 1/6 of the Republican Party probably would argue the kind of point that you're making, I think, maybe. If I'm being...
That's a lot of people.
I mean, it's a lot, but they're not like... I mean, yeah, sure, but it's not enough to really move the needle overall, I don't think.
Alexander says the tardigrade? Is that what that is? Tardigrade?
The water bear that he was talking about.
Tardigrade.
Oh,
seriously?
That's the name for the... Okay.
They're very cute. You should definitely Google it. It's not like a meme. Like, they're actually really...
I mean, I've heard of the
I have to
thing.
do this right now. Hold on. Let me... Tardigrade?
I've heard the tardigrade.
Those are not
cute.
Bear. Those are weird looking. What the fuck is that?
They're adorable. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hold on. I'm gonna, and I apologize for everybody that is on topic. Let me just show you exactly what Ryan said is cute looking.
It is cute
for the record.
Maybe it's because I'm a Pokemon fan.
What the fuck is that?
Looks like something from Warriors of the Wind.
It's the water bear, bro.
Nausicaa and the Valley of the Wind.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that bug thing from that movie from way back.
So, Sarah, I gotta go in a second, but my audience is clamoring to hear from this Varun here. Is he being held hostage? What's going on with him?
Okay. Like, you want my opinion about the conflict between Israel and Gaza?
Yes.
No, I just feel that ever since Islam came into existence, it's only created misery for everyone all over the planet, because if you see their history, they've had conflicts with Christians, with Jews, with pagans, even with Hindus. So when the Arabs actually introduced their religion to Central Asia, a group of people in Turkmenistan, they're known as Turkic people, they embraced Islam. Actually, they were very, very violent. So what happened was that it got amplified after they embraced Islam. Afghanistan was a Buddhist and Hindu country. Actually, they actually entered over there, they destroyed all the monasteries, they sexually assaulted all the nuns over there, they forcibly converted many people to Islam. So we suffered a lot for 1,000 years under Islamic rule as well. And the conflict is still going on in the form of Jammu and Kashmir. All the Pakistanis and Afghans that you see who claim they're Muslims today, they were actually Hindus and Buddhists. So they're against democratic rights, they're against women's rights, they're against thinking rationally as well. So let's say you keep giving into the demands of the Islamists, you'll actually create another dark age for mankind. And this question, the answer to this question is pretty complicated. You'll think that what the founding father said is correct, because the founding father said that you shouldn't, of America, they said that you shouldn't interfere in other people's problems, stay away from it, and let them resolve it. But if you look at it, the Jews are actually quite productive, and they're very intelligent people. If they do get wiped out by mistake, God forbid, by an overwhelming Islamic majority, then it will be another dark age. Let's say usher in another dark age for mankind, because the Muslims, they're heavy into inbreeding. They marry their cousins a lot. They cannot compete in Europe as far as jobs are concerned. There are hardly any Nobel Prize winners as well. So if anything happens to the Jews, it will be bad for mankind actually on the whole, in the long run. The Muslims only will bring more and more problems on the planet. That's it.
This is your fault.
That's what I feel.
I think that Kashmir belongs to the Muslims of Pakistan, and it should always.
No, they were Hindus actually. They were once Hindus. What happened was that they got forcibly converted to Islam. I know the history. They wanted to convert back to Hinduism. Then what happened was that the priests actually said, no, it'll impurify it'll make everything impure, let them stay as Muslims. That's how the most of them who are Brahmins actually became Muslims. If you see their surnames, they have a lot of Brahmin names in it actually, like Bhatt or something like that. Bhatt, Mishra, they add a lot of that to their surnames, like Muhammad Bhatt, Muhammad Mishra, like that actually. They were Hindus before they got converted to Islam.
Okay. Well, I'm really appreciate you sharing your opinion. Sarah, I do have to go. It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much, and I'm happy I wasn't sick for this.
Rage quit. He's scared of me.
Yes, I just don't want to see you whip out your little animated wiener again.
I don't wiener.
Thank you so much, Soy. This really meant a whole lot to me, and I genuinely.
And I'm happy you're breaking ties with the absolute worst parts of what the community, and now you can hang out with the cooler people. All right, you can learn, and we can make you a better person. This is also great. So I'm very happy.
Oh, you'll never change my value system, but I don't. I'm. You guys really showed me exactly the great people on the internet are.
Hell
Thank
yeah.
you.
Wait,
All right.
Bill, you're not
Good
ready
night,
for the
everybody.
combination of these two? My
Thank
baby
you.
oil.
Have a good night. And first name, last name also wants to make his exit from the panel. First time here. I hope we see more of you.
Maybe. Yeah, I joined this Israel-Palestine panel to talk to Misfit about Robert E. Lee, and ended up staying through the whole evolution discussion. It was fun, I guess. There's a lot that I could have. The statements by Varun were something, but I don't really have time to get into them because it is late and I need to go to bed. So
before you go, are you related to Evan Lord?
Who?
Guess not.
He does look like Evan. Evan
When I was on
here earlier. Evan was
on the
on here
bottom.
earlier.
And they were on both sides
don't
of me.
ever say that out loud ever again.
I normally get
they share an archetype.
It's not an insult at all.
Oh no! I'm. I'll have to Google him and see.
Well, he was on the panel earlier.
Okay, I'll rewind the VOD or something. But yeah, it was nice hanging, I guess. Catch y'all later.
Good night, buddy.
Seem more well read
Thank you.
than even.
First name, last name. It was such a pleasure having you. I look forward to it. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Joe Cool, welcome back, champion. Trippy Cast, where were you? Were you guys hanging out over on Flows? What was he covering?
I wasn't. I was actually starting a movie, but then I just kind of came over.
Decided to come make your own.
Yeah, kind of.
Fair enough.
I don't know what Joe Cool's over there doing. He's got a lot of these in his
Yeah. Yes, he does. Hi, Joe. You with us?
He rage quit. That was pretty good.
That was spot on, actually.
That's a baby walk? Yeah.
I'm sure he'll
little
chime
bit.
in at some point, maybe.
There you go. I'll match you. Baby oil for baby oil.
You know
I
what's
got
funny?
some
I
of
was
those
reading
with
in
baby
Sarah's
oil.
chat, and they were talking about how I was the one who had the baby oil, and y'all both whipped it out real fast. Listen, guys, y'all,
I keep it here. It's
y'all question
always
the wrong people.
It's
Lotion
always
gate
we
is
actually
real.
have our own baby oil emoji for our members over here on
What
this
is it?
side.
Is it Diddy?
But yes, it's Diddy oil. Hold on, let me switch Joe out. Remove
All right,
it.
let's
And
try
I
this
just
again.
can we just point out Gibbs's attire here? He straight up always looks like Pimp Daddy
You look
Flex
good,
when he gets
baby.
on
You
here.
look good. You look good.
Yeah, if you come to like a late night panel, I feel like people should be dressing up. But you know, I'm in the minority on that apparently.
I just
I
wear
mean,
a hat.
To be fair, I always wear a nice shirt, but I'm always in my sweatpants. This
Yeah,
is
I
my
got my-
favorite job in the whole wide world.
I'm so fine, but like they can't see the lower half. Like I know a lawyer that does all his meetings and shorts on all day, but you know it's up top.
That's fair.
I
That's
put on my
fair.
spike glasses.
Yeah, this guy knows.
Yeah, I've got my
Flex
good
shirt.
hoodie on.
But thank
Yeah.
you, appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. I
forgot
love
what
that
button the
Gibbs
hat
always
is.
dresses up.
There we go.
Sarah, can I ask a question? Actually, like,
Yeah, go ahead, Asper.
yeah, regarding this, many times the liberal media, they always try to point out how bad Christians are and whatnot. But how is it that they always actually they do point that out, but when it comes to Islam, they've enslaved 100 million Africans actually, and then the Armenian genocide, then the genocide of the Christians in the Byzantine Empire, and seriously, they've then Hitler employed the Tatar Muslims under Haj Amin al Muhammad Husseini, who was a Palestinian. They killed Jewish children as well, and the genocide of the the genocide of the Iranians under the
Darren.
Islamic rule. How come
who's
the
saying
media?
who in the media is saying that any of these are like good things or defending these things?
No, not that. But they're silent on these things. That's all.
I don't think they are. I'm pretty sure all the main like New York Times, like Reuters, whatever. Like
I'm not really aware of any of that
Have
shit.
talked about these events. Like I mean, it's like and their historic impact on. Like I just don't know what you're referring to.
No, what I was saying is like when it comes to Islam, actually, especially in the West or in England, they're afraid to say that it has had a very catastrophic consequence on mankind. They keep quiet
think they
actually,
are.
and they just keep quiet about it, but they keep pointing out only how bad Christianity is. They forget how horrifying this religion has been actually for everyone.
You don't
Yeah,
think they
I
slam
just feel like
Islam
I don't
in
think you're
America?
right. I
All
think
they
you're just
do
trying
is
to make
shit
fun of
on you guys
Hold on,
and
you're-
say you're all bad guys here in America. Muslims get a shitty rap here. What are you talking about?
Yeah, like Muslims get an extremely shitty rap in America. Like I think this is an insane take. I've never.
Yeah.
I
The butt
think
of
this is
every
like some
joke.
complex like Christians have in America that makes them believe this kind of thing.
Tom-
and I think you're just feeding into it.
Tom says, growing up in the space, the Israel message has diminished in the churches, but the cultural pull towards defaulting to supporting them is there still in a pretty significant way.
Yeah, I want to agree
agree.
with that. I was kind of talking about that earlier, right? And I've grown up in like several different very like strict religious like backgrounds, right? And like every one of these like definitely had the heavy Israel message like when I was younger, but even like towards the late 2000s, they started moving away from it. Like I definitely don't think it's as powerful as it used to be. That's why I kind of like said like 1/6, maybe even a little less, like maybe an 8. I don't know that they'll actually go vote. They're gonna probably vote local, is what I'm saying, because local issues have become much more important to I think Americans than in
Hope
previous
so.
times. I mean, I'm sure as fuck hope so. Like personally, that's kind of what my analysis was of it.
That's the best way it works. Local, when you get to see your representative every day in the supermarket or at the gas station, once they become insulated, it's over with.
It's like saying that a musician sold out because they made millions of dollars. But I was just saying, hey, look, okay, I had a mayor of the town that I kind of grew up in when I was going to high school, and that mayor was caught across the street from me. Okay, and he was stealing pipes out of the house because somebody lived there. And I'm not even joking. Like, you can look that shit up. He was stealing pipes to pay for his crack habit.
That doesn't surprise me at this point.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I used to bowl. Like in middle school, I used to bowl in like this after school thing. I know it's weird, right? I was on a bowling team. And they used to host bowling events at this like local bar. And one day my mom's sitting there and she's complaining about the mayor to this lady she'd never met before. And it turned out it was his wife.
Oh.
Yeah, she was like, "Can you believe our mayor's like on crack?" And the lady's like, "Yeah, he is. I can't believe he acts like that." And she was like, "And he really loves cocaine." And my mom's like, "It's weird. This lady knows so much." And like as they're talking, she was like, "Oh yeah, by the way, I'm his wife. Nice to meet you." Shakes her hand and goes, "I gotta go."
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Clearly, she was fed up.
She was used to it. His wife.
Yeah, I was
used to
gonna
that
say
shit.
that could be something that you know. If anybody's still watching over on Misfits YouTube side, I'm gonna go ahead and remove it just for safety purposes. We're over here on the Raging Tomato on YouTube.
Actually, we're on the Gauntlet.
Yeah, never mind. Oh well.
Look at that, we fixed it for you. It's the Gauntlet. Go to the Raging Tomato YouTube. Go to the Raging Tomato YouTube and then look at the About section. And there's a link there.
I mean, it's all there. They'll find it somehow.
Yeah.
There was like one person on that YouTube side watching it. His Twitter's still going, and I'm okay with leaving that because that one's got like almost 2,000 people driving by on that one. So we'll leave that one open for me.
Say the quiet part out loud.
Right, we'll leave that one open.
Yeah, we like corruption is only bad when I'm not part of it.
But
right.
I mean, you can't get in trouble on X for saying certain words, so he's safe over there. Yeah. Oh goodness.
By the way, that mayor's name was the Powder Dusty. No, I'm kidding. He's just chilling over there. He's like, damn, I need to get
I just finished smoking my crack.
I'm just saying, I bet that mayor works round the clock for his constituency. I'm just saying. You know.
Was it Marion Barry? Remember him? He was.
No, I was back in a previous life. I was on local government, and I fucking hated the people that thought, "Oh, you're on this board," and then they thought they were entitled to talk to you, to bring whatever stupid grievance they had to you.
They were, so they
were in
were.
line at Redbox, and they'd be like, "The trash can man threw my trash can in my yard yesterday." I'd be like, "Fuck yourself."
You don't carry
Yeah.
your Rolodex with you?
I can't remember
I'm
what
sorry.
the
I would have
think I
gotten
missed
out of
the-
that trash can.
How did
Right.
we? How did we get to this from? What was the What was the link there? Or there was like a jump at something I totally
Because
missed.
the trash service is a city service, and I was
No,
It's
not
because-
to what you just said, but
It's because the Palestinians went to Lebanon, and Lebanon has got a multi-party system, and because they're multi-party system, they haven't had trash services in the last 4 years.
Damn, man, how did you see
That's
that,
right.
Ryan? How did you not see
come on,
that?
man.
It was
I-
crystal
and this-
clear.
what's unironically, this is actually a true statement that I'm telling you. So they just got trash
I'm sure
services
that's
back,
true.
and it is true. They did
No,
that
but
shit
in all
forever.
seriousness, Gibbs was pointing out that most what you would call Christians who essentially did that weird, like Israel is the land that it's God's land, that Americans whatever blah blah blah. He was pointing out that most Americans are starting to move towards local politics, that they really just don't care about that stuff hardly anymore.
Well, I mean,
Which is
that might
smart.
be true of like that might be true of like a lot of voters, but like I mean, there are still like leaders in the coalitions that are pushing Trump.
I agree.
For this
All
in
the
particular,
powerful
right?
motherfuckers
Yeah,
believe that
like very
shit.
powerful people. I feel like that, like dismissing it out of hand, that there are a lot of people in America and
you're not
leaders in
saying
America.
dismissing it out of hand.
Well, okay, but I mean, we've kind of like you guys aren't really engaging with it at all. Like,
Well, I'm just saying it's like 1/6, like the one,
Like,
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 1/8
do
in that
it- do it,
range. It's
like-
not that many people. I mean, it's a lot of people, but that'd be like I'd say 1/6 probably just by itself is Texas, and they want to be their own country. Like, I mean, are we gonna write policy on Texas want to be its own country at the national level? No, just like we're probably not gonna write policy on the 1/6 of these people that are spread across a bunch of like southern states mainly that believe, hey, we're gonna believe in Israel like it's God's land. It's not enough people to really get behind. Sure, there might be a few
I think
people
what I'm more
that might
interested
be
in
sympathetic. I don't know.
exploring,
It's a big mover.
I think what I'm more interested in exploring isn't whether or not we're going to do the annex Gaza like for the sake of the 1/6 of Republican voters that may or may not believe that doing so brings about the apocalypse. I think what's more interesting is why this belief has been fostered. And like like how this has been fostered.
0% of Americans think
Why
that
has it
Gaza
been?
will bring the
I
apocalypse.
don't
Just
think
for the
that's.
record,
I don't think that's
0%.
true. I think it's
Well,
actually.
hold on.
Why
If they
is
were talking
this
about
belief
annexing
being
Israel,
fostered? I'm
maybe,
curious,
but if they're
right?
going to just annex Gaza, 0% of Americans believe that, unless they're retarded.
Well, I mean,
Ryan,
it might be.
Or some.
Why is this being fostered? This push, whatever you want to call it.
Like here's a quote from Terry Copeland Pearsons, which is an influential pastor. It says, "We Christians are calling on our beloved President Trump and his team to aggressively remove all barriers to Israel's sovereignty over all the land, including Judea and Samaria." Right?
Okay.
Like this is something they're pushing for.
Sure.
That's something that specific church is, right?
What?
Yeah, which group is that?
Just that specific pastor, not even necessarily.
It's not even like the president.
One person said something.
Denomination. You really just brought one church. It's like this is not major powers organized to push the same agenda.
And the church doesn't rule the state.
I don't even think of the 160 people that believe this, or even organized enough to do it. Like you might have the Southern Baptist Convention, then you'd have like the.
I feel like you're really downplaying this, like the influence.
Well, because it's not. No, I am downplaying it because what you're saying is you're acting like all these different denominations somehow would get together. Like the Methodist, the Baptist, the other Methodists, like all the Pentecostals, like all these groups would get together on the Protestant side, and maybe the Catholics too. And you're going to sit here and they're going to go, "Hey, we want to push this as a political agenda unified to get this going." And nobody's doing that because
whoa. Doesn't Ryan win in the end? Because they're absolutely doing that. In the end, he's on solid footing.
Let me just finish. The reason why it's not a real thing that's a big issue is because you have 15 versions of what these people want. There's not one unified policy among this 1/6. You have like 15, 30, 100 versions of this, and they're all being pushed, some by different churches within the denomination. And so you're going to go, "Oh, are these predominant people saying this?" Sure. But if you have 50 different messages and it's 1/6 of the voting base, that's not going to be something.
What is U.S. policy? U.S. policy is to support Israel no matter what they do. So it looks like the powerful people are supporting him. Ryan won.
I'm reading more from this New York Times article about and so it's organizers at the event pushed a that group formed a decade ago describes itself as a network of about 3,000 Christian leaders representing tens of millions of American Christians who advocate "quote unquote" biblical truth and steadfast support for Israel. Like, this is not irrelevant. You really are like. Tens of millions. That's a lot of Americans.
We have over 365, so tens of millions.
I just don't understand why. Like, I'm not even saying this is like the major thrust, but it's.
Hold on.
I'm not even saying this is like the major thrust of. It just seems like extremely relevant. I just don't understand why you're downplaying. Like, these are clearly influential figures that have the president's ear, and like I feel like. I just don't understand why you're so quick to throw it out.
Assault against Christianity, acting like this is a unified front. No, I will say this is.
I mean, I'm not going to argue with what Homie was.
I'm not being silly. I'm not going to argue like Homie was trying to argue with some like Hamas conspiracy. But Christians do get the brunt of like a lot of bullshit. And right here, you're acting like it's a unified Christian front. You said 3,000 churches, then tens of millions. That probably means like 10 to 20 million, maybe more than 10. They would have said 50 million if it was 50 million. They would have said hundreds of millions if it was over 100. So you're talking about even less than a sixth now of the population, right? And of that, some of that's going to be not people of voting age. And so we're sitting here just smaller and smaller numbers that doesn't matter. And then even within that own 3,000 churches, there's probably different pastors that are going to push different versions of this. And so when you're sitting here acting like this is some unified Christian policy to go and support them, that's just bullshit. And it's a leftist talking point. And it's basically the lefty version of scare tactics to rally the base. Ooh, the evil Christians are coming for your brothers. They're coming. And that's what you're doing.
Literally just describing. I'm just describing a belief that.
Hang on. It's literally a play out directly out of Goebbels' playbook. Goebbels says exactly what
you're either being silly or disingenuous.
Literally
all I'm saying. Let me respond. Literally all I'm saying is that there are millions of Americans, tens of millions of Americans who have been fed through a propaganda pipeline for decades now that Israel needs to exist in a very specific way, and there have been political motifs and moves made in the name of this specific goal. And you're just like you're acting like I'm Goebbels for saying that. Like,
yeah, I mean, we have radical Goebbels in the house, bro. I'm just saying he's over here literally going down the same.
That's a good nickname.
Exact play-by-play.
I mean, did you listen to Stephen Miller's speech? That's way more Goebbels than anything I'm saying.
Not listen to Stephen Miller's speech.
What does it mean to say Goebbels? I don't understand.
Dr. Joseph Goebbels, the third in command for Nazi propaganda, modern propaganda. It's literally
that's too far.
It's literally
Goebbels is his name, not Goebbels. But
listen, I don't give a fuck what his actual name was.
Goebbels.
Nazi. Well, what I'm going to call
it's funny to say Goebbels.
But what I'm saying is, this guy literally wrote how to do that, how to like propagandize, and you literally just went 3 for 3 on the scale. You went first, we're going to pick a group. It's going to be the Christians. We're going to pick an issue that's not a real issue. We're going to radicalize and push the idea that it's a unified front. These are all things he lays out in multiple novels. That's exactly what you just did.
You said
I didn't say it was a unified front. I said
you
that millions of
it's
Christians
not a real
believe
issue,
this.
and you pushed it as an agenda.
And you pushed
Wait,
it
is
as
a real
by,
issue. It is.
by,
It is
and then you tried to pin me
God.
on, it's one unified.
Ryan is still right when you're done talking. Ryan is still going to be right. The leaders are Christians. The Christians support Israel.
Sure, in the most tangential shit. Hell, that's the same as me going, hey, Julius Caesar died more than 5 years ago. Technically, that's true.
It's really hard to masturbate to this.
I just don't. I don't understand
I'm
why
gonna
you're so resistant.
Ryan.
Keep
Most
at it. I'm
Christians,
trying. Everything's
most-
working out for me.
What are you
Just
doing with your
goddamn
hand,
you,
Trippy?
Trippy.
What?
Most
I didn't do anything. Nobody understands what that means, you know.
Yeah,
I feel like it
no
makes
mean.
you.
Go ahead.
Like,
I
I feel like this like makes
most
you look
Christians,
bad.
most Christians really
I
don't
feel
go
like-
along with politics. They just kind of.
I feel like
look,
I'd say
I'm gonna tell you right up, straight up. Look, most Christians do the whole "I'm saved, once saved, always saved." That's what most Christians are. They really don't care about all this politics bullcrap, bro. That's most.
I
Christians.
mean, like you can say that, but like I mean, I have Christians in my family, and I know what they believe. I know what they believe about Israel, and they want it. They think
so. It's
related.
personal
You're doing
experience.
exactly what I
coming
said.
from. Understand that.
Listen, right,
Think
this
about
is
the
why I
apocalypse.
say
They believe
you-
this. They
you
do.
literally-
I don't know what to tell you.
And it's
They-
great.
they
Most
believe
Yes,
this.
they, as in a lot of
Hold
millions of
on,
Americans. Yes.
Hold on.
Just because
What denomination were
they
your
do,
parents?
just because they do,
My
doesn't
mom's a
mean this
Mormon.
is what all Christians believe.
And then and the Southern Baptists would call the Mormons, say the Mormons aren't even Christian. So like, you're not going to sit here and tell me that it's a unified front. This is how it's stupid.
I never said that. That's your words.
But you did just do this. You said they, the Christians, and then you lumped in two groups. that
Not
would
the
say,
Christians. These
Oh,
Christians.
Oh, these Christians. Okay.
Yes, as in
Tom-
these, the ones who
you
believe
literally
this
used
thing.
multiple times, referring to multiple denominations. Like
So you're fighting a ghost right now on this panel.
Hold on.
I agree.
I'm literally, when you're saying this, like, and trying to pass off that you're not doing this, and you're gonna say I look bad, bro. This is a clear tactic when you say the word Christians, and then you just try to pass off Mormons as the same as Baptists and Methodists and Catholics. It's crazy work. It's the devil's work.
It would be would be crazy work if I did any of those fucking things you just said. But go ahead, Sarah.
Maybe I was giving you hold on. Maybe I was giving you
Gibbs,
more credit than
if I may,
thought.
if I'm,
Oh, you're having a
if I may.
schizophrenic episode right
Craig-
now.
I mean, you can say that. but
Ryan,
it's pretty clear as
do
day
you
what's
do you
happening.
do you align with crazy lefty anarchists? So if I called you a crazy
some of them
lefty
to some degree,
anarchist-
yeah, I might
so
actually.
If
Yeah,
if I called you a crazy lefty anarchist, would that be an accurate statement?
I mean, I call myself radical. I didn't say anybody on this panel is the people who believe
so you're
this.
trying to
And
lump
you guys
in-
said you don't believe it, and I believe you.
So you're fighting a ghost on this panel. These people are not.
No,
on this panel.
because I'm not arguing because I'm not arguing about whether or not it's true that Israel owning some amount of this land and making it all Israel is actually going to lead to the apocalypse. I'm not arguing about whether or not that's true or whether or not anyone here believes that. I'm arguing about the relevance to American politics, and it
But
seems
nobody
like there
on
are
this
a lot
panel
of.
believes that shit.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done.
How are we gonna
Almost
be
done.
able to tell
What
you
I'm
about
pointing
it?
out is that there are thousands of influential Christian figures who believe this and have the ear of the president of the United States. And you guys are like,
including the
no, you're rebels.
president of the United
Okay.
States. Including the
Okay.
president of the United States.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
At the
But
same
you're just
time, it's-
gaslighting me right now. Like,
so people believe
guys.
You're gaslighting yourself.
Hey,
Exactly.
you know who else believes crazy things? The Andrew Wilson cult.
Yeah, I agree.
Look, it's not like Radical
You
came on
guys are
here.
gonna keep attacking that whole group now that I've been.
A lot of them probably believe this shit too. Yeah.
Look, it's not like Radical came
not
in here and said
here.
that the Westboro Baptist Church is the king of all Christians. Okay, he didn't do that.
But that
He
is what he's
said that
doing.
he believes.
That's the problem.
That
here,
is not
he-
what he said.
No, that
He
is
didn't
what he's
say that.
doing. It is doing that.
Dude,
Like, listen,
go
he might
make
not
it
be
say that.
overtly doing that, but what
You
he's
gotta
doing
listen
is
without
going,
rage.
No, listen, I'm mellow, Papa. I'm mellow. Listen, what he's doing though is exactly the same. He's going, hey, Christians, oh, cool. Then he lumped in Mormons, the same with the Southern Baptists, just with the Methodists. Some of these groups would say the other's not even Christian, right? And you're going to sit here and go, oh, it's some sort of unified front with thousands of pastors
Never said
pushing
that.
this agenda. This is exactly what you just said. You said thousands of pastors who have the presidency here pushing this agenda. But we all heard you just say that, word for word, verbatim. Like, so don't gaslight no
Nothing
more.
about a
here.
unified
However,
front.
Hold on. Listen, That's the implication.
Those are your words.
Do you understand what the word implication means? Like, have you seen all these
it's something. It's what you're assigning to me, but actually, what you're referring to is an inference.
Well, okay,
Hang on,
maybe you're not smart enough to understand what you're inferring. But what you're inferring is that these thousands of
inference is what you do. You're the one hearing it.
Hold on.
Okay, let me know when you're done.
I will. He just said, literally, hey, we have thousands of pastors pushing this agenda. Okay, cool. The implication being,
which is true.
There's thousands of these pastors wanting one thing done. That is the implication. And my argument is there's thousands of pastors pushing 1,000 different versions of this. And so there's no unified front in the way that you're making this scapegoat, fear-mongering lefty talking point out to me, where you're like, we're concerned they're actually going to get policy off the ground. Like, this is like kind of like saying, you know what, the ants are going to get together tomorrow and they're going to eat us. It's just not very likely. And it's like, you're
not like that at all.
It is act like that, everybody, because you're sitting here acting like the Church of Christ, the Southern Baptists, the Methodists, which are split in two right now in their own little civil war, the Pentecostals, and all these other different groups, the Lutherans, are going to sit here and come together and push a policy to the president that's going to be agreed upon by all the Christian denominations, not even counting the Mormons or the Jehovah's Witnesses or any of these
Jehovah's Witnesses don't even participate in politics at all.
Exactly. Well, sure.
Okay.
But
I didn't say anything about them.
But these are other groups that might call themselves Christian, but aren't technically Christian, all these things, and you're acting like they're going to push this to the Trump, and then it's going to be voted on by the populace, or it's going to be a policy implemented, and that's not realistic. And this is why it's just a fear-mongering talking point, and this is why I called it Goebbels like earlier, because you did exactly the playbook.
Okay, so the playbook that I did was I described the facts, which are there are tens of millions of Americans who believe in this particular goal, right? This particular political goal, and they've been fostered and groomed to believe this over decades by Christian nationalists, right? Like who believe in this particular political motive, right?
So
and I brought up how there are. I'm almost done. I brought up that there are thousands of Christian leaders who are, in fact, many of which who are, in fact, involved with the president and do talk to him. And they do push for this thing. And I don't think that Donald Trump is making decisions based on popular vote or some shit. I think Donald Trump is basing his decisions based on the people who are talking to him. And he's using his executive power to enforce those positions, again, based on the people who are talking to him, not based on whatever most Americans want, because obviously most Americans don't agree with what Trump's been doing anyway. So he doesn't care about that.
What are you talking about? Like, he's literally a populist.
Well,
okay, so fascist or right-wing populist, yeah.
Oh my God, this is crazy. First of all, if we're talking about, whatever, I'm not going to go into all the stupid things that have just been said right now. But listen, when we're talking about populism,
you couldn't engage with them probably. So
yeah, that's right. That's right. You're right. When we're talking about populism, and he's done things against what the party as a whole wanted in order to appease his base, that kind of goes against what you're saying, and we know he's done that repeatedly. We've seen him do it all the time. Like, what? How are you going to deny that's happening? And then you're going to say, he's a fascist. He's not giving what the people what they want. Like,
I mean, the people don't support, like, by and large, the way that ICE has been carrying out their deportations.
What people? The percentages are saying the other thing. Sounds like the majority of people.
No, they're not. The polls are showing time and time again, like there's less and less support.
Yeah, this is like this is not true.
Like if you're just lying. It's fine. You're allowed to lie.
No,
if
you look at the polls are saying we are overwhelmingly in support of how he's handling the border, and they overwhelmingly support.
No. Icy said.
But hold on. So this is what.
What do the polls say about ICE?
Hold on.
He moved it to the borders. My bad. Yeah.
When he sits here and talks about ICE, what you're being dishonest because you're specifically picking one portion of his entire border patrol and immigration policy, which is the dishonest part, because of course we can all pick our one little island of victory, just like, oh yeah, he doesn't like the way ICE is doing it. No, it's not a dodge. ICE is one.
What do the polls say about ICE?
Hold on. Okay. What do the polls say about the border enforcement? Are Americans happy?
That's the dodge. I said.
Literally a dodge. Literally moving.
It's not a dodge. It's not a
goalpost.
Hold on. It's not a dodge. It's not. I know it's going to drive me crazy. It's not a dodge.
I was laughing at that all night.
Yeah, it's crazy. I won't get it down. I'm just to change the settings. The point is that when we look here and go, hey, there's ICE, there's disapproval. There's border enforcement, big approval. Then we look at overall, what do Americans think about evicting illegal aliens overall? Guess what? The approval is still above. So if we go 2 out of 3 on border enforcement, it's not a dodge. It's looking at the bigger picture instead of some isolated grouping that's going to be favorable to one side. That's the facts right there.
If you say, I don't think you engaged with what I said at all, but that's fine.
Tom Carpenter.
I'm just going to be smart enough to understand and follow the trail. It's real complicated.
Tom Carpenter
Slow
says...
down a little bit for dummies like me, maybe.
Let the
Ryan,
lady
you
in.
are not one to tell anybody to slow down. Tom Carpenter says they are
Well, I
mostly...
usually got like 30 seconds to speak.
Tom Carpenter says they are mostly left behind groupies that are the loudest, still looking like classic perfection after dealing with men all night. Great job, old man out. And good night to you, Tom. I'm sorry I held this one up on screen for a second. I had to walk away. But thank you so much, Tom, for being the big sponsor of the show and keeping the fucking Mater Nation rolling. I hope you jump up on panel again sometime. It was such a joy having you.
Left behind groupies, he called them. He's right too, man. He's right.
That's a good book series.
It was.
So I'm just going to read one more, the next paragraph down in this. It's literally like one sentence. But the demand is meant to help build support for a controversial effort promoted by some in Israel to annex land that is home to roughly 3 million Palestinians and now about 500,000 Israeli settlers. Like they're literally talking about annexing the land. But okay, yeah, it's all. I'm Goebbels or whatever. So
we know that Trump does everything Israel asks, and whatever he asks of Israel, they thumb their nose at him. But we know that all of our politicians support them, die hard support these people and what they're doing, like blindly support them. What are we even arguing about here?
Yeah, there's always going to be like your blind followers. I mean, Joe Biden had enough of them, right? Most of them were media. He's not falling apart, right?
You guys want to go for about another 15 minutes and then we'll go ahead and shut down? Everybody go with that?
Sure. It is really crazy to believe that, you know, like all these media, all these people who have like journalistic consequences if they lie blatantly. All these people seem to have largely sided with more so with the Joe Biden presidency than Donald Trump presidency. It's super weird that all that happened. I can't imagine why. I can't imagine how that could have possibly been the case, unless of course Donald Trump was just lying about like almost everything all the fucking time, 24/7.
What happened?
Hold on. Who's the largest watched media right now? Is of the major three? Which one is it? Is it Fox?
Here's the left.
Still Fox News.
It's Fox, right?
Single one, yeah.
Yeah, it's the largest single one. So it looks like the largest single one picked one side, and then the two smaller ones picked another, and they slightly have a larger edge, or numbers-wise, I guess, together. But probably in reality, it's a lower number because, you know, there's probably crossover between MSNBC and CNN. So what you're really saying is the corrupt side picked corrupt side, and the people picked the just side. That's what you're really saying.
That is certainly one interpretation of the events.
Yeah,
that is certainly one way to interpret the events. I'll let you in. Yeah.
Hey, I don't know why. I don't know why it is that people watch mainstream media anyway. They really should just come over here to the tomato side and listen to the debates.
Oh, thank you, Clay. I swear, if my mama was not my number one fan, you probably would be, Clay. But my mama's my number one fan. So.
So don't both you guys.
You don't watch Greg Gutfeld? Come on.
This is shitty to say, but don't both you guys have to have fucking flat Earth IQs to believe that your side is the one who's right? Isn't the truth that both sides are giving you the shaft? Isn't that don't both of y'all agree with that deep down?
I agree with that.
I think even Fox News, like by and large, they have like journalistic integrity, like more so. I mean, a little bit less.
Fox got integrity. Fox is the most disgusting shit you can watch on a given day.
Listen, I understand.
You're absolutely right. Both sides are fucking us. You're right.
I'm saying
one of sides is fucking us less.
I'm saying
slower
the mainstream
and
media
more faster.
Outlets,
That's all it is.
I'm saying what I'm saying is that mainstream media outlets employ journalists for a particular reason, not because they just say whatever the fuck they want them to say, but because they have studied and they have journalistic ethics that they can get fired if they don't follow, right? And that's why there are major scandals. That's why there are major scandals whenever journalists are like fucking outright lying. Like it's why this happens. It's why there was so much shit with Dominion and the Fox News, and there was like the largest settlement ever paid by a fucking media conglomerate because they fucking lied outright about the Dominion shit. Like this, there are consequences for these outright lies. So, but there are not consequences for any of us on this panel for lying, which is why Gibbs is able to just spew off a ton of bullshit.
No, there are consequences for lying.
There are consequences, and you know what's crazy is I'm the most sourced guy here on any of these panels. Everybody always asks Gibbs for sources, and I always provide them. What's crazy though is the one source source you provided doesn't dispute any of the comments I've made. You picked one church, one guy of 3,000 churches who speaks for them, allegedly, and you're acting like these individual preachers that any of these 3,000 churches don't have their own versions, and you're acting like this guy speaks for all these other denominations, which all those statements are not true. So I'm sitting here going, hey, nothing I've said has been a lie. I'm sorry, you just don't understand basic logic. It's okay, though. Jesus still loves you.
You keep willing his argument down to that church.
All I've said with regards to this is that there are millions of Americans, which you seem to have agreed with. There are millions of Americans who do believe in this movement, and it is supported by large, influential. The movement of annexing the West Bank and Gaza.
And define like exactly which group will say where should be annexed to what? Can you tell me every individual group, or is it one just united group believes, hey, that there should be annexed the whole entirety of the West Bank?
I think that I don't know the exact like line by line like where the
I'll tell you why you don't know. I don't
care because I'm not making a claim about that. You're trying to pigeonhole me. Can I respond, or are you gonna fucking start out?
I will let you respond. Absolutely, I'm gonna put you both on a speed date if you don't settle your asses down. Go ahead, Brian.
So what I'm saying, I'm not making a claim about where the lines are drawn, which is why you're trying to pigeonhole me into that, right? Because you're trying to find shit that I don't know enough about, right? But what I do know for sure is that there are millions of Americans, and you've agreed to this, millions of Americans who want Israel to expand throughout the West Bank and take that land for Israel, and they believe because of some biblical prophecy they should be doing that, and it's related to the apocalypse. That's all I've said. That's just all true things. I don't know why you're crying about it so hard.
Well done.
Well, the reason why is because, once again, this comes down to if we're talking about practical policy implemented. And my argument from the beginning has been, yes, although 1/6 of the population, or 1/8, somewhere in that range, probably believes in this or a version of this, there's about 600 versions of this. And that's why there's not any one individual policy being pushed. And this is why it's a fear-mongering tactic by the left that are painting all Christians as a monolithic group. Right? Well, that's fine. You can laugh. But what the attempt is to paint them as a monolith that are pushing one policy. And so when I'm asking, okay, where do the Southern Baptists think that Israel should annex? Where are the Protestants? Where not Protestants? Where are the Pentecostals? Where are the I don't know, Methodists? Where are the Mormons? All these different groups are going to have different ideas of where they should annex, if they should annex, what they should do. And there's not one unified policy coming from out of it. Listen, I know it grow old. It's fine. I'm going to explain one more time.
Here, I'll explain why it won't old.
When it's going here, so you're sitting here saying, hey, it's all these different things. There's no unified front. And the idea to paint them all as a Christian monolith is a duplicitous tactic. And that's why I have an issue with what you're doing right here.
All right. Listen, by your standard, I cannot use anything as a qualifier, as a descriptor. I can't say cops because by your standard, all cops don't think alike. You can't use the word cops. I can't say painters, mailmen, or any of that because by your standard here, if you can break it down where they all don't agree on the same thing, I can't use that.
Oh, this is an apples to oranges situation. If you say cops, if I say all cops, we say there's a problem in policing, and we look at cops and we see a uniform federal police for it. Sure, we can do that, but you can't compare the problems of the Texas State Police with the problems of the federal state police. They're going to have different issues, right? You can't say, Texas Rangers have the exact same problems as the FBI. No, they're going to have different problems because they do different things. This is just like if we look at the different denominations having different beliefs and representing different individual groups. I don't see how this is a confusing issue. Or how this
you lost me a long time ago, bro.
It's a complex issue.
Sarah?
Yes, Azron.
I need to go, so thank you for having me on your show, Sarah.
Absolutely, Azron, and we will see you next time.
Yeah, sure.
Nice.
So polite.
Yeah.
Such a nice guy.
So cute. He's such a sweetheart. Nice. I love you, Azron. I look forward to next time.
No, I agree with Joe though. Seriously, it is an apple, or not Joe, but Gibbs on this actually, Joe. It is an apples to oranges argument because with policing, we can actually point to some specific problems that I'm going to guess that most Americans will agree with. Whereas the Israel thing, Gibbs keeps pointing it out. It's like 1/6 of Americans, maybe.
Okay, I didn't mean it.
It's divided variations.
Yeah, I didn't mean it in trying to get the percentages right. I just meant the overall thing that there is no hive mind. If that's what you expect Ryan's argument to be, of course it'll never work. That's why I was
But
trying to go with
but
that
Ryan
shit.
does keep posing it as if it is a hive mind.
It's a monolith.
It's fair to say if I say football players this, black people, white people this and that, it's fair to say as a descriptor. We know it doesn't fucking hold because there's no such thing. We understand that.
Yeah, it's not a monolith. I think most of us just do that to get through the conversation.
Yeah.
To be clear, I'm not saying that I've never once on this panel at all said some monolithic thing about Christians believing this X, Y, and Z. Right? This has been something that Gibbs has interpreted.
You said this
from over and over from what I'm saying, which is obviously not what I've been saying. I've said there are millions of Christians who do believe.
And they have the presidency here.
Who do believe that there is a particular form that Israel should take that involves removing the Palestinians from there, and that this is part of a biblical prophecy, and this is something that's been catered to and spoken of in U.S. politics for fucking decades. And what I don't understand, all I did was ask about this, and what's happened ever. Real quick, let me finish. Right, what's happened ever since I brought up this fact, this like objectively true statement about United States politics, is that you guys have downplayed it and cried and tried to pigeonhole me and asked me like where the lines are and tried to say that I'm conflating all Christians and called me fucking Goebbels.
I'm sorry that you are doing a Goebbels tactic, and you're once again trying to paint him as a monolith. You literally said just now they had the president's ear, they've pushed this as policy, and the whole point that I'm making when your original question brought up is that there can't be policy right now because 160
it literally is
and there's 50
policy.
different versions of the policy. If I have 50 different versions of a policy, none of those versions are getting passed. And
You guys are going in circles. Both of you are going in circles.
Yeah.
Hold on, Ryan, hold on.
No, let me respond.
You're literally going to say the same thing again.
No, I'm not. No, I'm fucking not. I know what I'm going to say, and it's not that.
Hold on.
Shut the fuck up, Clay.
Hold on. Let Clay go, and then back to you, Ryan.
God damn it.
Okay.
Hold on.
So
Let him.
you guys have been going back and forth, but you're literally going in circles. Ryan, you're saying you're not painting it as a monolith, and Gibbs is saying you are painting it as a monolith. This is the circle. This is the circle that keeps going.
I know that's the circle you're talking about. I'm about to break the circle if you let me.
Hold on, Ryan. Let him.
He literally described it earlier as white Christian nationalist policy. That's what he said.
His camera zoom in cracks me up every fucking time.
I didn't say white. I said Christian nationalist.
Hold on. Everybody stop. Clay,
this
finish
is-
your thought, and Ryan, you will be able to respond. Just hold tight.
This is why it keeps going in circles.
I miss you,
Because
Sarah. I miss you.
when you are saying Christian, right? There are people who identify as Christian. It would be no different than people who are being painted in a bad light who believe that they are transgender. You're attacking someone's ideology here. It's not like you're attacking their skin tone. They're black or they're white. No, you're actually attacking someone's ideology. You're saying Christian, whereas these people, you got to understand that some Christians don't believe that other Christians are Christians.
Is that directed towards me?
You obviously don't get it. So let me try to.
Well, you just said the last thing you said was, Ryan, don't you know that some Christians don't think other Christians are Christian? Yeah, I know that. It has nothing to do with anything I've been saying, and what I was about to bring up had nothing to do with any of that either. And I understand the circle. We all know the circle because we just lived it. Okay, and then you walked us through the circle again, right? And okay, so what I'm gonna do now is try to break the circle and move a little bit forward because I didn't follow the debate, right? I didn't watch the whole debate, but I'm curious. So Gibbs, what do you think should happen? I mean, obviously you've talked about this a lot tonight, so you don't have to give me like the full thing, but like, what is your quick summary of what you think should be done with the Palestinians and the state of Israel?
Short of America taking over the whole world, I guess let Israel handle their shit. We can keep funding them because military-industrial complex's good. It employs a lot of Americans. They're also an ally for a while. They took out our biggest enemy, Iran. So I'm okay with Israel. So let's just keep funding them, and then we can back out, let them fight that battle. Because if they're not going to do it, our other allies, Saudi Arabia and Egypt, are going to do it. And anyway, they're getting fucked. I think Israel's a lot nicer than what Saudi Arabia and Egypt are going to do. And I think that's in everybody's best interest. So yeah, that's my take. And also, these people have repeatedly rejected it, the ability to be a state. They didn't want it. They rejected the plans of disarming multiple times, and no one would rather be. Why should we give?
Hold on, Joe. Hold on, Joe.
I'm not like here at the end. But why should we give a chaotic, repeated terrorist state that keeps voting in terrorists or gangsters to like sit here and run the country and making sides with our enemies like Iran? Why should we give them any benefits? I think we should stick with what we got and who's got us this far in life. And that's Israel.
Okay, fair
I'm gonna
enough.
shut
That's your
up
take.
so I don't say nothing stupid.
That's your take. So, do you think Israel would prefer if they didn't have to deal with all those Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza?
Do I think that they wouldn't have to deal? I mean,
do you think they'd prefer if they didn't have to deal with all those pesky Palestinians there? You think they would prefer some solution where those people were moved to somewhere else?
Would it be like a final solution?
No, I'm not saying that. But I think they might. I think many of them do prefer. I mean, I've heard plenty of Israelis like say they would just want to carpet bomb the place, right? So this is not an uncommon belief. But
I mean, would you, if you built like several power plants and water plants and hospitals for people, and then they turn them into like, I don't know, missiles to like launch at you instead of having drinking water? I think I also might be sympathetic to the idea of carpet bombing the area.
Right. So I'm not asking whether it's justified to do. Like that's a separate conversation. What I'm asking is, do you think this is a prominent position? Right. This is kind of a potentially.
I don't think that the idea that Israel, based off the evidence of how they persecuted their war crimes, like when people have done bad things, they persecuted their soldiers, prosecuted their soldiers. I think that they've actually gone out of their way not to be as genocidal as some. So no, I don't think that the idea that they're going to carpet bomb the place, even though it's a sentiment most of them probably can relate to, is very likely. However, I'll tell you who I do think is likely to carpet bomb the region, and that would be Saudi Arabia and Egypt, because if you know what they're doing to their dissidents, it's not too nice. And I don't know if you know this, but the Palestinians have ties to the Muslim Brotherhood, and why don't you check out what's happening to the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt right now? Not good things, I'll tell you that.
I understand now why you can't acknowledge that the U.S. policy aligns with Israel's, because you one of them cats we was talking about all night.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're one of those guys that believe that a fucking agenda that Israel is supposed to have a place in history and is determined under God. You're one of those.
I don't know if Gibbs is like a religious zealot. I don't know if he's that.
I'm definitely not a religious zealot.
Let's go ahead and move, if you don't mind, gentlemen. I am getting a little tired, but let's go ahead and move into closing statements. And please feel free to shout out your channels, where we can find you, and all that fun stuff. Joe, why don't you kick us off, please?
All right, will do. Good to see you guys again here. I know I see y'all everywhere else. Good to see you guys here. Good to fucking see you, Sarah. It's nice. Break. I didn't know you was taking care of my girl like this. Big ups. Right in my absence, big ups, man. Trippy, it's all your fault that all this happened. I can't believe it.
It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I've been like
around.
No idea what's going on. Yeah.
Here I was sticking up for you, and I get just completely demolished.
You like my costume, Joe?
I do. I think you're the greatest, man. Yes, my channel is Joe Cool on YouTube. I normally don't do that. Sarah, I curved that my shit a few times tonight, man. I hope you noticed. Groovy. All right, love you cats, man. I'm gonna wrap with you, Sarah.
Thank you, Joe. I love having you on. I missed you. I missed that freaking. My mom was asking, like, "Where's Joe and his laugh?" Trippy, to you, my friend. It's all your fault.
Oh, it's always the clown's fault. If you can't find anybody else to blame me. I will take the blame and the views, and I will take them, and I will coddle them. I will love them. I'll squeeze them. I'll ask them if they're wet. I mean, like kisses, white kisses.
Wait, what are we talking about again?
Look at Clay. Anyways, thanks for having me here. I know I didn't say much tonight. I just kind of came in to goof off. And I don't know, have Ryan's back apparently at certain points. He's a good dude. He's a good dude. He's bringing back the Beavis and Butthead haircut. Clay's up there looking like Jay and Silent Bob, and it just did the fusion dance, and they became one being. And Admiral Gibbs is over there. He's showing you what happens when Ginger snaps.
That's right. That's right.
Clowns make me laugh.
Oh my god. No, Ryan. Ryan, my love, to you.
Yes. So I did not. I definitely didn't prepare for an Israel-Palestine thing tonight, which is why I wasn't on the panel for most of the night. But I did pop on during Evolution. I was like, I'm curious. I think there is an interesting religious angle to this. I believe, as I pointed out, and as everyone seems to have agreed with, but they pretend not to afterwards, which is super weird. That there are millions of Americans who do believe in a particular version of what Israel should look like. They believe that this is the realization of biblical prophecy. They might disagree on some of the specifics of this, and not every Christian believe this. I can't believe I have to say that. I'm not saying that every Christian believes this. I believe millions of them do believe some form of this, and I believe that this does influence American policy on the issue, or vice versa, or that American policy influences this position. I'm not sure exactly which came first, chicken or the egg there. There might have been some policy or some particular propagandization that happened through like 700 Club and all this stuff. I don't know which one came first. I know that they are intertwined deeply, and I just don't understand why, as soon as I brought this up, that it was immediately downplayed so much, and I was just gaslit endlessly about it and tried to be pigeonholed into some weird position that I don't hold. I was said that I'm Goebbels, and obviously we went in circles back and forth because I was reiterating that over and over. I did mention other things like them having some of these people having the president's ear, which again is just, I'm pretty sure true. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't think I am, but I think it is something that's worth talking about. I just can't fathom why Admiral Gibbs is so averse to it, except for that he just like has to shut down anyone who's like vaguely to his left. But I think that's kind of his modus operandi, and that's, that is what it is. There's many such cases of that, unfortunately. But I am Ryan, Radical Coder. I do a lot of panels and politics and vibe coding and regular coding, and we talk about the news and what's going on in the world, and we talk about a bunch of other shit, and we have a lot of fun doing it. And I'm glad that TrippyCast and I have we've kind of formed a bond recently over recent events, and it's actually kind of sweet, despite our past antagonisms and antagonism, I'm sure.
I
Clay,
antagonized you.
Gibbs, I don't think you're as bad as I think you are, and Trippy, yeah, you're cool. Sarah, love you, appreciate you, and I will see you all soon, I'm sure.
Thank you, Ryan. Mr.
Radical
Gibbs.
Coder.
Pimp Gibbs. to you,
Yes.
sir.
So I don't know if y'all remember all the way back 5 hours ago, whenever we did the openings, but I mentioned, and I think that this open has helped prove my point. I mentioned how we are using National Socialist and Ku Klux Klan language because the Democrats have always been the party of the Klan, and Democratic Socialism is just National Socialism rebranded. And sure enough, we come in and we have all these people come in here and advocate for all these wild things, and it's just crazy. It's just crazy how often these debates turn into where we use this coded language and we use these talking points, and I feel very vindicated because it's like full circle. We come down and we had radical Goebbels down here fucking going off, trying to sit here and say all the Christians are a monolith, and it's just one more tactic that the left is adopting to use against the right because their other tactics haven't worked. We see, like I said in my opening, what's his name? The prominent guy running for Senate in that one state. He has a death's head tattoo. We've seen, like I mentioned, Connor at the beginning, we've seen them argue for eugenics and central-left authoritarian policies, and we've even seen Richard Spencer endorse Kamala and all down-ballot people. And I think this is all stems down towards their hatred of Israel and why they want a Palestinian state that's proven time and time again to be bad actors. And I don't see why we should give a state that's been cozying up next to our enemies and has not been any kind of benefit to society and seems to continuously like to attack their neighbors. And it's not just Israel, it's Jordan, it's Egypt, it's Lebanon. All these other countries have had bad times dealing with these people. And you know what? Maybe it's just time for them to learn they don't get their own state no more. And they have to assimilate into Israel because Israel owns their ass. Other than that, like I said, God bless Texas. Remember the Alamo, remember Goliath, to the Republic. Thanks for having me, Sarah. It's always fun.
Always a pleasure, Gibbs. Thank you again so kindly. You did, that was a huge service to me. And Clay, to you, sir.
Awesome. Yeah, appreciate you having me up, Sarah. As usual, great stream. And gotta say it's absolutely true, Sarah. Awesome job moderating. I really don't care what those I don't know what to call them. I don't even want to say their names hardly. But we know who they are, and they know that you are the best moderator.
Black
They're
people?
just scared. They're just scared of the moderation. You know, it's just that they would prefer that they didn't have moderation and that they could just say things that just don't make any sense and that everybody else would shut up. But as far as the topic goes, me personally, I look at it like this. America's got a lot of problems. The United States, we have a lot of problems right here in this country. So when I look at supporting other countries in what you might call as a civil war or a neighborly war or wars going on and on, especially in that region, I say, well, you know, my tax dollars, my family members, I really love my family members, and I don't want to see them over there fighting for somebody else when we have enough issues going on right now here in this country. That's really what the bottom line comes down to for me. But with that said, I do understand the trade, and this is something I wanted to get to earlier. Yeah, I do understand the trade, and actually, by the way, that land right there is like the trade route to the east. That's why we go there. That's why. It's got nothing to do with anything else. We want the oil. That's the truth. Now, people want to sit here and pretend like, oh, it's the land of God and all this. And yeah, it'd be great to preserve some of that history. But you know what? If the people over there can't do it themselves, I'm sorry, but that means that simply it's not God's land. If God can't do it, then it's not his land, right? So God's people, I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. He will take care of them, and he will put them where he wants to put them. That's my view of it. But you can find me on Facebook sometimes going live, filming the cops. I'm sure you know who I am, Brick Jonesy. And as far as kind of my whole story, you know, I've got problems that I'm trying to take care of, you know, the personal things. But when it comes to the police and why I film the cops, I want you guys, if you have the ability to, come check out Let's OTVO's channel, LETZOTVO on YouTube. He's going to be doing a premiere on Saturday night. If you're up late, I'd appreciate it. It puts out my story, and he's been a big supporter of me in trying to remedy some of these things that need to be done. So I really appreciate him. I want to give him a big shout out, you know. But as far as Sarah tonight, you're awesome. Gibbs, great job tonight putting out your position. I believe you came from an honest place yet again. You know, I was wondering how you were going to do, and you impressed me. So thank you, sir.
No problem. Also, I do want to say I don't actually think Ryan is Goebbels. He just did the thing I was waiting for when I did the opening. So we had to get him. He's actually probably a nice guy. I just wanted to say that.
Ryan's been here since before this show was a show. He has a special place in my heart and on my panel.
And thank you, Clay, by the way.
Even though I think Ryan's always wrong sometimes, most of the time.
Always, sometimes. 30% of the time, it works every time.
Hey, this guy knows.
Well, thank you, everyone, so kindly for still continuing to support the show, showing up, getting on panel, and hanging out in our chat, because Mater Nation is the fucking nation to be in. Tune in Thursday night. I've got a fun unproud American topic going on. And, of course, we'll get that grab bag topic going as well probably this weekend. And don't forget, if you're a member, you have members-only access to watch the interview tomorrow with the men's rights advocate. So outside of that, everyone, I love you. Thank you so kindly. And, you know, fuck off.
Captain's log, June 2nd, 2836. After 27 years of war between the Degen Coomers and the Sainthood Slayers, a new hope arises. As the battlefield lay weaponized, locked and loaded for destruction, negotiations for a peace treaty are in transition. The moderator has arrived at Station 42. Can this war be ended? Will the Coomers and Slayers find a middle ground?
Abort mission. I repeat, abort mission. Negotiation failure. Abort mission.
Heavy boobies, 6+, low orbit, over grid 15-2. No joy, Yashiman. Then go to your window and look up their biggest fracking asteroid. Copy, Yashiman. Still blind. Got some kind of system-wide crash in the defense grid. Come on, track yourself right goddamn now, because we got Boku inbound, and they're not carrying flow. Wait one, Yashiman. We don't have one.